went to Hawaii the week before, so that was nice.
Congratulations. All right, I'd like to reconvene the Tuesday, January 15th meeting of the City Council. Mr. City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have a brief update for the public on the residential recovery facility report that we gave in closed session. And this is kind of becoming an annual report that we're providing to the public, just to sort of update what we've been doing in this area. If I can go to the next slide, please. Speaking of the microphone. So, just sort of by way of background, this is a little repetitive for some folks, but for those who may not be familiar with it, I'll quickly kind of go through the background of the law. Typically, we would do that first, yeah.
Okay. Hold that thought. We'll come back. Okay. All right. We've reconvened the meeting, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Federico.
Gentlemen, please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for our invocation. And this invocation this evening was provided by Associate Pastor Johns Christie from Capitol Beach.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I moved here 32 years ago. I've seen most of these anniversaries. When we first moved here, we had to answer to the county, and I have to say that answering the city became much more pleasant. We moved here from Laguna Beach, and people asked me why we did that, and I said we wanted to move up. So would you pray with me, please? As we embark on year 31, we ask for continuing wisdom and guidance on the people who have been called to lead this community in which we live, work, and play. Remind them that they are not only leaders, but also servants, whose responsibility, and ours as well, to serve the common good of all. May this be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, by the spirit of love. Loving God, inspire us with courage and hope as we begin this new year. Thank you for the new opportunities and help us, the help we've been given for 30 years. Help us to be builders of community. We each have our hopes and expectations for the year that is ahead of us, but you alone know what it holds for us. And you can give us the strength and the wisdom to meet its challenges and inevitable disappointments and heartaches. May we turn to you for stability and for comfort. Open our eyes to the sorrows and injustices of our hurting world and help us to respond with compassion and sacrifice to those in need. We pray for our nation and its leaders during these difficult times, and for all those who are seeking to bring peace and justice to our now dangerous world. In the midst of life's temptations and the pull of our stubborn self-will, help us not to lose our way, but to have the courage to do what is right in your sight, regardless of the cost. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Okay, is this where you want to do your report, Mr. City Attorney?
This would be a perfect time.
All right, thank you.
So in terms of what we're talking about, they're typically called sober living homes, and you should understand that there are two types of facilities that are referred to as sober living homes. One group is where people simply live together as a group, people who are recovering from alcoholism or drug addiction, and they just truly live together without any sort of treatment. Those are facilities that we cannot regulate. There's no licensing requirements, and the law is very clear that a city could not adopt any sort of an ordinance to address those facilities. The second type, which is the type that we hear mostly about where people get concerned, we refer to as residential recovery facilities, although they're often also called sober living homes. And they're group living arrangements, again, for people that are recovering from alcoholism or drug abuse, but they're facilities that provide supervision and treatment. The state regulates them. They must be licensed, and that includes facilities that are simply the residential component of daytime treatment centers. So in other words, people might go somewhere during the day to a campus-like environment to get treatment, and then they get bused back or shipped back in vans to the residential area. But if the residential location is part of that daytime treatment, then they must be licensed. Next slide, please. When dealing with sober living homes, there are no occupancy restrictions, and there, as I said, there's no ability for local regulation. But when we're dealing with residential recovery facilities, there's a state law that indicates that if they're licensed for 6 or fewer, we must treat them just like any other residents. But if it's more than 6 residents, then our zoning regulations can apply, and we can treat them like a business. Next slide, please. So there are some federal regulations in particular that we need to be concerned with in this area, and they've been the subject of a lot of lawsuits. It's the Fair Housing Act, Americans with Disability Act, and the Fair Employment and Housing Act. And all of those, get the next slide please, all of those regulations have been pulled into play in this area of the law. In addition, HUD and the Department of Justice have come out with what they're calling a white paper that kind of was intended to give guidance to cities in terms of what you could do in terms of regulation. The unfortunate reality of it is when you read through it, it reads like an exhibit to a plaintiff's lawsuit. Virtually anything that a city might want to do is deemed to be discriminatory. One of the things that we hear quite a bit about are spacing regulations or buffers between sober living facilities so that you don't have 3 on the same street, for instance. And the DOJ paper makes it very clear that that is an indica of discrimination. Next slide, please. So what can cities do? Some cities have adopted regulations to try and regulate the industry, zoning regulations, that sort of thing. What we know we can do is treat them like any other home. So if people are creating actual nuisances, if you have 10 cars parking on the grass out front, well, you know, we could do something about that like you could with any facility. But short of that, our hands are really tied. Next slide, please. So there's been some activity that people have heard quite a bit about that are following the issue. Newport Beach had a case where they adopted some regulations trying to create spacing requirements and permitting requirements. They ended up winning at the trial court level, but at the Court of Appeal level, they ended up settling before it was clear that they were going to lose. It ended up costing them a little over $10 million in damages and legal fees based on the allegations of discrimination. The city of Costa Mesa then adopted an ordinance similar to Newport Beach's. Their goal was to fix the things that were considered to be problems in the Newport Beach ordinance. They won at the trial court level. The case went up on appeal, and the Court of Appeal, the same Court of Appeal that the Newport Beach case was in front of, issued on its own a preliminary injunction restraining the enforcement of the ordinance. And that's a very significant action by the Court of Appeal. It sends a message that on the merits that they felt that the city was more likely than not to lose. And it's a very unusual action for the Court of Appeal to, on its own, issue an injunction like that. That case ultimately ended up settling, and so the injunction was dissolved. More recently, the city of Costa Mesa has been in another lawsuit, which they just recently prevailed on in the trial court, and there's been a lot of newspaper attention to that. They still need to go to the same Court of Appeal that the city of Newport Beach was in front of, and that the same court that issued the injunction against this very ordinance once before. So we're watching that very carefully to see how it gets handled this time. The council's strategy has been to watch patiently and be optimistic. If the city of Costa Mesa's ordinance is upheld, then we'll be in a position that we could adopt literally the exact same ordinance and know that it would be legal. In the meantime, we've taken a different strategy. And if we could have the next slide, please. So since 2016, what the council has instructed us to do as staff is to look at the licensing requirements for these facilities. At that time, we identified approximately 45 facilities in the city. They're required to be licensed if they're providing treatment. We believe that they are providing treatment, that they were unlicensed, and so our path forward has simply been to require them to comply with the state licensing laws. We've had several trials on these cases now, and the courts have agreed with us so far that we're not discriminating, that we're simply, and we've been accused of discriminating in these cases, that what we are doing is simply making these businesses comply with the licensing laws, and they've upheld that in order that the businesses shut down when we've gone through the trial process. That's been very effective in that we've brought a number of lawsuits that have gone away very quickly when the operators realize that we're coming after them for their licensing. They either agree to go and get licensed or to stop operating. So based on the activity we've been engaged in, we've had 15 homes either stop operating altogether, 22 homes have gone out and gotten licenses, which limit them to 6 residents. So you can't have, for instance, 14 residents. We had a home that just shut down recently that had 14 residents living in it. The city's activities, we feel, have been very cost effective as well. We've incurred about $300,000 in our efforts and actually had $50,000 returned to the city from one of the operators that we took to trial. The cities that have gone down other paths, as I mentioned, Costa Mesa, for instance, has spent in excess of $2 million fighting their ordinance to support it. So again, we're watching very patiently to see what happens there. If we get the next slide, please. So in addition to the activities we've taken against the facilities that are operating without licenses, we've been very actively involved in state and federal efforts. I know Councilmember Lewis has had the opportunity to travel with the ACC OC task force to Washington, D.C. to talk to federal legislators. We've been engaged with Pat Bates and Bill Breaux in Sacramento. And we can also respond to nuisances, things that are that if it were any other home that we could do something about it. So things like trash, things like noise, if things like that are happening, we have the ability to take action in addition to taking action on the licensing requirements. If we can have the next slide, please. So what can residents do? We've got some phone numbers here for the Sheriff's Department if you're observing violations. We've got a code enforcement number shown as well. And just for the benefit of the audience, I'll read those off. The sheriff's number is 949-770-6011. And as always, if it's an actual emergency, please call 911. And the code enforcement number is 877-685-8333. So that concludes my my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No? All right, thank you very much for that presentation. That brings us to presentations and proclamations. Tonight we're celebrating our 30th anniversary. We'd like to recognize Barbara Johansson from the Dana Point Historic Society for tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Miller. And I would like to ask the City Council's permission to introduce our board members. I'd just like them to stand, please, our board members. And then I'd like, in addition to our board members, I'd like Bill Belmonte to stand. He was on the first City Council. And I'd also like all the members of the Historical Society to stand and join, if you're a member, as we present this proclamation. And a team of about 6 of us wrote the proclamation in the last 10 days. So here we are.
It sure wasn't the last 30 years.
Well, we lived it. The 30th anniversary of cityhood. Whereas on January 1st, 1989, the city of Dana Point was officially incorporated as the 28th city of Orange County when the first 5 council members were sworn in on board the Brig Pilgrim, and Bill was one of those 5 first council members. Whereas the first city council selected Rick Morgan's city seal design to convey our early history in a contemporary yet timeless way, connecting our namesake's 1835 visit to the present. The nautical rope surrounding the seal reminds us that the city's incorporation brought together 3 seaside communities, Capistrano Beach, Dana Point, and Monarch Beach, to create the city of Dana Point. And whereas the city of Dana Point's first inauguration ceremony was commemorated for the 20th anniversary on July 3rd, 2009, again on the Pilgrim, and together with the city, the Historical Society published 20 years before the mast, A History of the City of Dana Point. And whereas it was in observance of the city's 25th anniversary that the Historical Society had a medallion ornament created in the likeness of the city seal to salute our area's earliest credentials as the only romantic spot on the coast, as described by Richard Henry Dana Jr. in 2 years before the mast. And whereas among the city's 31 parks, the city has honored our history at the Doris Walker Tribute in Heritage Park and on the headlands at the Nature Interpretive Center, and has recently updated the Louise Layden Park and the Community Center, all for the active lifestyle of our residents and visitors alike. And whereas the pedestrian bridge now connects Waterman's Plaza with Doheny State Beach, and the Lantern District revitalization now allows for a pedestrian-friendly atmosphere for cultural events on Del Prado, and whereas the city established the Dana Point trolley service throughout the summer months to link business, hotels, and residential areas with Dana Point Harbor, and has implemented the quiet zone at the Capistrano Beach Railroad crossing in an ongoing effort to enhance what Coastal Living magazine named as one of the happiest seaside towns in America. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors and members of the Dana Point Historical Society that the city of Dana Point be congratulated on the accomplishments of 30 years of cityhood as it strategically plans for the future. Dated this 15th day of January 2019, Barbara Forst Johannes, President, Dana Point Historical Society. Congratulations. I would also like to add something, maybe to be near this proclamation in the mayor's office, and that is we recently received a stock certificate, an original stock certificate. This is #1 copy of that original from the family, from the descendants of Anna G. Walters. And currently, and this is a little advertisement, we have that exhibit in the museum, and we would love to have each of the council members and everyone in the city come and visit that. The first corporation or the first development company to develop under the name Dana Point was the San Juan Point Corporation. And they had 4 officers. The president was J.L. Beebe. The secretary was Joe Skidmore. And the director of marketing sales was Anna G. Walters. And it's that exhibit that we have in the museum downstairs. And why that's so significant is that she's the only member of that original corporation to stay in Dana Point. So this stock certificate is dated September 1st, 1923. And so it's 1923-24 that the San Juan Point Corporation is in business. And she's the only one to stay in Dana Point, and she builds a house here in 1925. That house is gone now. It was approximately where the restaurant... Chart House, thank you. Yes, but somewhere between Cannons, her grounds might have gone as far as Cannons, but closer to the Chart House. And of course, she's the person who had the later developer, Woodruff. His corporation was Western Construction Company. They built the building that we now have Coastal Kitchen in. So we also appreciate the historic ordinance that was passed in 2001 that encourages preserving our historic buildings. So we would like to present the Historical Society these two documents to you, Mayor Miller.
I'd really like to thank the Historical Society for taking care of our history. You know, for those of us who didn't grow up here and live our whole life here, it's really impressive to go down and see all the documentation that you have of where Dana Point started and where we are today. It's one of my favorite things to go look at all the old pictures of the Dana Point Pier, the Killer Dana Wave, before the harbor was here. So I really want to thank you for all the work you guys have done. This is very special. You know, I'm just very honored to be the mayor during this special time in our city's history. Thank you so much for this.
So on three. One, two, three. Again, one, two, three. Oh, we love that. So can everybody from the Historical Society come up and get one of these? Come on up. Sure.
Okay, that brings us to the reading of our ordinance and titles. Madam Clerk, are there any ordinance and titles for tonight?
Mr. Mayor, there are no titles to read. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, the public, or staff request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Are there any items to be removed by the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have items 7, 9, and 11.
Okay, any from staff?
No, sir.
How about council?
Nope, they got mine.
Okay,
I would like to remove item 8.
8, all right. Okay, I will move the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start with item 7. Claims and demands. Madam Clerk. We got them all. Okay. All righty. Okay, and item 7, I have Buck Hill. Could you please state your name and city of residence for the record, please?
Good evening. Thank you. Buck Hill, Capistrano Beach. Reading through the claims and demands, I noticed that there was a large payment to our city attorney, Lieutenant Tucker, of $371,000 in that period. And then I got to wondering how are we doing on our budget for the city attorney. And per OpenGov, which I believe is correct, for the first 6 months of the year, the city attorney costs are $697,000. This is versus a budget of $982,000, also per OpenGov. So we've spent 71% of our legal budget, and we're on course to once again overrun the legal budget grossly this year. So I'd just like each of you to be aware of it and see, are there ways we could save money while accomplishing what we're trying to accomplish? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Anybody on council would like to comment? Okay.
I will address that a bit as part of my comment on item 8.
Okay. All right, well, I'll move the item then.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passed unanimously. That brings us to number 9.
8.
Public's first.
We have item number 9 is, let me look at this. Dana Point Police Services Monthly Report, and I have Nancy Leonard. Could you please state your name and city of residence for the record, please?
Good evening, Nancy Leonard, Dana Point. I read this Dana Point report through the fiscal year 2018, and I'm very happy with the way it's laid out and very pleased that this is coming to the public's attention. I would suggest, though, in the future that it not be put on consent, that it be put as an item for discussion, because I think it's that important to our community. That said, though, Part 1 crimes, Part 2 crimes, very high numbers continue. And there's a number of reasons for that. I'm not going to go into them there, and it's a discussion for another time. But I'm looking to see what the community, what the residents can do to help the police, the sheriff's department, combat some of these crimes. Obviously, we can't help with all of them. And my block particularly is very social and very active, especially during the holidays. And this actually came up during the holiday season because we know some of the things that do happen during the holidays are thefts of packages that are being delivered to your home, break-ins of cars, whether they're locked or unlocked, unlawful entry, so forth and so on. And I know that neighborhood watch programs are possible, but I would really like to see them encouraged by the sheriff's department and the city council. I think there's enough interest out there in the community, and you can see it on social media, especially like Nextdoor and so forth, that people are really concerned with crimes against themselves particularly. Obviously, traffic violations is something that the police department has to handle, the sheriff's department has to handle, and so forth. But I really think that we're getting to the point, I think we are at the point where neighborhood watch programs that are encouraged by the sheriff's department and the city council are critical to helping and reduce the figures on some of these crimes. I know there's a myriad of reasons why people say they don't work, you know, people get excited and then they lose interest, night meetings are hard, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think that's an excuse not to attempt it here and become more active. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Lieutenant Sheehan, have you been speaking with Ms. Leonard about the neighborhood watch in that area? Or what's your program on how you encourage neighborhood watch?
Certainly. Dana Point Police Services does have an employee that handles all of the volunteerism here within the city. Her name is Jill Jackson. She personally goes and attends the neighborhood watch meetings and is also taking a great number of different efforts in the attempt to get more volunteerism here within the city. We have a very active community. It's obvious that the citizens love the city, as do the deputies. It's just a matter of channeling it appropriately. So for me personally, when I see someone who's particularly active on social media and seems like they're coming from a well-intended place with an actual agenda to improve the community as opposed to just malign it for the sake of entertainment on social media, I reach out to those people personally or have Jill reach out to them as well. In fact, I just talked to, I think it was Carol, just a moment ago. We were talking about the idea of implementing some type of volunteer system where volunteers would reach out to seniors in our community and just check on them on a regular basis, because we have people that fall and get hurt and they need assistance, but they can't reach the phone. And we don't have a lawful authority to enter the house unless we can articulate exigency, which if you're just looking in a window or checking a door, you may not have. So we have lots of ideas for all kinds of different things that we can do that can improve our community. And I think we have the right type of citizenry to make that happen. It's just a matter of engaging folks, and we're working on it.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Any comments from council?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
A couple questions. Hi, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
On page, let's see, these are.
Well, ma'am, if I may just add, I just want to thank the council specifically, because the council has been very forward-thinking in volunteerism, and they actually brought back an appreciation, Christmas appreciation party or a holiday appreciation party for the volunteers that we actively have within the city, including our neighborhood watch captains. And we just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. That was a huge success, and I think they really enjoyed it. So thank you all.
Thank you. And it was fun, too.
It was a blast.
Yeah. Okay, starting on page 6, miscellaneous violations. So I noticed that year-to-date 2017, you putting that up, or can I just go? Yeah. Okay. Year-to-date 2017 was 191, and year-to-date 2018, 368. If you could tell us, what is miscellaneous?
I would love to tell you what that is.
Thank you.
Once again, I want to thank the council for equipping the deputies with new tools to better handle those issues within our community that were becoming really problems for the citizens. There's a lot of activity that was not criminalized within the penal code or within local ordinances, and thanks to the council, we've passed a lot of new municipal codes, and the deputies are actively enforcing those. So if I can just highlight that for just a moment. If you look at all of our Part 2 crimes, specifically on page 4, sorry, Rachel. On page 4, we have our narcotics violations, and you can see there that narcotics violations are up by 33% versus last year's 19 in the month of November. So November 2017 on page 4, we had 19. And on November...
Oh, thank you. Sounds like a page 4.
Page 4 or slide 4.
Got it.
So November 2017, we had 19 narcotic violations. In November of 2018, we had 33. Now, what's important to note about that violation is if a violation of a narcotics offense is not observed or intercepted by a law enforcement officer, then there's no way to charge somebody with that crime. So that's an excellent reflection of the increased enforcement on the part of the deputies, not a true increase in criminal activity. Though I do anticipate, based on legislative changes, we are seeing more narcotics violations on our streets because our narcotic violators are no longer incarcerated. So we are increasing our enforcement. If we move to slide number 5, that miscellaneous category is where our municipal codes and our Dana Point municipal sections would fall under.
Okay.
So you can see that the increase there is pretty significant. 33 in the month of November of this year versus 11 in November of 2017, and year to date, 368 violations that were observed by deputy sheriffs versus 191. So what I'd like to point out is if you look at the percentages on the Part 2 increases, you're looking at about a 25.2 increase in Part 2 violations.
Mm-hmm.
And those obviously are observed crimes that deputies are capable of enforcing, and those things that deputies can't necessarily prevent or enforce, like forgeries and frauds. I think what shows a positive reflection in that larger number that sounds very scary to folks that are just looking at the numbers is that in 2017, officers made 6,698 observed contacts. That's a contact where no one is called. Nobody said, hey, there's someone on this corner doing something illegal. In 2018, that number is up to 8580, which is an increase of about 28%. So if you take a look at the statistics, the increase in Part 2 crimes goes hand in hand with the increase in observed activity on the part of our deputies. So what this number tells you is not that crime per se is up, but that people getting caught doing crime is up. And I'm very proud of that number. Overall, 2017 versus 2018, in 2017, deputies in Dana Point made 497 arrests approximately. In 2018, they've made 613. Huge increase. Citations in 2017, 574 citations were written, 609 citations for criminal violations, not parking sites or traffic sites. So there's also an increase there. So across the board, the deputy sheriffs assigned to the city of Dana Point are working harder than ever, and they're extremely successful. And they're capable of doing that because of the tools we were given by the council. So I want to say thank you for that. Is there anything else I can answer about the numbers?
Well, yeah, please, thank you. So this miscellaneous violations, we now 368. So the deputy has to observe it. And then if they write a citation, is that when it gets into your statistics, or is it just the observation?
No. The numbers I quoted you, the 8,580 observed incidents reported by deputies,
Yep.
those are strictly observations, with many of them amounting to an arrest. But I couldn't get a statistic. Our systems don't carve it out that way. So I can tell you a total number of arrests that deputy made. I can't tell you a total number of arrests by observation. They no longer carve out the data that way.
Okay.
So deputies have made contact that they initiated 8,580 times this year versus the 6,698.
Okay. So these numbers really reflect contact, observation, contact.
Observation,
not
contact.
necessarily arrest or citation?
They would be reflected in one of the two categories. So either the calls for service, which this year were 13,037 versus last year's 15,442.
Right.
So calls for service are down, which is also speaks to the fact that deputies are doing more observed enforcement. The deputies are spotting it more quickly, less calls for service, but a higher arrest rate, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. I just wanted to know what statistic I'm looking at. So when I see these numbers, there's contact observation, but not necessarily
Correct.
that it led to arrest or some other procedure.
Okay. The vast majority of contacts by law enforcement with any citizen that's initiated by the officer ends with no violation of the law whatsoever. It could be something as simple as an officer calling in a disabled motorist, or an officer seeing someone who seems disoriented, so they contact them to investigate whether that disorientation is because they're lost or in need of some type of medical treatment or under the influence. So we have a great volume of calls initiated by the officers that do amount to an arrest, but I can't quantify exactly how many of those.
Mr. Mayor, if I may clarify, Lieutenant, I think the council member is asking on slide 7, part 2 crimes, total for 2018 is 1,454. Those are generally citations and arrests that get reported into the FBI's UCR system, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's not just observations, it's actual.
Of all of the observations, there were 1,454
Okay.
citations or arrests that resulted in part 2 crimes.
And those are not necessarily initiated by deputies. That's the combined efforts of our citizenry and the observations of our officers. So the total that you're looking at there that 1,454 is a combination of the two.
Okay.
But I think that the best way to explain that is to show that these are crimes that have to be observed by someone, specifically a law enforcement officer, misdemeanor committed within the presence of the officer, or an infraction committed within the presence of an officer to be cited.
Okay, and that's a really good point, because a lot of people say, well, I saw it, I called, and they didn't do anything. So it's really important to explain that these have to be observed in the act by the officer, right?
Correct. Or there has to be an individual willing to sign a private person's arrest for the violation, and then the liability would fall upon the person who observed it. So let's say a citizen in Dana Point observes a violation of the law, law enforcement gets there, and that violation is no longer occurring. It's a misdemeanor, like, for example, a disturbance of the peace, noise complaint.
Okay.
The officers oftentimes get a call from an anonymous party. That officer cannot reach out to the citizen to get someone to sign a private person's arrest to enforce that. So we're left with giving a warning and leaving the scene. If an individual does sign it, they are the arresting party. We are just the mechanism that makes the arrest in the form of a citation.
And then what's the procedure if somebody decides they want to make this complaint? What do you mean they have the liability? What do they have to do?
They sign a private person's arrest, which
Okay.
basically says that they are the person who witnessed the misdemeanor, and they would then have to testify in court to that violation.
Okay.
Just like an officer would.
But the police handles all the paperwork and
Yes.
everything. They just are basically promising to show up at court.
They're promising to articulate what the violation was, swear to the fact that they observed it, and confirm that they want it prosecuted.
Okay. And then when you say, I was asked about calls for service being down, are those calls for service from residents or calls for service from police? I heard you said police calls for service?
Yes, the statistic here, the numbers that you're looking at, that is a total calls for service observed and called in by citizens, business owners, passersby. So that's a combined total. So overall, we are slightly down in calls for service.
So if a police officer sees something, he calls it in or she calls it in, and that's called a call for service?
It's called an observed call for service, and it's called in via the radio, or they can call by cell phone. But typically, it's on the radio.
Okay, so my last question is, I've gotten a lot of feedback about dispatch and calling and waiting and then having to call again. What can citizens do to either document what they're experiencing or, let you know what's going on so that they feel like they're part of the process of making the dispatch and the police as responsive as they can be?
Sure. I think the biggest hurdle between citizens and any dispatch or call center is that dispatchers are trained to be emotionless in their receipt of said calls. So a lot of times we have citizens no one calls the police because they're happy.
Right.
The dispatcher is not getting a call because somebody wants to compliment the deputy. They're calling because something that is problematic or traumatic is occurring for the caller, or they're witnessing it. So oftentimes the biggest complaint I hear is that the dispatchers are not particularly friendly or warm, or sometimes they're described as rude. If they are described in such a fashion, every complaint I get, I forward directly to our dispatch center, to the supervisors there and our watch commanders, so that they can properly deal with it. The other issue for us, so the key there is that there has to be some understanding between the citizenry calling and the dispatchers to understand that the dispatchers have a job, and that job is to get the material information so they can communicate it across the radio and get service as quickly as possible. And that's not always warm and fuzzy. But if it's ever rude or disrespectful, I need to know so I can handle it.
And what information should they get, and how do they get it to you?
The most important thing to keep track of is the date and time that you call. The gender of the call taker is helpful, and reporting it to us in a timely fashion. It doesn't have to be at the exact same time, but it's much easier for us to pull the recordings of the call to make sure that the service was up to par if it's done in a timely fashion. If you had a problem with the dispatcher 2 months ago and you bring it to my attention now, it's much more difficult to recall that information, identify the call taker, and make sure that the citizen received the type of treatment that they deserve.
What's the best? Is there a online reporting?
Absolutely. Anyone can go online with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and reach out to our internal affairs unit to let them know that there was something that rises to that threshold.
Okay.
They can contact Dana Point Police Services directly and speak with a supervisor. The on-duty supervisor is great. We have sergeants working 24 hours a day, every single day of the week, 365 days a year, and they can take a complaint and start the ball in motion. And of course, if they want to reach out to me directly, I'm right downstairs. Feel free to come and say hi. Hopefully you're happy, but if you're not, we'll work on it. And additionally, the other thing to remember is calling the right number is imperative. The number for the Orange County Sheriff's Department is 714-647-7000 if you're a North County caller. If you're a South County caller, that number is 949-770-6011. If you have a non-emergency call, just press 191 to avoid the phone tree, the dreaded phone tree that we all hate.
Is that 949?
949-770-6011 gets you to Orange County Sheriff's Dispatch. And if you dial 191, you actually get to talk to a person. Now, if you want a graffiti hotline or you're just looking for information, by all means, listen to the prompts so that you can get to the appropriate office. You can leave a message. Once you call that number, you just let them know what you need, and we will dispatch deputies as quickly as possible. If it's a priority call or life-threatening, always call 911.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? No, thank you.
Yeah, I just
Mayor
want
Pro
to
Tem?
respond more to the public comment from Ms. Leonard, also as part of this. I had a conversation with City Manager Denny this morning about volunteerism. It's one of my regular meeting topics and how to keep moving it forward. And as he said, advertising is not necessarily what we ask our sheriff's organization to do, but ultimately we have to find ways to get the word out, to build the program, to address it. So we were talking a little bit about ways to make it more visible and how to get it sort of jump started in a way. So I know he has talked to our sheriff about that. So we will keep working on the program to make it a key part of how we control our city, patrol it, and keep the codes enforced and crime down, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Quick question. Would the council like me to address, I did a quarterly study on Lantern Village and some of the complaints that they had. Would the council like me to address that now or at a later time?
I'm sure it'd be nice to address it, and I think Robin is here and would be happy to hear you address it.
Hello, Robin. How are you? So we had a conversation at our volunteer event. Thank you for coming. Of course. And by the way, anybody who volunteers in this coming year will be invited to any future shindigs we have, and it was a good one, so I'd love to see you there. So Lantern Village parking statistics, we've had issues in Lantern Village, a lot of complaints about parking. I just wanted to highlight in the last quarter that enforcement has been up. Big issue, parking across sidewalks. We get complaints about that on a daily basis. From September till December, we wrote 66 citations for a violation of parking across the sidewalks. The biggest issues that we have is the street sweeping issue, people parking in violation of the street sweeping. And that's 986 citations written since September in Lantern Village parking issues alone. So this is just Lantern Village. Additionally, I thought it might be interesting because we were talking about these new municipal codes and what they have done to help the city be what we want it to be. And so just in Lantern Village as a highlight, from September through December, we wrote 20 citations for open containers. We wrote 9 citations for smoking in public. We had, 17 citations for the possession of a controlled substance. Now, that's not a Dana Point Municipal Code issue. It's still a California Health and Safety Code. And also the citations for paraphernalia and needle possession. There were 32 of those. So that's just a little snapshot into the Lantern Village community. I hope to give you a quarterly summary for each one of the communities within the city of Dana Point to kind of give you a snapshot of what's going on and what we're doing to fix it. So enforcement is up, and I hope that you're seeing a difference. I'm sorry for anyone who's been cited. I know it's upsetting. And then if I could just go over some of the stuff that's gone on in the city since my last opportunity to speak to you, we've had a lot of really good enforcement going on, and some of it, again, related directly back to those municipal codes. So on November 8th in Dana Point, while our citizens were sleeping, Deputy Dean in Medeiros located a man who was smoking outside, relatively benign, but illegal in Dana Point. So they contacted him, and that led to the locating of an imitation BB gun that looks pretty doggone realistic. And that was combined with carrying of miscellaneous drug paraphernalia and possession of fentanyl, which is a horrific drug that is potentially lethal if handled inappropriately. So that's very, very scary stuff. We also had our deputies, next slide there, our deputies in action when they contacted one of our littlest crime fighters, Liam, who's 4 years old and diagnosed with leukemia. They surprised him with a pizza party at his home and a little officer-friendly. Please keep Liam in your prayers while he begins another round of treatments. He's our littlest crime fighter, so he's honorarily with us. See something, say something. Citizens called. Deputies located a man in the area of Point Sutton and Point Stanhope in possession of a bunch of money and some various problem issues there. We've got our drugs that are huge. Lighter. He's probably going to smoke something with that, so that would have led to my Muni Code violation. Also, we had Santa Claus show up for RH Dana students, and they got to decorate a tree. I did write a letter to Santa asking him to show up on a Dana Point branded sheriff's vehicle, but I think I was a little naughtier than I anticipated, so no go, maybe next year. Also, we had 3 individuals in custody after our community service unit conducted a car stop on a vehicle that was driving through the city with no headlights. Again, relatively benign, but the passenger in the front seat was armed with a loaded firearm and in possession of methamphetamines, and the rear passenger had numerous felony warrants. Also, the driver was arrested for DUI. We've also got the plane accident that I'm not sure anybody heard about, but it was a happy ending. A small plane had an emergency landing in the ocean off of Dana Point. The engine gave out and the plane glided down onto the ocean close to shore. I'd like to give the deputies all the credit. However, it was actually the Boy Scout Troop 618 that came to the rescue and helped haul that thing out of the water, and everybody is well. Little Christmas miracle. And in case our activity was a little low on December 23rd. We have to take the responsibility for that, and for this I apologize. Our night shift deputies ended up participating in a little Christmas caroling event at Capo Beach. That was also an ops call that they went out and ended up participating, so hopefully they didn't disrupt your Christmas Eve. And thank you for all the folks at Capo Beach who let us sing carols with you. Beyond that, it's a new year.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Sheehan. What a fantastic report. Thanks for filling us in with all that detail. Okay, that's a receive and file, so we're going to move on now to item 11. Mr. Hill, you're up again. We already know your name and city of residence, and just go.
I want to talk to you about page 86 of your new CAFR that just came out. Does everybody have one? If not, I've got copies. Dana Point's to be congratulated. We produced a surplus this year, a genuine surplus at the total enterprise for the first time in many years. You'll see this page 86 shows revenues on the top, expenditures in the middle, and then some transfers which add to each of those. And then you come down to 2 lines up from the bottom that's underlined. That's whether we had a surplus or a deficit. And our books are sufficiently confusing that even members of the council have trouble knowing whether we had a deficit or a surplus in a given year. If you look at the year 14, we sold parkland in Capo Beach for $3,626,000. Without that, that year was also roughly a $2 million deficit. So every year, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 if you adjust it for that gain on a sale, 15, 16, 17 were deficits. This year, turned that around dramatically, and congratulations to the city for that. The reason I want to point this out to you is several of you campaigned saying, ever since I've been in office, we've had surpluses. The problem is the books are so complicated and layered, if you look at the general fund, there are times when we did have surpluses. If you take out certain expenses, you can claim it's a surplus. But this looks at the total enterprise of Dana Point and says, hey, we've been losing money every year and our stock of cash has been going down. And now it's been turned around due to the focus on budgeting and controls. So I think we've made great progress. But the second point to be emphasized is I think it's vital that the council and the public understand what are the real numbers in Dana Point. And I think this is total government funds. Mike can give you a speech about whether that's right or not one, but to me, that seems like the total enterprise. It includes that staff, which is the general fund, and all the different capital funds like street improvements, facilities improvements, parks. It also includes like the volunteer police people, the transit, the ones that run the transit services. So all of the funds added together, which are all part of Dana Point. I have one question as to whether T-bid should be considered a part of Dana Point, because I don't think Dana Point has the flexibility to spend those funds. We administer them, they're in our bank account, but I don't think they're our property really, unless I misunderstand the charter of the T-bid. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Do we have anything from council?
My only comment is it is time, it is nice to have that number look better, but I appreciate Mr. Hill taking the time to dig and point out things to us. Sometimes it gets busy and they are complicated and we don't catch something. So anytime the public helps us find something that we didn't notice or points out something and says thank you, is much appreciated. So thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. All right, this is again a receive and file, so we were going to go ahead and move on. And that brings us to item 8. And that's you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, so I wanted to just ask that action be taken on one thing. So looking through on page 51 of this report, and about in the middle of the page when it's item 2310 on the city attorney budget, when we look at the total now of our year-to-date activity plus encumbrance, we're about $954,000 shows up as encumbered to date with plus expense, and $20,000 open to commit, essentially. We spent a lot of time working through the city budget, just understanding the city attorney expenses and the source of the expenses and how we manage them. I think we've had more spreadsheets now than we can probably keep track of, but hopefully they're beginning to come together into something that that gives us an excellent tool to generate that. So my concern, obviously, when we carved that budget back from the 1.2, essentially we've been spending about $100,000 a month traditionally in that area, and we carved it back to see how that managing it. It's clear at this point that we're going to have to, with the activity underway, that we're going to have to spend more than $950,000. At least I think it's clear. We can look at that. So, it's like managing anything else. We need to decide where we're spending that money and whether we want to keep spending it or not. But my take is at the moment that when we look at that and get some advice, we will. What I would like to move is that we direct the staff to prepare an analysis of our forecast expenditures through the rest of the year and what that budget is likely to have to be adjusted to in order to cover those expenses. And also to look at where sources of money within the existing budget might come from to offset those, whether, so that we have a plan for dealing with those with a little bit of headroom, so that we don't have to scramble. That is, the better we think through what we want to do, the more time we have to analyze it. So my motion here is to direct staff, if I need one, to to come back to us with a forecast of what we believe the city attorney expenses will be and what budget adjustments we want to make from where to move money into that account.
Does that need a motion? Okay. I'll second.
Mr. Kilber?
If I could respond really quick, we'll bring back a projection. You'll note in the agenda item prior that we're going to talk about next, I think, that we received several of our invoices later into December even. That all got posted on the final check runs of the calendar year. So our year-to-date actual expenses for that line item are $695,000 through 6 months.
Yeah.
But if you look at the page prior to the one, if you look at page 50, and you'll see the revenues that show for legal reimbursements. You'll see my intent here is to bring back a budget adjustment for the expenditure side that will be offset by revenues that we didn't have budgeted that are coming in from the work that the city attorney's doing. So year to date, our actual revenues from city attorney activity is at 176,000. We only had 35,000 budgeted. In addition, as council member or Mayor Pro Tem knows, there was a run-up in a final code enforcement case where we did reach settlement prior to the end of the calendar year. We received $50,000 reimbursement so far on that one, and we're slated under the settlement agreement to get another $200,000 that goes toward covering these increased legal costs. So overall, we're going to come in, I believe, at or even under the final budget net of the unexpected revenues, but we can certainly bring back a
Well, that's why I want to just get a worksheet. I want to be able to address that, just, understanding where we are at this point and putting it together will be really useful. So I don't want to, react to it without having a good analysis of where we are in our expenses and what we see coming. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we're going to need a motion in a second for this. I think we can just go ahead and produce that document. So
thank you.
Ms. Lish,
I was just looking at this page that you were talking about, Councilman Wyatt. That says as of 11/30/18. So I assume the spreadsheet you're going to prepare will be as of the date you prepare? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, again, this is a receiving file, and we'll make sure that we go ahead and get that worksheet done for you.
Crap.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the public comment portion. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person and all overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. At the mayor's discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. All comments are to be directed to the city council and should not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on specific items unless it appears on the posted agenda. The city clerk will distribute any handouts you may have. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Okay. So, first 3 speakers we have here are Carol Wilson, Robin Ganal, and Denise Erkeneff.
Good evening, Council. Well, I took a little picture there. I hope you all got a copy of it. It looks like a beautiful country scene. But actually what it is, it's what you see when I'm sitting in Bonjour Cafe having lunch. I have a vacant lot across the street that has weeds that are over 3 feet high. So I would like to prompt you to please reconsider putting an ordinance on commercial property in the city of Dana Point to require them to do weed abatement. We have on Del Prado, which we spent something like $30 million of our city funds to beautify, have now got 3 vacant lots that have weeds. And I do obviously give you the highest one, and I did get out there with my tape measure. So I can tell you they're definitely higher than 3 feet. So I would encourage you to please consider in this year to put an ordinance out that people that have commercial property should have to abide by the same weed abatement procedures that a residential person that lives in this city does. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Denny, I believe that those lots are covered under our weed abatement program as well, are they not?
Absolutely.
So can we go ahead and get?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ms. Ganal?
Good evening, Mayor Miller and Council. My name's Robin Ganal. I'm a resident of North Tustin, and I'm the Orange County organizer for the Climate Action Campaign, which is a nonprofit based in San Diego, whose mission is to stop climate change by building public support for local policies to speed up the transition to a clean energy economy, like community choice energy. And we were founded in 2015 by the author of the City of San Diego's Climate Action Plan. We've worked in several cities in San Diego County, and we've brought together Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, and Del Mar to share the cost of a feasibility study for community choice energy. The results of that study are expected to be presented at Encinitas City Council meeting on February 20th. And if it's positive, they'll likely be joining the CCA program that San Diego City is likely to start up. Just north of here, we're working in Irvine to build public support for community choice, and I've got 2 letters of support from major employers in Irvine, Hoag Hospital and Edwards Life Sciences, just for your information. Irvine's study is currently underway and is expected to be finished in April. Here in South Orange County, we've partnered with the Surfrider Foundation, Sullivan Solar Power, CWR Energy, and other members of the community to form the South Orange County Community Choice Energy Alliance. And 2 of our alliance members are here tonight, and I'm going to let them tell you more about what our alliance is up to. Thanks so much for your time, and I'm going to leave these letters for your information.
Thanks, Ms. Ganal. Denise Erkinoff, followed by Barbara Borkowski and Julian Joshua.
Good evening, Mayor Miller, council members, and city staff. I'm Denise Erkinoff, a Dana Point resident, here tonight representing Surfrider Foundation and also our South Orange County chapter and the South County Community Working Group that Robin mentioned to you. Last year, Governor Brown enacted SB 100, which mandates that all cities and counties in California by the year 2050, which will be right around the corner when you think about it, be 100% clean energy. So community choice is not only about giving energy choice to residents, but it also helps local business, and a greener economy provides job sources for our residents. Throughout California, over 100 small, medium, and large cities are aggressively moving forward on community choice energy programs, and we call them CCE programs. Along our 1,100-mile coastline, many jurisdictions have invested resources in formal evaluation, most usually called feasibility studies, and many of those have taken action to move their programs forward. Cities like Irvine are well into their own feasibility study. They invested over $80,000 just on their own EIR-type feasibility. In November, we visited with the San Clemente City Council, and under the initiation of Councilwoman Lori Donchak, or then Councilwoman, and Council, they moved this item forward for further discussion in 2019. And they're interested in discussion talks and briefings with other cities, including their neighboring cities. In San Diego, Mayor Falconer has publicly supported CCE, and now San Diego is awaiting the final vote from their council. So they hopefully launch their CCE program by 2021. Not only does community choice help cities reduce costs, but it helps reduce emissions. Last week, Solana Beach released their results from their 2018 program, and they've cut emissions and reduced energy costs by over 30%. Just in 2018. Also last week, SDG&E proposed that they want to get out of the energy purchasing business, and if that gets adopted at the state level, that would likely involve some sort of iteration of a state-run entity. And what CCE programs do is give cities and their residents local control and choice, freedom of choice. South Orange County, and specifically Dana Point, pay the most for electricity in the state of California. We are one of the highest ratepayers in all of California. Both our residents, our businesses, our large resorts, and our municipalities, like the city itself, would benefit by initiating this program sooner than later. If Dana Point acts to move forward with a partnering on feasibility study with cities like San Clemente, perhaps San Juan Capistrano, etc., the study becomes not as prohibitive to initiating the first steps. So we are going to have a community forum workshop tentatively scheduled for March 7th in Dana Point, and we're going to be inviting, it's going to be at the Dana Point Tennis Center. We're going to be sending detailed information to city staffs, South OC electeds, and members of the community. And our working group has already met with city staff and your city manager. So we encourage the city to take some initial steps to move this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zirkneff. Barbara Borkowski. And just to follow up, thank you for getting with our city staff. I'm interested to hear about this. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Barbara Borkowski. I'm a resident of Capistrano Beach, a homeowner, an attorney, a small business owner, and a mother. I am here today to ask the City Council to look into community choice aggregation and to evaluate how such a change in the sourcing of Dana Point's energy could be beneficial for our community. Community choice aggregation is when a city, a county, a group of cities procure and even generate power on behalf of their local businesses and residents. As a resident, I'm in favor of CCAs because of the choice CCAs give consumers as to where their energy comes from and who provides that energy. CCAs by nature are non-for-profit entities, providing stable and fair rates to residents. Other cities and counties in California have already given their residents this vital energy choice. Just to correct a prior speaker, for instance, Solano Beach, they had a 30% reduction in emissions, not costs, but a 5% reduction in their costs. But that was early on. Revenues from the sale of power can be reinvested in our community. This can be done in the form of lower rates, sustainability-related programs, and rebates that benefit our coastal environment. I humbly ask the City Council to explore this option and participate in a feasibility study. Making this change could give residents some relief from ever-increasing energy costs and keep profits and jobs in the community and give our community more choice and control over our energy future. Thank you.
Julian Joshua, followed by Julian Joshua.
I can speak in 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And then Karen Smith.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll stick to 3 minutes. I've got 2 points. I'll avoid quotations from the classics or rhetoric. I wanted to ask you first about policy number 201. Now, policy number 201 says in order for council members to make informed decisions regarding items placed on the agenda by other council members, it's important that written backup be provided by the council member initiating the action. You have initiated an action. I won't talk about the pros and cons of what you have proposed because nobody knows what they are. You do not say in your 4-line paper what it is you are aiming at. We have no idea. Also, this item has been put in number 24 in the agenda when most people have gone home. I think in the interest of transparency, I would urge you to state in advance what it is you wish to achieve and what are the points you wish to make and what can be the subject of the discussion, and take the point. With the greatest deference, I ask you to move the point to another meeting.
Thank you.
Now, my second point, it's probably already been covered. I wasn't here for it. I have put in a paper, but I will truncate what I was going to say. And I'm pleased that Mr. Munoz mentioned the favorable jury verdict in the Costa Mesa case, where the Costa Mesa ordinance was upheld on every count. Total success all the way down the line on the behalf of the city. Now, I have come before you on numerous occasions to urge you to adopt an ordinance on the lines of the Costa Mesa ordinance, and I even offered in a moment of facetiousness to do it myself if you would only make a scanner available to me, because it didn't require much to have an ordinance which would be non-discriminatory, because most importantly, it would impose restrictions which are in the interest of both home residents, recovering addicts, and of the potentially affected neighbors. Now, can I just say what the benefits would be of adopting an ordinance over your present policy, which is to sue homes, larger homes, which ought to have a state license and don't have one, and you sue them for not having a license, and that therefore constitutes an actionable public nuisance. Now, this is the benefits of an ordinance. Oh my God! How long have I got? 30 seconds.
That was the end of your 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, can I have another minute?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if an item, it's in the Costa Mesa, wait a minute, I'm sorry, excuse me. I have a number of papers here. Here we are. This is what an ordinance would do. It would cover group homes, including sober living homes with 6 or fewer residents. There's nothing the city can do at the moment about residents, homes which have 6 or fewer residents, apart from possibly a nuisance or some crime taking place, which would require intervention by the sheriffs. So it would apply to group homes with 6 or fewer residents. It would require a special use permit, and in order for a special use permit to be granted, and I'll be short here, it requires a public hearing, notice to all residents within a 500-foot range, written rules and regulations, a relapse policy, parking regulations, full compliance with building and zoning codes, ticket back home if people if people leave the home, which is an important consideration, and also a security and law and order consideration, and crucially, a 650-foot separation zone from another sober living home or state licensed alcoholism or drug abuse recovery center. Now, I would urge you, please, to do 3 things. First of all, take contact, please, with your neighboring cities and see what they are doing. Some of them have got ordinance in place already. I think one of them has a 1,000-foot zone. Nobody has sued. Secondly, please explore what the possibilities are in common with your neighboring cities of implementing a common policy on sober living homes. So it's not a question of kicking the can down the road and sending people to your neighboring cities. And thirdly, if you are going to engage in litigation, I don't think you could do worse than engage Jennifer Keller of the law firm who won the Costa Mesa case against all predictions from certain quarters. So please think again of, and please don't be intimidated by the prospect of litigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for the extra time.
All right, Karen Smith. Finally, Larry Kramer will be after Ms. Smith.
Hello, my name is Karen Smith and I reside in Dana Point. I'm here tonight because I have a very deep concern about what's happening to our climate, and having seen what recently happened in Cabo Beach, the devastation there at the shore, and knowing that climate change is a contributing factor, I believe that local governments can be crucial to addressing some of these concerns, and I think this should be considered in whatever other businesses you are engaged. You have to look at the effect on the environment. I'm very happy that we have an organization here called a Citizens Climate Lobby, And my colleague Larry Kramer is going to speak about it after me, so I'm not going to take your time now to talk about it, but I would hope that you would consider anything that you can do to not just mitigate the damage that's done after it happens, but to look at the root causes and what each community can do about this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Kramer?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Nice to see all of you. Congratulations on your election, those of you who got elected, and congratulations on your 30 years of city. I'm a resident of San Juan Capistrano, and I represent Citizens Climate Lobby. We're a nonpartisan worldwide organization. We have 450 chapters around the world and about 100,000 members. And we work to empower people to do things about climate change, and we work specifically on lobbying with our congressional members of Congress to get legislation passed which will mitigate climate change. We've established a local chapter in South Orange County. It covers the cities of Dana Point, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. We meet the second Saturday of every month in San Clemente at St. Andrews by the Sea, United Methodist Church. You're all invited to attend. I hope you do us one of these days. Climate change is affecting everyone. It's worldwide, it's local. I think you've probably seen some of the changes that are occurring here in our state. And we're asking you to consider in all of your decisions that you do in Dana Point, to consider climate change as something which you should be aware of and do things to take care of. We did have a resolution passed in San Juan Capistrano that supports what we're doing in climate change. I would hope at some future time that you would consider that also. I'll be glad to talk to any of you anytime about what we're doing and what you can do to help. We will be having a booth at the Festival of Whales on March 3rd at the Ocean Awareness Day. Looking forward to that. We were here last year and recruited a great number of people to help us out. So thank you very much for your service on the City Council and for taking the time to hear us tonight. Thank you very much. I'm going to leave some information if I can.
Please leave it with the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Madam Clerk, do we have any more public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll close the public comments then, and that'll bring us to council reports, including city-related meetings attended. I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended a SCAG Economics Summit and ACCOC newly elected orientation training, and had a meeting with the ownership and management from Beechwood Mobile Home Park since our last meeting. Nothing significant to report from those events, but basically just learning in the first few and starting lines of communication in the last one.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Thank you. Yes, as our city attorney spoke last year, I went to Washington, D.C. to talk with our congressional representatives. This year I'm going again on January 27th through 29. And I will also be meeting with our new Congressman, Congressman Levin, and I'm sure that as a environmental lawyer, climate change will be coming up, and we will be discussing that. So thank you.
Mr. Exhort.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report. I've turned in my list of meetings, already to the clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I also have turned in my list of meetings to the city clerk. One comment, next week on the 23rd, early in the morning, across the county and area, we will do the homelessness point in time count. If anybody is interested in participating who hasn't heard of it yet, the website put out to handle it called everyonecounts.oc.org. We'll give you all the information. Thursday is the last training day, so I just wanted to bring that to anybody's attention who's interested in helping make sure all the resources we get and all the information we have depends on knowing who and how many homeless we have and their staff. There's about a 35 questionnaire to attempt to be filled out by every one of them. So we will be from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. Going through the entire county trying to count, and any help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I have turned in my list of meetings. I also want to say I'm very proud and privileged to serve on the Orange County Transportation Authority. I want to congratulate Tim Shaw, who is just from the city of La Habra, who's just named chair, and Steve Jones, who's the mayor of Garden Grove, who is our new vice chair. Expect big things. We have a lot going on with the 405 expansion. There's a lot of work to be done, especially in South County with the continued discussion about mobility. The other issue I would like to discuss and make people aware of is I also serve on the League of Cities Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee, and we had a conference call today. We have a meeting up in Sacramento on Friday to discuss our policy objectives for the year. And one of the things that came up is Assemblyman Wiener is getting ready to pass legislation again that's going to attack our local control ordinances. Right now, it looks like they are looking at, and it's very vaguely defined right now, we're not exactly sure how it's going to read, but one of the things that they're talking about is being able to build, the first time they introduced this, it was if you have a transportation hub in your city, by right, a developer can come in and build a 10-story building. That was battled by the league last year. We fought it and we won. With the new super majority in Sacramento, I'm not sure how much influence we're going to have. And the new ordinance is reading more like if you have an affluent city, it's not well defined. If you have a high performing school district, again, not very well defined, again, they will be able to come in and build 10-story buildings by right. I think Dana Point is definitely in jeopardy of that. Our planning commission won't have anything to do with it. Our council won't have anything to say about it. So it's something that we need to be very, very aware of what's going on at the state level. And I just want to make sure that I brought that to the attention. We're actually going to, when we get up to Sacramento this week, we're going to actually, that's in the Housing and Urban Development Subcommittee. We're going to actually move that into all committees. It's going to affect everybody. So just want to make everybody aware of what's going on up there. And there are many other issues that we're going to have to discuss as well, especially in Dana Point being a small town. We have a lot of small businesses here and service-related businesses. They're making another push again to tax services. So when you go see your dentist, you're gonna have to pay sales tax. If you go get your dry cleaning done, they want you to pay sales tax on that. So it's another attack on us, trying to squeeze more revenue out of a small business. So we need to be very careful about that. I know we have a lot of attorneys around here. You're gonna be paying taxes as well. So anyway, that's it for my reports. And that'll bring us to the public hearings. There are no public hearings tonight. There's no unfinished business. That brings us to new business. And that brings us to item 15, the 2018 Community Survey. Mr. City Manager, do we have staff report?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Adam Sonnenschein from FM3 Research, who has now conducted our second community survey. And he has a presentation to review the results with you tonight. Adam?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to conduct this research on behalf of the city and bring the results to you today. I'm going to go through these results in a pretty fair amount of detail, but feel free to ask questions if you'd like some more information. So just to give you a little background on how we went about doing this survey, we conducted nearly 791 survey interviews in Dana Point. The sample was drawn from voter registration lists matched to commercial databases, so we had a chance to speak to more people. And then we have computer programs that randomly select people to be invited to take the survey, similarly to how we did it last year. The survey was conducted in early December of last year. We do this what we call dual mode, so some are conducted online, some by phone, again in a randomly chosen way. And as you're looking at the results, you'll see, or just to keep in mind, you've got an overall margin of error of plus or minus 4%, just about. If you're looking at a subgroup anywhere, those will be a little bit smaller. And then, as I mentioned, we did the 2017 survey in September, and you'll see a lot of information, a lot of questions tracked back to that survey. Okay. So starting with general perceptions of the city and then your residents' highest concerns. In terms of just a basic right direction, wrong track for the way things are going in the city, we see an improvement over the 2017 survey, a more positive views of the direction of the city. So the bluish gray there is right direction, and the orangey color is wrong track. And then in gray, where you see DKNA, you'll see that a lot. That means either don't know or didn't answer that question. So in the current year, overall for the city, 57 to 26, with an increase over the 2017 survey. For one's own local neighborhood, also an increase from 59 to 65 on the right track number. And we ask this question on nearly every survey that we do in cities, school districts, statewide. And I would say these are very positive numbers, both that you're seeing an increase. There's a lot of sense of kind of people are not so sure about the way things are going these days. So to see an increase over the previous year, I would say is a very positive trend. You've got a little bit of demographic data here just to show you kind of who's falling into these various groups. We found that residents who are under the age of 50, those are ages 18 to 49, a little more positive than others. They were at 63% right direction. That's the circled number there on the right-hand side. And then also the folks who've been living in the city for less than 10 years, based on their own self-reported information, also a little more positive than people who'd been here a longer period of time. We asked for an open-ended question. Just tell us what's the most serious issue facing the residents of Dana Point that you'd like to see city government do something about. Number one by far was homelessness. 41% offered that. Now, these may not add up to 100 because people could offer more than one, but homelessness was the number one. It was also the only one that we saw a significant change over the previous year, 10 percentage points higher than 2017 when it was 31%. The other items on here are fairly similar to what we saw in the previous year: overdevelopment, reducing the number of sober living homes, traffic, redevelopment, et cetera. I would say also this is the issue in every city that we survey and statewide, whether you're talking about big communities, small communities, Southern California, Northern California, Central Valley. Homelessness is just the dominant issue almost everywhere we do our research. We also provided people with a list of issues and asked them to rate the seriousness of those issues. This one goes on to 2 slides, but this is the first one here. And the darker color here is extremely serious, and then you've got very serious moving on to somewhat serious, to not too serious and not a problem at all. Again, when we give people the list, number one, number of homeless people in Dana Point, 40% consider that to be an extremely serious problem. 65% with rounding consider it extremely or very serious. Again, everywhere we do these surveys, that's the number one issue. One that is a little more unique to your community, though, the amount of sober living facilities or halfway homes in Dana Point. 54% consider it extremely or very serious. And then a third one here, which also is more important in coastal communities. We find almost compared to lots of other places, pollution that flows into storm drains and empties into local coastal waters and onto local beaches. 51% consider that to be an extremely or very serious problem. From there, you'll notice there's nothing else where a majority of people would consider that issue to be an extremely or very serious problem. And one of the indications that people are fairly satisfied with life in your community. Things like the lack of affordable housing and traffic, we've got 37%, 24%. If I continue on to the next slide, issues like waste and inefficiency in city government, the amount of construction activity, short-term rentals, all these are significantly lower than some of the issues you saw on the previous page. And you've got relatively small percentages of people who consider those to be top issues or top problems that they want the city to do something about. Down near the bottom here, crime and the availability of public parking. I want to show you a little bit of the change in differences from 2017 to 2018. We've ranked these. This is that extremely and very serious problem put together. You see, just as we saw in the open-ended question, the number of homeless people in Dana Point was both number one and an increasing concern from 61 to 65%. Lack of affordable housing up a couple points. Several items had basically no change, and then and then a few where there was actually a decrease in the rating of seriousness, starting from the bottom up: amount of construction activity, short-term rentals, traffic on local streets and roads. But overall, you can see that when we've got a survey with a margin of error of 4 points, there's not huge differences here from 2017 to 2018. A pretty stable sense of what the top problems are. Okay, now we're going to talk about satisfaction with city government overall, as well as with individual city services. This question is, do you agree or disagree with the statement, the city is responsive to residents' needs? You see it in italics near the top of the slide. In 2017, you had good numbers, 53 to 32. Those numbers are getting better, 57 to 27. With the number who say they strongly agree in the dark blue at the top, nearly doubling from 11 to 19. So a nice positive trend there. We asked also about whether the city listens to residents when making important decisions. Also a little bit of an increase, but a little more stable, a little more divided on this question than the question of responsiveness. Here you see two different questions. These were new that we didn't ask last year. On the left-hand side, the city provides a consistent level of service. 3/4 of people agree with that statement compared to 15% who disagree. So nearly 5-to-1 ratio of agree to disagree, a nice strong number which shows people are satisfied with the services they're getting. And then on the right-hand side, put it in a little bit sort of harder terms, because now we're gonna start using the taxes word. And we say the services the city provides are a good value for the local taxes I pay. By 3-to-1, people agree with that. So another positive sign for the city. This was a question of how, just in general, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the job the city of Dana Point is doing to provide city services? You had very positive numbers in 2017. Those numbers are even better now. 80 to 17, with 37% very satisfied. I was asking around with folks in my office over the last few days if anyone could remember seeing better than 80 to 17, and no one could think of an example that was better than that. So that's something you guys can be proud of. We don't write down every single question for comparison, but we couldn't think of a time when we had a city that had a better overall satisfaction rating than this. We also got into lots of individual services, and we asked two different questions about them. This is a repeat from last year. First, how important are they? And next, you'll see how satisfied people are with those services. This is importance. The dark blue being extremely important, and then the light blue being very important. The top of the list, providing police services. Not terribly surprising, I would say. In most communities, police services are people's #1 priority, right? They want to be safe. It's a fundamental issue. The fact that maintaining storm drains to keep beaches clean is #2 was a bit of a surprise to me. And that's more unusual than what you see in other areas, and shows the priority that residents in Dana Point put particularly on beaches and the role of beaches in your community. Maintaining streets and roads, preparing the city for emergencies, responding to the number of homeless people in Dana Point, again, kind of form the top 5 there. I circled, it's a little hard to read, the extremely important on the homelessness issue is 49%, so that was almost tied with police services. It's a little bit further down on the rating, but the intensity on that one is pretty high. Continuing on with this question, a few other issues that are kind of the second tier here in terms of importance for your residents: maintaining public landscapes and parks, managing growth and development, as well as communicating with residents. And then you see another step down, for some other issues: school safety officers, traffic congestion, zoning regulations. All these are extremely or very important to more than half of your population, just not to the same level of intensity as the other issues that we just looked at. And then here's where we get to kind of the lower tier in terms of priority, where we find that you've got a little bit less than a majority, close to a majority, who say special events like holiday celebrations, cultural and performing arts, those are kind of lower tier issues, and that's also very common as we compare your results with other communities in terms of sort of the level of prioritization that people hold. In terms of change, see a little bit of a spread here from 2017 to 2018, preparing the city for emergencies being an increasing priority. I think we all are aware of kind of the level of emergency issues that people have had to deal with in California, and we're seeing that safety related to natural disasters and other kinds of emergencies increasing in most communities. Homelessness, again, was already near the top and moving up. And then if we look at kind of the flip side, the lower priority issues, providing adequate parking, cultural and performing arts, et cetera, kind of decreasing in importance from the previous year. This case, we're looking at the same list of services, but now we're comparing resident satisfaction with them. And the blue bars here are satisfied answers, and the orangey red ones are dissatisfied. So the services with which our residents are most satisfied, the way the city maintains public landscapes and parks, 88% say they're satisfied with that compared to just 9% who are dissatisfied. A very, very strong number. I mean, 88% is about as close to unanimous as you're going to get, as I'm sure you know from interacting with residents. There's always somebody who's not pleased with the way things are going, but to get 88% satisfaction is very, very positive. Same with maintaining streets and roads, 85%. And then I'm going to highlight providing police services because it was the #1 priority that we saw earlier. You've got 80% of people who say they're satisfied with the way the city does that. So you have a nice correlation there between people's top priority and the things that they feel like you're doing well. And then communication, also high, although you'll notice the intensity is a little bit lower. When we look at the dark blue, very satisfied. It's a little bit of a softer rating, but still very positive. And then in terms of areas where maybe there's a little bit of room for growth, we talked about the fact that the maintenance of storm drain issues was the #2 priority. It's a little bit further down the list in terms of satisfaction. Only 19% say they're very satisfied, 42 somewhat satisfied. Now that's also one that people just maybe a little less informed on, a little less engaged. They're less likely to kind of know the day-to-day of what's going on that issue than they would be on some others. But and that's you can see that the don't know is a little bit higher here, 15%. But you know, whereas you saw 80% on police, you're seeing 61 on storm drains. And then there's only 2 areas where we saw any sort of significant degree of dissatisfaction. The one at the top of this slide, managing growth and development, which is a contentious issue in every city in California and probably around the country, 56 to 33. So still a majority who say they're satisfied with the way the city's doing it, but you start to see the inkling of some dissatisfaction there, 1/3 of the people. And then down at the bottom, the one issue that's sort of the outlier in people's satisfaction is the way the city responds to the number of homeless people in Dana Point. 29% say they're satisfied, 60% say they're dissatisfied with that. So again, this is change in satisfaction. The biggest increase, well, first of all, before I look at the individuals, you might notice they're all positive. And all these other year-over-year comparisons, you saw some up, some down. In terms of satisfaction with specific services, everything is higher, which comes back to that point we saw earlier about general satisfaction being higher with the level of service. So that's a really, I would say, unusual thing to see in these surveys, that every single service has greater satisfaction than the year before. Usually people find something to be unhappy with. At the top of the list is communication, 13% higher than it was in 2017. Others that are high, or in terms of the increases, economic development. What's interesting is that homelessness here, while it's still the biggest source of dissatisfaction, there's at least some sense of progress or in the way the city's handling the issue. Still a long way to go, but progress. And then same with parking. If people are a little more satisfied with that, you see that the worry about it, the priority of that go down. Okay, well that one didn't quite come out the way we had it in mind, but let me see if this one works a little better. Not quite. Okay, so well, I'll come back to this in a minute, but the idea is that we're looking at comparison of satisfaction to importance for each of the same items. And the items that are in the upper right-hand corner are issues where there's both high satisfaction and high importance. So police services is among those. We talked about that. On the left-hand side, the upper corner is high satisfaction but lower importance. That's things like cultural arts programs that we noticed earlier. Bottom left is low satisfaction, low importance, nothing that we find in that category. On the right-hand side, you see that one item that looks like it's way off from everything else. That's responding to homelessness, right? This gives you a sense of how much of an outlier that is. Way high on importance, way to the right, but way low on satisfaction. And we can provide a better version of this that has actual codes so you can follow what each of these dots are. We moved the line over to show the median level of satisfaction and importance, but again, it's hard to follow without the actual letters that go with each of the dots. So we'll have to provide that another time. Okay, we got into some specifics on public safety and police services. And we saw that there was a great deal of satisfaction with police services. We also wanted to dig into some of the specifics there and see if we could find some nuances and help you with in terms of direction of how you want to allocate resources. So we asked people how safe they feel in various areas of the city during the day and then separately at night. So we often find that there's a distinction between those two times of day. And we see overwhelmingly that people feel safe around the city during the day, in their neighborhood, along the beach, at the local park, on side streets. These are really, really strong safety numbers, above 80% in all of them, 93-6 in one's own neighborhood, which typically is the most safe environment that people experience. But again, 93-6 is very, very good. At night, you start to see a little bit of a dip. Again, not unique to Dana Point. This is something that we see in nearly every survey. Obviously, intuitively, at night, people feel less safe than they do during the day. In particular, in areas along the beach, local parks, side streets, right? That's where you start to see a little bit of a divide here between people feeling safe and unsafe. We dug into the numbers a little bit and noticed that the biggest source of difference is by gender and by age. So that what you're seeing here is the percentage in blue, the percentages of people who say they feel safe at night in these areas. Okay, and if you look at the men on the left-hand side, the men 18 to 49, the men 50 plus, they're all pretty close to 2/3 or above, no matter where they are at night. The women, on the other hand, you've got about a 20, in some cases a 30-point difference between the way they feel and the way the men feel. In particular, if you look down at women ages 50 plus, the bottom right-hand corner pie chart on side streets off the main boulevards, 38% of women ages 50 plus say they feel safe at that time in that place, compared to 68% of the men ages 50 plus. So a little bit of context to help you think through how to approach this issue, but not something that I would say is unique to your community. This is a very common finding that age and gender drive people's sense of safety. We asked about individual priorities for public safety services and asked people to rate them in terms of how much money should be spent on them. They should be a high priority, a medium priority, a low priority, and we combined low with no. You shouldn't spend any money on that, which is almost, very few people tend to say that. And the top priorities were about 4 things that really stood out from everything else. DUI enforcement, monitoring parolees and probationers, special investigations including drug selling and use, and a homeless liaison officer. We're seeing around the state, I think the lieutenant mentioned state legislative changes. Issues related to parolees and probationers are very common all over the state. People feeling like there's an increase, particularly in property crime because of that, as well as drug use, which you see. It's the third item here, and then we've already talked about how important people feel homeless liaison or homeless issues are. The next tier here, summer beach patrol, park patrols, neighborhood watch. I've circled school safety officer because we did a split sample on that, where half the people heard school safety and half the people heard school resource officer, which you'll see on the following slide. And we find typically that most people in most communities don't really know what a school resource officer is, and that there's a public safety element to that. So we often recommend to our cities that we work with that they think about calling that a school safety officer, so people kind of understand the investment that you're making. So just to flag for that, school safety officer, 42% high priority. If I move up, school resource officer, 31% high priority. So about 11-point spread just based on that one change in language. I also want to point out one thing moving back a slide. Neighborhood watch which we heard discussion of earlier today. 70% considered that to be a high or medium priority. We also tested community-based policing, 30% and 38%. Subsequent to doing this survey, we did some focus groups on law enforcement in California around the state, and we asked people what they thought community-based policing meant, and they told us, almost everybody, that they thought that meant neighborhood watch. So the fact that those two numbers are very similar would sort of indicate that maybe that's an impression that people had about the term community-based policing in Dana Point, and in future years, you might want to think about how we talk about that in a way that people actually understand the depth of resources that go into community-based policing. You can see some of the lower priorities here as well: bicycle patrol, parking enforcement, the prescription drop-off box. So in terms of changes, the biggest change, Summer Beach Patrol, for whatever reason, went from 65 to 73 in terms of a high or medium priority for public safety spending in Dana Point. The prescription drop-off box, while it was the lowest item in terms of priority, was a little bit higher than it had been in previous years. And again, we talked about parking enforcement seeming to be a lower priority than in previous years citywide, and you get that indication here. We did ask about the additional funding. If the city had additional funding, do you need it? What would you use it for? We found that fewer than 4 in 10 people think the city has a need for additional funding, which is even lower than it was in 2017. People seem to be more and more satisfied with the way services are being provided. It's hard to make a case that you need more revenue at that point. You were kind of split, 46 to 40. If we tend to group these as great and some need versus little or no real need. And there's been a pretty significant move to even more people saying the city has a little or no real need for additional funding at this time. We asked in an open-ended way what the priorities would be for how to spend additional funding. So if you thought the city had a need for funding, how should they use it? Is another indicator right here addressing homelessness, number 1, 35%. And then more police presence, code enforcement, upgrading the city, cleaning up beaches and harbor, et cetera. Those were kind of the additional priorities. And we added here because one of the questions that often vexes cities is people say, okay, we want you to do something about homelessness, but they don't really tell you what they want you to do. They just want you to do something. And so this was an open-ended question. So we dug into all of these responses to try to find out, was there more sense of that people want the city to provide more support, housing, mental health services, et cetera? Is it more the attitude of law enforcement, get them out of here, just get them off the streets? And what we found when we looked at that 35%, the way it breaks down is 23% was just general address homelessness. There's a problem, you need to do something about it. 9% said there should be more supports provided, and 3% were more on the side of do what you need to do to get them off of the streets. Okay. We did look at these priorities year over year to see what differences there were. In general, there was I'm sorry, this was another question. This is the various services and what level of priority they are that are not public safety. Number 1 here is the sort of general maintaining the quality of existing services. Another indication that there's an increasing level of satisfaction. We had 45% of people who said it was a high priority, just maintain what we have last year. Now you're at 52%. Want you to maintain what you're doing in terms of a high priority. Streets and roads, parking. Streets and roads a little bit higher than parking. Recreation, but either passive or active in terms of priority levels. Okay, we added a new section this year that deals not so much with the specific services the city provides and more the way people feel about living in the city, the quality of life that they experience. And a couple of questions, again, in an agree-disagree sense. I'm proud to live in Dana Point. 92% agree with that statement compared to 5% who disagree. That's as close to unanimous as we could imagine on something like this and far above what we've seen in other areas when we ask this kind of question. Dana Point is a place I want to share with friends and family. Again, 92% agree with that statement, something I think that the city can be very proud of. Here are indicators of quality of life, and we're going to do kind of the same thing we did before. First, we look at their importance. Next, we looked at satisfaction. Number one, most important, feeling safe. So that kind of relates back to what we saw earlier in terms of police services, and a natural thing that would be that people's top priority when they think about what makes their quality of life in a community. Next, right below that, though, is having streets and sidewalks that are well maintained. So you can see that's got a really sort of beyond just the basics of I don't want to trip when I go down the sidewalk. That makes me feel like I have a good quality of life. Taking pride in their community, friendly neighbors. The next one that kind of looks like streets and sidewalks is streets and medians that are clean and looking good. That was a split sample, and you can see both of those fairly close to each other in terms of extreme importance. Getting around without too much traffic. This is kind of the next tier of aspects of life in terms of their priority ratings. Quiet neighborhoods, and one that I think is a little bit more maybe esoteric than the others, but feeling like your city has a community identity. 32% considered that to be extremely important, another 39% somewhat very important, excuse me. And then when you get to kind of the lower end of these, the least important for people was the availability of public transportation, where about 44% said that was either extremely or very important to them. Now we look at satisfaction, the other end of the scale. And as we saw earlier, streets and sidewalks are top priorities for people in terms of what's important to them, and they're right near the top of what they're satisfied with that you're doing. So that's a great indicator that, again, what their needs are and what you're doing are in alignment. Taking pride in their community, we saw earlier, overwhelmingly people take pride in Dana Point. I mean, just astonishingly positive numbers. Quiet neighborhoods, feeling like people like you are accepted in your local community. All these are 80%, almost to 90% satisfied across the board on some of these issues is I think, something that you could be very proud of. The next level here, things that people are satisfied with: friendliness of their neighbors, feeling safe, which you saw was the number one, right? We saw earlier there are some places where people are not so sure that they're feeling safe all the time, but in an overarching sense, 82% say they're satisfied with the way that they can feel safe in Dana Point. And then in this question, traffic and parking are the only ones that have satisfaction levels a little bit higher, dissatisfaction levels a little bit higher than anything else. That's 23% and 21% respectively. So still overwhelmingly positive, but you see some sense of dissatisfaction there. We asked a few questions about how the city communicates with residents. One of the things that we wanted to know is how active people are being in terms of expressing their opinions. We saw some questions earlier about responsiveness. And so we said, have you done anything in the last year, participated in any activities, expressed your opinion on issues in your community? 41% of people told us that they had done something to express their opinion on an issue, which is actually a fairly high number. 37% said they hadn't done anything. 11% said they weren't sure. We then followed up and said, what specific things have you done? And 27% of the people who said they had taken an action, 27% said they had attended a community meeting. Now they may have a different definition of community meeting than one sponsored by the city at City Hall, or an official meeting. That could be an informal meeting in someone's home or something like that to talk about issues. 26% contacted some sort of an elected official, a public agency, a nonprofit. 20% posted on social media. And a small number kind of organized people or took some more in-depth local action in their community. We asked people how attentive they are to issues in the community. We found a high level of consistency with the previous year. About 2/3 say that they're attentive to what's going on, either very or somewhat. Only 19% say they're very attentive to what's going on. We do often find that when people feel like things are going really well in the city, they're less inclined to feel like they have to watch every day and every hour what's going on. We also asked if they had if they'd been in contact with staff from the city. Nearly the same number as the previous year, which is something we would expect. A little less than 40%, 4 in 10, have had some contact with city staff in the last year. We asked them to rate those interactions, and these are extraordinarily positive reactions to the behavior of staff on 3 scales. Were they professional? Were they accessible? Were they helpful? In all cases, we're well above 85% in terms of very or somewhat. Nearly half of people saying that city staff was very professional or accessible, nearly 50% helpful, and a lot of consistency to the previous year, maybe even getting a little bit better overall. I'd say most times sort of local city staff don't always have the greatest reputation. They're considered for a variety of reasons. In your city, people seem to have very positive feelings about at least their own personal interactions with city staff. So in conclusion, just wrapping it all up, we found that Dana Point residents are extremely satisfied with life in the city, happy with the way the city provides most of its services, including the ones that are considered to be the highest priorities. Not very many changes in the ratings of services, but overall satisfaction's up across the board. You're thinking about budget priorities and issues to address moving forward. Clearly homelessness is the biggest concern, top priority for more resources. It's also sort of an undercurrent of concern about growth and development, storm drain maintenance, safety. Then you've got a bunch of people that are not so sure about what the city is doing in terms of preparing for emergencies, enforcing zoning rules, and your contributions to school safety. And then lastly, residents view the city as a safe community, but there are majorities of women in particular who feel unsafe at night in various areas of the city. Again, not an uncommon finding, but something for you to be aware of. You've got strong reviews for quality of life, particularly related to community connections and physical infrastructure. And then residents continue to have positive impressions of the level of information they get from the city, as well as their contact with city staff. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonnenfeld. Do you have any questions from council? I'm going to start with Mr. Federico.
One quick question on traffic and parking. It was one that was sort of low. Is that common that you see numbers like traffic and parking concerns in beach cities?
Yeah, that is a very common. Thank you for that question. It is very common up and down this part of Orange County, beach communities, Santa Barbara, where we've done surveys. Traffic and parking are pretty common as issues.
And thank you. And lastly, not so much a question, but I would like to thank and congratulate first to the residents who contribute to the running of our city and all the different civic organizations out there, but in particular our city staff. Our city staff is second to none, and they are a huge reason, the ones not just in this room, but who never come in this room, and the deputies and the firefighters who contribute to people's pride in this city. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I have one question. We've recently gone to districts. Mm-hmm. Is there a way to break down any of these numbers by district so we can see if there's any disparity? Like, I'm thinking people feeling safe. Are there particular areas of the city?
We'd be happy to provide that.
Oh, that would be useful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. McSort?
I don't have any questions. Sounds like we had a pretty good year.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
A couple things I just wanted to ask. So, in terms of wrong track, right? Mm-hmm. So it was essentially 75-25, more or less, across. So it's always somewhat concerning that 25% of your residents think you're going in the wrong direction, even if it's a smaller number. Mm-hmm. I know we couldn't drive the number to zero if we spent all of our budget on it, but what is a target number that's actually achievable in your view, with looking at surveys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a hard question because there's always going to be external events that are beyond your control that, the right direction, wrong track, people are kind of going to top of mind, whatever is they're thinking about. It may not be related even to city services or issues under your control. I'm trying to think of the sort of highest that I can recall. I can't remember anyone better than 75-25 with a low don't know. That's about as high as I can think of. So if you're shooting for A+ marks, that's about as good as you're going to get, I would say.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that's when we're looking at numbers and we need to baseline, you know, against something. So when you look at that and go, well, I don't know whether that's as near perfect if I can get, or if I could get it to, you know, 15, for example.
Right,
So,
right.
Thank you. Second one on homelessness. There's an interesting piece of data I tried to sort out here. So 41%. I mean, clearly it is the highest priority of us to figure out what to do about.
Yeah.
Right? And as you said, not unique to us. But understanding what it is about it that raises the level of concern would be helpful in terms of how to address it. As you and you did give us a drill down, which helped somewhat. If I would have guessed before looking at the survey, I would have thought the primary impact was on the feeling of public safety. That the homeless made people feel unsafe in various areas. But the rest of the numbers in the survey don't support that necessarily, or at least it didn't seem to me that they supported that. So I can't tell whether what the primary cause, what raises that level of concern to that high. Do you have from, and you said this comes up everywhere, but have you gotten any feedback anywhere that sort of begins to drill down on that next level? I mean, we got 23. The bulk of that said general. That is
right. That means that, right. So they said in terms of how they want you to address it, they want you to address it.
Yeah, right.
And we often find that the greatest level of consensus is at that high level of thinking of they want you to do something. And once you get to start thinking about what to do and put actual proposals on the table, then you start to see a little less consensus on how to do it, because some people don't want you to do this and some people don't want you to do that. We see in general the sense of a really two tracks that move together. One is a humanitarian concern and feeling like people feel bad and they feel troubled when they see people who are living on the streets, living in tents, living in their cars, young families, older people. They feel bad and they want to help, but they also, and they feel powerless. They feel like they themselves as individuals can't do anything about it. You do also see a safety concern, and it's hard to say that there's always a consistency, that in every community there's there's a little more of this and a little more of that. It really does vary from place to place. The thing that's consistent is that there is some of both, that there's concern about safety. I would not be surprised if some of the numbers that I showed you in terms of safety, particularly feelings of safety among women in various areas at night, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a homelessness element to that, but it's not something that we followed up on, so that's conjecture.
Yeah, that's an area where it'd be interesting. I also worry, of course, or try to figure out when homelessness, when it's as it has certainly in many places got totally out of control. When you try to see what we see on the news from LA or Santa Ana or Anaheim or other areas of the state, and the worry is that if we don't stay on top of it, we could have that same level of being somewhat overrun with it. So I can't tell how much is local or how much is concern of what will happen. So
there is generally speaking on most issues a fair amount of sort of bleed over with city lines. People don't, people drive home from work. They remember seeing someone who was homeless by the side of the road, and they don't necessarily remember which side of the Dana Point city boundaries were they on. Were they in the city or were they out of the city? It's part of their life. So that is one of the things when you talk about kind of the impact in other areas, it does have a bleed over effect.
Yeah. So one of those, as we work forward, we'll have to look at trying to get more drilled down, in terms of what can be done and what has the most value. So,
yeah.
Thank you. Park safety at night. So we're sort of at 53% more or less, right? So it drops from the day.
Right.
Again, what I'm looking for is nighttime is always. Maybe you can put the number of lights in Las Vegas to deal with it, but we probably won't do that. But without overdoing the lights, is there a number there that we should look at to say, you know, you should be able to get it to 65% or some number? Do you have any sense for that?
That's a little harder for me to kind of pull out from my memory, but it's something we can look at and get back with the city manager of kind of, here's some of the high water marks that we're seeing in terms of that question.
Yeah. We have sections of parks that connect our resorts and hotels to the, you know, for example, the harbor or other parts of town, for example, where being able to transit through them, at least at nighttime, which I think is important. So I want to make sure that we look at how and what could be done there. So just trying to understand that one better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I want to echo Councilmember Federico. I want to compliment our staff, especially our police services. Thank you so much for what you do. Our staff is really responsible for a lot of what the increases you see here. They're unbelievable at what they do in working with our community. You know, the council has done some things over the last couple of years to give more tools to the police services so they can go ahead and deal with some of these issues. One of the questions I have, though, is I'm looking at the parking number. And that's something that's been a hot issue in the city for a couple of years. And the thing that concerns me a little bit is in your open-ended question, 6% of the people said parking was an issue. Is that something that you see? And when you give I don't want to call it a leading question, but it is when you start asking directly about parking, it seems to be somewhat more of an issue for them, but it's not something that's really on.
I think what you're getting is sort of the sort of order of impact or order of magnitude thinking. Homelessness is just so much more important and top of mind in the way that it affects people's thinking, that it's taking up a big part of that open-ended response.
Okay.
In parking, while it's important, just is not quite raising to that level. I think when we looked at it, it's still, an important issue. It's not that people don't care. It's
Right.
just,
That was kind of what I was getting to. If you look deeper into the survey, it is an issue.
Right. It could also be, frankly, people are pretty happy with the way everything else is going for the most part. And what comes to you, it may be where it might not be the most important issue in their life, but it's the most important issue that they feel like needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And that could be where you're experiencing that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. One more round. Anybody? Anything else? All right. Well,
thank you,
Mr. Sonnenschein. Thank you so much for your report. Very well done. Very detailed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That moves us
Mr. Mayor,
on.
we'll get that presentation put up on our website, and I just did want to add my thanks to FM3. As I mentioned, this is our second community survey with FM3. They are really outstanding to work with, and I appreciate Adam and John Fairbank, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, who did our last community survey, for their insight and assistance in putting these together. They're really an outstanding team.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to item 16, the long-term financial plan budget priorities workshop, facilities and parks. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is workshop number 1 under our new operating budget policy, and we're getting started much earlier than we ever have before, and probably much earlier than any other city in California. And Mike has a brief slide deck for you, and then hopefully that can generate some discussion at your council that we can take away from. So, Mike?
Thank you, Mark. You should each also have a copy of this PowerPoint, if we can get the next slide. Just to kind of recap really quickly, in the adoption of the last budget, 4 of you will recall there's a page for our facilities fund where we put together a laundry list of what staff knew to be deferred maintenance items. At the time, we did not ask for budget authority, but we did list various assets that the city owns between City Hall, Community Center, the PCH Bridge, so on and so forth, and some pretty high-level back-of-the-napkin guesses at what funding might be needed, and we wanted to engage the council in talking about moving forward with actually addressing our deferred maintenance needs. So the council did direct that a comprehensive facility assessment be performed. We did contract with a firm by the name of Alpha to help us with that. We also concurrent with that, went out and took a look at various facilities management programs, computerized maintenance systems. And as we were finishing with the survey, if you will, of all of our facilities, we also started building the data into our new management system that would eventually, and we're still building it out, produce budgets and eventually preventive maintenance planning for maintenance staff and contract staff to take care of all of our facilities. The council also took a bold step following that to provide $2 million into the facilities fund. If I can get the next slide. One of the things that didn't come out in that initial budget discussion was also, as we were learning what the new software program had, we wanted to put, staff decided we want to put everything we own in there. So we also, staff went about surveying all of our parks facilities, and we're in the process of getting all that information into that computer system as well. Last fiscal year, the council took a hard run at adopting or developing and adopting new financial policies. One of those policies that the council did adopt in June was a facilities management policy. The council also took action to repurpose one of our management positions into a professional facilities manager. We finally got that person hired about 2 months ago, so he's getting his feet wet and digging into the studies that have been done in learning the new software program, but also putting his own eyes and hands on our facilities to see how best to prioritize what needs to be done. In September of this year, before this new manager was hired, our then general services staff did bring a list of projects to discuss with the council's capital subcommittee. So that discussion did take place in September, and it's a summary of that is attached in supporting document A. I can go to the next slide. The study, going back to that study that the council directed and staff commissioned, it is based on a Professional Building Owners and Managers Association standards. It did identify all of our facilities and, more importantly, or as important, all the major components from all of the electrical systems, plumbing, HVACs, the finishes, the roofs, and everything else. It did assess conditions, put together some estimated costs to repair, and then also went through a process to try and prioritize those. And it was based on, again, those standards, but also staff input. I know our Public Works staff for years has worked on implementing various Americans with Disability Act projects and incorporating what we know from those into this project, but also just our input that goes to facility use. And there's prioritizations in this process that take a look at if a system fails, does it take the building down or make it unusable? So the prioritization is quite a bit iterative, and honestly, with our new professional manager, we're also still going through those iterations. Next slide. So again, he's going through those that priority list. We are looking to identify if we've missed anything on the list, and I know I've been monitoring social media the last couple days, and we see that some folks have been putting on their own ideas, from new basketball courts to skate parks and so on and so forth. The facilities assessment that was done was really looking at our existing facilities, and the policy the council adopted was, in a nutshell, take care of what we have and then talk about what to build new. And in the whole scheme of things, how can we pay for everything? But first, take care of what we already own. So at this point in time, we are still implementing that new software program. Mark Stahl, our new facilities manager, is still taking a look at all of our facilities. But this is not the last opportunity, but just kind of the start with the council and the public to talk about a little bit about hopes and dreams. And with that, I don't know if Mark has any following comments, or Matt Sanacori also was very helpful in putting this together.
Thank you, Mr. Killebrew. Nothing else other than we look forward to the council's discussion.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I have a few items that I would like to bring up that would be new to the FIF, and I can just throw those out there if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, and if we want to put them on or discuss them or whatever else. It's just a short list. You want me to do that?
That's what we're here to do.
All right. It's a workshop. So first, I'd like to address skate park. I'm aware that the city of San Juan Capistrano has gone so far as to identify a site for a skate park. So I would just like to ask the city manager, Mr. Denny, if you could maybe reach out to City of San Juan Capistrano's city manager and see if there's some way that we could maybe partner there, because I know there have been location issues here in the past, and this might be a great way to partner. On parks,
can I respond to that just real quickly? I have actually spoken with Sergio Farias over in San Juan about this, and I'm not sure where they are in the city longer. What they were looking, their issue was not that they could build it. They had the money to do that. It's the maintenance side of it. So maybe that's the discussion we talk about, if there's ongoing maintenance, something we can do in there. So, good. Thanks.
Absolutely agreed, and that partnership would probably be maybe, I don't know how complicated, but a long-term partnership to certainly include maintenance. Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. On parks, I know the council were given an item with some very specific issues from one of the residents on parks, and I've heard from some other residents on parks, and I think would not like to speak specifically about parks, and Mr. Killebrew said we're going through all the parks, a full park condition assessment, and I think that when it's done kind of covers it on parks. Is that true, a true statement?
Yes, we've actually gone through all of the parks, and we're working on building some of those projects into the system, but that's looking at our existing infrastructure, I think from sidewalks to the few parks that do have restrooms, playgrounds, lighting systems, and so forth, but not about new amenities, I guess.
The only thing I would add to that is one of the projects our Arts and Culture Commission has been working on for the last year is doing their own assessment of each one of our parks facilities for the purposes of ultimately making recommendation for arts and parks. So we have art objects in some of our parks, but not all of our parks. So they were taking a look at every single facility, and they'll come forward with some recommendations about specific parks, specific locations, themes, that sort of thing. And they'll prioritize those and then bring those forward at some point, hopefully in time for the council's consideration in this next budget. And those would be new additional items that you could consider should you wish to.
Okay, and I don't want this to bleed over into park maintenance. I understand this is capital improvement. One thing I will add specifically on parks is park signage. You notice our parks, every one of them has a different looking sign in different various states of disrepair, and I'm not sure that is maintenance. That's probably capital improvement. Okay, two more items. I noticed on the in the staff report, the PCH bridge is listed along with a number of other items that don't have any sort of assessment or prioritization with them. Is that the PCH bridge over San Juan Creek? Is it the
Denny's?
That's the new bridge by Doheny and our new linear park that's getting built.
Okay, I understand. Anyway, just a number of them there that don't have any prioritization. Is that because we haven't gotten to look at those yet, or they?
Let me go through. There's a pedestrian bridge down in Capistrano Beach that the county is working on currently. That's not a City of Dana Point bridge. And then as far as vehicle bridges, there are engineering reports that are done every few years, assessments on them. I don't know if Matt wants to provide anything regarding those.
Yeah, actually, good evening, Council. Actually, Caltrans does inspections of our vehicle bridges for us every year. If you can believe it, we need to do more construction work out there in the next 2 years on the Stonehill Bridge over San Juan Creek because it needs a coating on it. So that'd be an example of something we are prioritizing with other projects. So I don't know if that answers the question, but hopefully.
I'm good. PCH Bridge is on there. There's no prioritization. There's no dollar amount associated with it anywhere in the.
Actually, there is a priority one project for the span floor resurfacing, and I believe we've already completed that project. That's why the checkbox is on there, Matt. Is that we've not completed that project yet? Okay, we did some other work recently to the grates, just not the span.
Yeah, we recently painted a bunch of things on the bridge and recoated some railings up there that were starting to rust. So we're trying to stay ahead of it, but there is some additional work that's still needed.
So that span floor resurfacing of the PCH Bridge is listed as a priority one project because it should happen sooner rather than later. But there aren't any priority 2 or 3 projects identified yet for the PCH Bridge. Stay tuned.
I see. So we kept it on the priority 2 and priority 3 list, even though we had nothing there that we found that was priority 2 or 3. Okay,
because it's one of our facilities.
Yep. For everyone else who's looking at this thing, got it. We found a priority 1. We're working on it. Nothing else for now. And then lastly, I would like to a new item is the Del Obispo corridor. I'll call it medians and above ground utilities. Del Obispo is probably one of the few, if not the only, major artery into the city that doesn't have median. Where it meets San Juan Capistrano, and it still has above ground utilities as well as Stonehill going up the hill. These are going to be probably long range, Mr. Sinacore. I understand that, but register the requirement now and find the money if we can. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. Above ground utilities, one of my loves and pet projects, so I would love to talk to you and see what we can do about putting money aside as a long-term project, but I know Lantern has a lot of utilities that require undergrounding. On the parks, now I noticed we did get an agenda item from a resident, and I wanted to know if this list of parks, is this complete? Because Pines Park, Gazebo Park, Calle Paloma Park, not on here, and Sunset Park basically is just some plumbing, some electrical, interior finishes, and they're noting that playground equipment, things like that. So are we still going through the parks, or is this a complete list?
All of the parks are being assessed. All of the work that would need to be done, a lot of it will fall under maintenance and not under a capital program necessarily. But every park playground, those with pour and play, the rubberized surfaces, the sidewalk systems, everything's being looked at.
Okay.
And I don't know if you recall, but last year we came and actually asked for I think $75,000 or $80,000 to redo sidewalks at Sea Terrace Park. That had lifted from tree roots and so forth. It was more of a safety issue, but we look at all of those, and just depending on the scope of the project, whether or not it falls under normal maintenance or actually goes into a capital project.
And some of the projects identified by Ms. Nelson in her note, particularly Sunset Park, a couple of those are listed in this list. A bunch of this work would be considered general maintenance work, and so it wouldn't reach the level of a CIP project. And then there are other truly CIP projects that she's suggesting here that this is the purpose of this hearing, for this council to decide whether or not they want us to look at pursuing those projects.
Yeah, I did see Sunset Park. I didn't see some of these other parks. So is this list, this is maintenance and capital improvement, or just maintenance?
These are major maintenance and capital projects.
Okay, so it's a combo.
These aren't, general painting and general day-to-day maintenance. These are major maintenance projects that will likely require a separate scope of work, separate contract, that sort of thing.
So, like, I noticed she has Pines Park, Gazebo Park, Calle Paloma Park. Those are parks that we haven't gotten to, or we don't feel that there's anything that needs to be done?
Well, again, she's recommending specific large-scale capital projects for a number of those parks.
Right.
A entire multi-million-dollar development of Pines Park, a multi-$100,000 bathroom at Pines Park, a play set at Calle Paloma, which will be in the tens of thousands of dollars. those are some large-scale capital projects for which we would need direction from council if you wanted to pursue those. However, power washing walkways is general maintenance activity that you wouldn't see on the list before you tonight.
Okay.
That's just work that the staff does on a regular basis, especially with Matt's new power washing trailer that he just obtained. That he's very proud of, by the way.
That
Yes, I
pressure
can see
washing
that.
trailer is awesome. Let us know where you need pressure washing. We're ready.
All right, so I take away from that, though, that we're still looking. Okay. And we do have a capital improvement subcommittee. So I know we met and we went through a lot of these parks. Is there, are there other capital improvements that you're working on that's different from this list that the subcommittee can meet and talk about those issues? Or
Yes.
okay,
The road program specifically.
Okay.
And Matt and his staff are just about ready for that presentation. And we consider that separately, mainly because it's managed out of a different department, but also because we receive specific funding from a variety of sources specific to maintaining our road system. And so Matt has a active program and a 7-year projection for that he is almost ready to present.
okay. And then following up on Councilmember Federico's underground utilities, how do we get that started? I know it's a long-term, expensive project, but where do we go with that? How do we start that? It's not power washing, though.
I'm not sure why Mr. Killeber is looking at
I
me,
know, he's looking.
since he has all the money, but
Well, let me just say that the city council already has a policy, and if the city council wants to review that policy, we could certainly schedule an agenda item where Matt or his staff could present on the work that got done a number of years ago, as well as the priorities that got set a number of years ago, the projects that got completed as a result, and the status of the 2A funds. And there may be some changes we are hearing anecdotally about those funds, I think probably given what's happening with utility agencies. And so certainly if it's the council's desire, we could schedule a discussion about that and also give you some thoughts about how to move forward should the city want to further engage in that. The city's position has been use those 2A funds when you collect enough of them to make a difference, but also facilitate where neighborhoods want to tax themselves to be able to do it. And we have put together materials and information to educate folks about how they can do that. So we can make a presentation to council about how that all works.
Okay, so we just agendize that and we can go through that process.
And if it's the council's desire tonight, I can start working with Matt to schedule that.
I would like that. Yeah, of course.
And just to clarify my own point, I am familiar with the policy, and I was not talking about residential neighborhoods, but the main arterials. Just for the point that I brought up, not to change any future discussion, but I'm aware of the challenges in residential neighborhoods.
So we could have a comprehensive discussion of both residential and commercial and thoroughfares. Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Vixor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments, and I'll do it through question and answer, so I like talking to Mr. Killebrew. He gives a list here of the various projects for the Facilities Improvement Fund, and some of these might just be clarifying questions. How did you generate this list?
With city staff's assistance, the consultant, they identified all of our physical assets. They identified the component systems for those assets. And then they did it's multi-pronged, if you will. They did an assessment on what they thought it would cost, but also going forward for projection purposes, they used building industry standards to help put together how much they thought we might need to be investing each year going out to maintain our assets, including up to and including an eventual replacement if we had to replace either component parts or the overall asset. So it's,
And it's
again,
due to
it's
our-
iterative and we're still going through it.
Okay, so our new emphasis on addressing the deferred maintenance, you're putting together this list and you're trying to prioritize it for us. So when you bring it back, we can have a discussion of, I mean, obviously it would be great if we could do it all. You give me this list,
Yeah.
Let's do it all, but you put the price tag on the end of it, then we're going to have to start making decisions as to what we can and can't do. So, so first of all, this wasn't generated by any council member. This was the staff telling us what needs maintenance.
There was been no council member involvement until now.
Right. Okay. And so when you start classifying things as priority 1, 2, and 3, and ultimately that'll have to be our decision as to, you know, what we want, what we can fund, what we want to fund. But for right now, I just want to understand how the list was put together. I know that it wasn't just randomly put together. I know there were some factors, and so I just want to make sure that those factors are the same that I had in mind and that the other council members had in mind. Obviously, you know, I would think that we would prioritize certain projects that might have a health or safety hazard as opposed to those that are just beautification, which might go lower. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how you prioritize this.
100%. There was actually a bullet on the slide that I didn't spend enough time on. In prioritizing the projects, and it's really high, medium, and low. We called it high being a priority 1, 2, and 3, so on. The assessment results did incorporate or assume what the potential impact would be for a failure in really rendering the facility unusable. And part of that also goes to, you know, I'll call it fire life safety issues. So electrical, degraded electrical systems obviously raised to the top. And then again, we factored in Americans with Disabilities Act issues, so ingress, egress issues. Staff input had a big part of this, but also just looking at, you know, we take into account how many people are using the facility. So we've got restrooms in 2 different parks, and one of them, Creekside Park, is really heavily used versus Sea Canyon Park over here that may not be as well used, even though one is a lot newer than the other. Would the actual how much it's being used would also factor into it a little bit. So there's a lot of different, and again, it's iterative. Part of it is gut instinct by those that are doing the study, but fire life safety is definitely a factor in these.
Okay. Yeah, and so when it's brought back, you know, I like to know that because we're going to have to make that decision. So I knew that was in there, but I just want to make that clear to everyone that that's how these are getting prioritized. So, and as we sit here tonight, I mean, you're not looking for the council to identify deferred maintenance. You're actually asking for new projects, wish list type things, we've had some tonight already put forward. So again, when the time comes for us to decide, we're going to have to make a decision. Do we do all the deferred maintenance before we start doing anything new, or do we do some of the deferred maintenance, do some new things? So I'd like to, what would be helpful to me is when it comes back, if you're going to bring us a list back with whatever we're adding to it, if you can make sure that it's clear which are deferred maintenance, which are new projects, and that would be helpful to me and perhaps helpful to the rest of the council. So thank you. That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
So I have just a clarifying point from Councilmember Vic Zorik's comment there. So first of all, I'm glad the asset management and the software and tools are getting in place for us to be able to actually track and address this. It's so useful to now stay on top of, you know, where we are and look at it out in the plan. But Councilmember Vic Zorik referred to deferred maintenance. I think there's deferred maintenance, meaning that we should have done in the past by a schedule and didn't fund and do, and then there's ongoing maintenance, meaning what needs to be done currently. And we're trying to catch up on the deferred maintenance and do the current maintenance, and the two together, add a bit to the burden. But I think they're my understanding is those are two separate. I mean, they're all maintenance, but they're and can get rolled together. But
the plan is if we could get every project done and we had the money today for all the deferred maintenance, we would certainly want to get it done, and then move into a preventive maintenance mode and eventual regular replacement schedules. The reality is we can't get all the projects done. But those that we do get done, they will then go into preventive maintenance scheduling, like new HVAC units are now getting regularly serviced, where the older systems that we had before we replaced them, it was a lot along the lines of when it breaks, you hire a repairman to come in and get it running again, which if you look at our regular maintenance budgets, they are higher than what I would expect them to be when we get done with the all of this deferred maintenance work and get into a preventive maintenance routine.
Yeah.
But there might also be some additional cost just from getting into preventive maintenance. So it's working it out. I know, like, we had some roof work done at the community center with some pieces. We ended up with some clogged drains last month, and we got some flooding into the community center facility. And I turned to our new facilities manager, who'd been here a couple of weeks, and I said, is it on the preventive maintenance schedule to get the drains cleared? And he says it is now. So we're kind of learning and implementing this as we go, but we want to fix what we have and get it on a preventive maintenance schedule, so we're not fighting fires all the time like we do.
Yeah, it'll be much more cost effective to maintain it in a preventive maintenance mode once we can get there. So thank you. So my next issue here is just to understand a little bit. We had a similar discussion to this one a couple of months ago when we first started looking at the list of CIP, and during the discussion at the meeting, we decided to form a CIP subcommittee for the very purpose of looking forward. So to get us beyond, okay, what are the issues that we need to do to make sure that the facilities and assets we have are maintained, but it doesn't start to give us that vision of what kinds of things should we be looking at going forward. My question here is basically, as we work through this workshop and where we're going, will we continue with that subcommittee? Will we take a different approach? They seem to have somewhat overlapping needs, so we should just sort through what we want to do there. Maybe as a council or staff, I don't know. Even maybe we should just ask first of all, Mr. Denny, what his thoughts are, and maybe we should talk among ourselves about what our thoughts are and the best way to get these lists to include our hopes and dreams, if you will.
Well, thank you. The first thought was to have these workshops, and we now have a schedule of them on our operating budget policy, and they're scheduled throughout the rest of this fiscal year. The CIP subcommittee did meet once. Their second meeting was canceled. We had the unfortunate occurrence of Mr. Rose leaving us, and so that has challenged us as well. We are almost ready on the road program should they want to continue to meet. And it's really a council decision on whether or not you want to do that. And regardless, we're going to still come back to council via these workshops to continue this dialogue going forward. The purpose for tonight was that, these are essentially the major projects we're going to be looking at for the next 2 years in the next 2-year budget for facilities and parks. The council has set aside some funding for the deferred maintenance. And so what we need to do is prioritize the projects based on urgent need in order to then utilize that funding. However, as a part of this process, we now build a long-term financial plan, which is a 5-year document that goes 3 years beyond our next 2-year budget cycle. So now is the opportunity, if council said, this all looks really good and see what you can do to get these projects done in the next 2-year budget, but as you look at years 3, 4, and 5, we want you to start looking at these new things that are not on this list. That's the purpose of tonight and your discussion amongst the 5 of you is, are there things that, are in your minds that you want us to start working on in terms of developing scope, developing order of magnitude costs, and developing potential programming and scheduling, so that in a future discussion we can come back, bring that information to you, and your council can make a decision about whether or not you want to pursue that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So let me just ask my fellow council members here, I guess in fact the 2 maybe to start with that make up the CIP subcommittee, what your thoughts are on, after the meeting you've had and so forth, how we should proceed.
Go ahead.
Well, I would like to see a subcommittee continue to meet so we can have the interaction with Mr. Killebrew and kind of drill these things down, and then talk about what we see as through the strategic plan, through that lens of the strategic plan, what kind of hopes and dreams we have, so that we have some mechanism to start the process versus coming here and having 5 people try to have that conversation, in here one night and spend time doing that. Perhaps if we have 2 people who can sit down with residents, meet with residents, and meet with the city, we can bring something and cull it down so that we can make some progress. That's my thoughts.
Okay, I have a little different perspective on this, and it's not much different from what you're talking about. And I talked about this when we first talked about creating the CIP ad hoc. I think it's important that all 5 of us have the conversation about what the hopes and dreams are. I don't think it's appropriate for 2 members to get together and say, this is what we think they are, and these are the only ones we're going to discuss when we bring it back to council. Now, after we have our hopes and dreams discussion, that's when I think the CIP should go back with staff and start talking about, okay, how feasible are these? Can we fund them? Where should they be on the priority list based on available funds and other projects that are high priority projects? Not that these won't be, but high priority maintenance, like life and safety issues that we have to set aside for. So I see it happening a little bit differently. I think these workshops are important. We could go out and talk to residents on our own before that, or we could do it as the committee can do that in parallel with this. But I think the 5 of us need to have these conversations, because quite frankly, I don't know that I would ever talk about a skate park. I'm not sure you would have ever talked about a skate park, but that's something that's obviously important to Councilmember Federico. And if it's just the ad hoc committee, that doesn't come up, and then we get here, and so part of what we should be talking about has not even been considered. So I think it's a good idea, but I think the workshop should drive what the CIP ad hoc is actually discussing.
Yeah, I could see that. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I'm going to hold my comments until after
I have more comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. All right. So I guess the council needs to have a discussion. Is that how we're going to proceed with the ad hoc, or?
Well, yeah. So
how's it gonna work?
I guess my input on that feedback, I thought that was a good idea. I mean, I think ultimately we have public input tonight that we haven't really had a chance to digest, right? That came in through letters and others, and if we do this right, we'll get more, and it can come into any one of us in the council, or maybe it can be handed off to the subcommittee. We have input, we'll give you tonight and whatever. So using the workshop to gather a set of additional inputs to crank into there, and then sitting down and working on further refining those things seems, that seems very worthwhile. So I would, with that, certainly, in my view, be in favor of continuing to having the subcommittee or ad hoc committee or whatever meet. So I just thought I would bring it up. So I don't know if we need to do any more. It exists and it will meet unless we decided to kill it. And I didn't hear. I heard at least 3 people up here saying they weren't going to do that. So we probably don't need to take more action on that. I would gather.
Okay.
Okay. Then I want to get my hopes and dreams on the on the list too. Okay. And some questions. So one of my favorite topics that is one of those that's sort of difficult to figure out when and how to address is Doheny Village connectivity. I continue to believe that between the railroad tracks, the freeway extension, and the creek, it gets cut off from being able to readily connect easily to the rest to the beach, which it sets only a very short distance from. And even in other plans I've seen bridging it to the community center, which if you took Victoria Street and could extend it across the creek would connect right there. So those ideas have come up. But if you further made it connection friendly by pedestrian and bicycle traffic, it would change what could be done there in the nature. It's been up for discussion a number of times. It never really looks at, can we put a hope and dream on there that somehow we might address that. So that's one of my things that's sort of been a pet idea of mine that I have. I want to keep work on and get it on the list and figure out what it would take and what might be done and keep that discussion going.
Can I jump in there?
You can.
The reason I want to jump in here is being on OCTA, we actually had a meeting scheduled with the CEO to come down and tour the area down there to start talking about a railroad underpass to connect us over to the beach. Unfortunately, with all this weather and it's going to be pretty muddy, so we're going to reschedule that, and we'll let you know what happens out of that. But that is something that is very much on the radar.
Yeah, so that would be my thought about how to connect it, but I will let the experts decide what connectivity, but I just think that needs to be, I think it's a really important thing for us to look at in a city. Parking, the city doesn't really have public parking as part of their infrastructure view of the world. I mean, when we had the parking study done and reviewed recently, the professor came down and talked about parking management, but he showed a major surprise that we didn't actually own any parking that we could manage. We have street parking and we rent some spaces here and there for periods of time that are a little bit more scattered than what's practical to manage. It seems that when we put together a general plan, which and land use and all the other things that we worry about, can we deal with the traffic to get to it, and we worry about sewers and power and water and all the infrastructure that it takes to support the general plan's implementation. But somehow we miss parking, and I think it's historical in that generally we required buildings to park themselves. And so the street parking was sort of the overflow a bit, if you will. But as you get more density, then the need for shared parking, which shows up in the town center plan and others, becomes a necessity. Not buildings, especially when you have small lots and you're trying to build walkable communities and whatever, the idea that you're going to make each building park itself has been a source of discussion here, and it's not practical. We have in lieu fees identified and whatever, but without a plan for using those in lieu fees to implement parking, then the in lieu fees don't really contribute. So I think we should start to lay out that the need to park integrated with the need to traffic, because you can't separate the two. It depends on how, and the events and others need to, and how we park our events, needs to be on our radar to say, what's the city's role? What's the plan that we see that would support? If we fully implemented the general plan, where would the parking fit in, and where does the city's role place? I think that we ought to at least keep it on our capital project as something we need to know what we are planning to do about it. So, I want to jump way off the CIP view of the world for a moment and talk about technology infrastructure as a capital improvement asset. The need to start to put assets, infrastructure together that deals with smart cities is still a few years away before the requirements there. But infrastructure doesn't get built out very quickly, and technology that controls everything from our traffic signals to our police security infrastructure to potentially our parking and our lighting and other things is now being introduced and tested in various cities, and it's on many cities' road maps. I don't want to sit at the bleeding edge of that. But I do want to start to recognize that smart city technology infrastructure 15 years from now will be essential, 10 years from now maybe, and parts of it will, and as we acquire and work on things, they ought to be able to do it against the plan where you know that you're acquiring things that are consistent with where you're trying to go. So we need to put on our planning and investment, understanding that technology infrastructure will be a city requirement at some point in time. And at that point in time is well within the horizon of our plan, actually. So we should start to think about it. Anyway, I think that ought to show up on the plan, and we ought to start figuring out how we will address it. One we talked about a little bit tonight is, again, it's probably investment, lighted walkways through our parks. We have parks that connect. I can take the easiest example from the Marriott to the harbor through Lantern Bay Park. There's an obvious walkway to walk out of there and walk down the steps and across the street to the park. If you want to do that at midnight, it's less friendly than if you want to do it in the middle of the afternoon, but it shouldn't be that much less friendly. But not to transit, okay? I'm sure that the people coming back from the Marriott aren't going to go a long way around walking because the parks closed. So to transit through the parks, I think, and from town center to the harbor and other places are things that we should look at where we have these major needs for our residents and our visitors to go through at night and make sure that they are well lit and feel safe on the process. I think that ought to get on the list. I just made a note of this, but the comment earlier about the energy initiative, community, that by 2050 there is a requirement that cities provide all of their own energy via clean energy. That's not that far away in terms of planning and starting to figure out how that all happens. We haven't got it on our radar in terms of what that means to us. I can't say that I know what it means, but if it means that I need to do something, I think we should at least keep things like that on our radar screen. Those are the key things I want to add. I would like, anyway, I'll leave it at that. So, Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt. I'm going to withhold mine until after public comments if we have any.
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I'll bring it back. Anybody else have anything else?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I agree with your taking this down to the committee or ad hoc committee or subcommittee, and you all working through recommendations for the council for what the priorities for these should be, realizing some of them are not going to make the cut. I agree with Mr. Vixoric that maintenance has to come before new projects. And then if we do agree to a new project, we need a program in the maintenance for that looking ahead. So I think this is the right track.
Yeah, I think there's all kinds of great ideas here. I just don't want us to kind of get lost in everybody's throwing out ideas, but how do we organize these ideas so that staff can start putting this together? I feel like, oh, I wasn't really prepared for that. Let me think, So what's the process for us to bring all our ideas to council so that we can discuss it with staff, agree on what is going to be our 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and then the ad hoc committee can meet?
Well, I'll try to answer that best I can. Right now, tonight is kind of our hopes and dreams night, right? This is what things we'd want to see. February 5th, we have a strategic planning workshop. And I think that's where we're going to drill down into, okay, let's prioritize these. How are we going to do this? Let's ask more questions of staff. Now they kind of know what we're looking at and they can be a little bit better prepared. I'm not asking for financial numbers on this by the 5th. I mean, that's something that we'll put the work in on that after we identify what our priorities are as a council, and we'll prioritize those that night, or I guess we could try to do it tonight, but I'm not sure anybody's really prepared to prioritize these tonight. But I think that's where it's going to happen, at the strategic planning workshop in February.
And then are we each bringing all of our hope dream ideas to February 5th? Is that kind of our drop dead date for that?
I'm not sure there's ever a drop dead date because hopes and dreams are going to change constantly, I think. But I would think we need to have a limited number of what we want. I don't think we should all show up with 10 different hopes and dreams, because I'm not sure if we put 50 of them on there, how are we going to prioritize those, give those to staff, have them start working on 50 different projects? I think we can show up with that, but we're going to have to narrow it down at that meeting.
And that's what I was thinking. Okay,
Yeah.
if we have 50 different things, we vote on the top 10, let's say.
Right, exactly. And we'll
Okay.
take care of that there.
And then the ad hoc committee can then start working with priorities.
That's how we'll prioritize them. We'll find out how to financially, achieve it if we can. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Briggs, nothing.
No.
Okay. Well, this is a hope and dreams night, right? And so I'm going to drop a big one on everybody. This is something I've been thinking about for 4 years. It's talked about in the community all the time, and it's the post office. And it's something we've never really considered. How do we go about, purchasing the post office and using that for city use? And after sitting on OC Parks and working with Supervisor Bartlett and looking at our P3 plan, it seems to me that the only way we can ever approach the post office to get this is to enter into a P3 and find a partner that can work with us, that can actually financially back it, but also provide public benefit with it. I don't know what that benefit's going to be. It could be a park, it could be parking, it could be a lot of different things. But I think it's something that, as Dana Point is changing, and especially the Lantern District is developing right now, we need to take a look at that and see that's kind of the key to that whole area down there in terms of, is it going to be successful? Is it not going to be successful? And so I'd like to take a look at trying to find a P3 partner, which means we'd have to develop an RFQ, create a request for qualifications to select that partner, figure out what we can do with it, and then approach the post office and see if it's something that we can achieve. So that's what I'd like to do is take a look at a P3 on the post office.
And is that something we can work with our new congressman on?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
I'm going there on the 26th, 27th, and I will
Well,
be meeting with him.
If you could, see if we can get a meeting with him when he's back in district, so we don't
Okay.
all have to fly out and chat with them, but sit down and say, listen, it might be a little bit premature right now because we may not find a partner. We know a few things that the Postal Service has wanted, and we may not, we need to find a partner that can provide those things. We know for a fact they want a storefront and they need a sorting facility. And we need to find a partner that can provide that somewhere in the area that's acceptable to them. And we kind of went down that path a little while ago. And maybe that after we do that, then we go and work with our congressman and say, hey, this is what we're trying to accomplish and we need your help.
Okay, because it will be helpful if we have somebody at the federal level to
without
help
a
us
doubt.
champion it through
Without a
the
doubt.
system.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Excuse
yeah,
me,
that's a.
excuse me, before we go any further on this item, I'd just like to point out that Councilmember Wyatt, Councilmember Federico would have conflict of interest talking about this post office idea. So because you were just kind of talking about it conceptually, just putting it out there, I didn't say anything before, but I'm concerned that Councilmember Wyatt went for the microphone there. So
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
right.
should
You're
not
pretty
participate any further in that part of the discussion.
Well, I will comment on one thing, right, which is because I've had several discussions with the city on it, right, and I've had several people approach me, several developers approach me with ideas about development, and so put them off. But I do think that the post office has given us the steps to go through in order to, acquire it if we were to do that, or have anybody acquire it. Now it's a question about deciding whether to pursue it or not. And, we'll have to have a longer discussion about what you could do. But and there are rules about how it could be used afterward in terms of
absolutely,
et cetera. So for a period of time, right? That's an aged out thing. So anyway, but I do think we have that information. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just so I can follow up with the council. So the issues that I heard that brought up tonight, and so the question is there consensus for the council wanting us to do a little more follow-up work that we could then share with CIP subcommittee? The first is partnering with San Juan and their skate park.
Yes. What did you get? It's something that we've talked about for years. So
the second is a park signage program, and frankly, I might suggest an overall citywide signage program. Some of you may have heard me talk about that in the past. Del Obispo corridor improvements, both to existing and potential future street medians on the Del Obispo corridor, as well as utilities, overhead utilities, but also specifically agendizing a separate discussion just of the existing utility policy that can maybe help inform some of that work going forward. Doheny Village connectivity, which I'll take that to mean first the end of Las Vegas, the Caltrans lot adjacent to the city lot, and figuring out a way to create additional public parking and public access to Doheny State Beach through there. The public parking just generally was brought up, but also I think I heard it in the context of the potential Postal Service discussion. Technology infrastructure, smart city stuff,
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's going to be a lower priority right now, because even, Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt said that technology is bleeding edge right now. And so put it on the horizon for us, something that it needs to be on the map that we know it's going to go, but that's probably 10, 15 years down the road. So do you want them to do a lot of work on it right now, or?
I want it to be on somebody's radar to know that we're going to have to address it and continue to I mean, there's a conference coming up in a couple of weeks in San Diego. It's about smart cities, right? We probably should start to listen to where the state of the art is and just sort of that level of things. And then we'll figure out whether we're way behind or way ahead, or, you know, just sort of where everybody else is. If wait and see.
Oh, we're behind. We don't have the infrastructure to handle it yet. So.
I would.
So I have two other things just to make sure there's consensus with the council. Lighted walkways and parks. Don't see any head shaking. And I'm just going to say energy. Not quite sure what that looks like, but certainly, you know, we do solar now at the community center. That could be more of that. We're now have hybrid vehicles, that sort of thing. So let us think about that a little bit more and sort of brainstorm that a little bit more.
We should look at the state mandate there as a starting point, right? I mean, a comment was made that there's a state mandate essentially by 2050 to do something. If there is, we should know about it and decide how it fits. So I don't have any more information than what was stated tonight on that.
Yeah, and I think that state mandate has a lot to do with people, entities that are responsible for buying power.
Right.
The city of Dana Point is not currently responsible for acquiring power load. So we need to make sure we stay in our lane as well. Yeah. And then also I did want to point out, and I appreciate the council's consideration, because I talked to a few of you about this. Our next item is a discussion of Doheny Village, and so I assume we'll have even more conversations about hopes and dreams with respect to the Doheny Village on the next item.
Okay. All right. So that completes item 16. That moves us on to item 17, establish a Doheny Village Plan Capital Improvements Reserve Account. Mr. City Manager.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is a follow-up to your comments at our December meeting, and Mr. Killebrew essentially developed the mechanics on how to accomplish what it was that you sought to achieve, and the council's consensus was to put it on the agenda. So, Mike, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that item? We're certainly available for comments.
The mechanics part of it is really getting these designated funds, if you will, out of the general fund and out of the general fund discussion, and start an account that the council can work on. Not first working on the idea, what does the Doheny Village improvements look like and what are they going to cost, but also working on starting to pre-fund them. So this will set the money aside in the capital improvements fund, reserve it for those purposes. It's not legally restricted, but it is there and designated, and it would take a future council action to actually use it.
And then one more thing, the council has already given us direction to start looking at potential beautification projects in the village, and I've been working with Mr. Sinacori wherever he went on a couple of those ideas. We will come back to you at some point with some ideas for that and present to you later.
I think he's out there with his pressure washer trailer. It's fun right now. Okay. Any questions, Mr. Federico?
The only real question I have is whether we move the existing amount of money and earmark future money. This is sort of, for me, I'm not sure yet what the requirements are. What is this going to cost? And so are we going to say, hey, let the 727 plus the 535,000 that we anticipate, and then any other future money, or do we pick a number now and then adjust again later?
The council can certainly adopt a policy desire, if you will, to direct future collections from those impact fees to go toward the Doheny Village project. But I'm actually required by law to come back to the council and establish a budget in the general fund that will allow me legally to transfer it into the capital projects fund. So it would still have to come back.
So it would make sense then to do the existing amount now. We're coming back to council either way for future dollars. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm very confused and possibly troubled that we're tying Doheny Village to Lantern Village impact fees. what I'd really like to see is, and maybe this is your bailiwick, Mr. Federico, since this is your district and you're a strategic planner, and if we have to put it on the hopes and dreams, put it there, but a plan of what is it we are going to do in Doheny Village in the short term and in the long term. What is the cost of each of those? And then determine of this surplus money and capital money, prioritize where this falls in how we spend that money. I mean, it may be that we make that priority number one, and in the short term, here's what we want to do, and here's what it costs. And it may be that 700,000 just coincidentally is what we need. But I don't want to see it tied to Lantern Village or anything else. I mean, we have money in our general fund and in our capital improvement, and I think what we need to start with is a plan. What are we looking to do there? And how do we get there? And what are the steps and what are the costs? And then how are we going to fund it?
Councilmember Vic Sorg?
I don't have any questions. I'll wait till after.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Well, so my question is, I mean, this is, so I don't have any issue with the council deciding that they want to go spend some money to do some work in Doheny Village. We've talked about it for a long time. Okay, I guess since I've been on the council to do something and trying to figure out what to do in the short term and the long term both. And we've made progress in changing direction and not doing some things that we decided ultimately weren't the right thing to do, but we haven't yet made a lot of progress in moving in some direction. But ultimately, what we are really asking in this is for us to set a top priority on our CIP spending. And if we as a council decide, despite what the rest of the CIP plan has on it, that we want to go spend some money on Doheny Village area market and put a budget together for spending it, and it is yet to be determined exactly what we will do with it, we can make that decision without setting up a special fund and trying to manage it as a reserve fund. Because the ask is the same. The ask to say, I want that to be the top priority, and I want to earmark $724,000 for it today, or as opposed to waiting until we finish the budget and the CIP budget, or I want to set up a special fund and move it there. That's the same result. So it's just a way to ask the council if they will take this a given amount of money and make it and decide that it is in fact the place to spend it, and that therefore it just rose to the top of our CIP plan, and we should go spend it there. So I don't see why we would do that. If we feel like that we want to set up a budget number to go do a Doheny Village improvement, and we should just move the money into a budget item.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, well, I guess I'll start on this side. I don't actually see it tied to Lantern District. What we're saying is we have these diffs that came in from the requirement that they were from Lantern Village. We have the money now. It's not technically tied to it. It's just money that we received that we're recovering from the investment in Lantern Village. Now we're saying, let's go ahead and set that aside for Doheny Village. Those are two big economic development engines for our community, and go ahead and set the fund aside. The reason I want to go ahead and set it up now is because once it goes into an account, then it's less likely to be spent someplace else. Not that it's an overwhelming priority right now. I agree with you. We need to take a look and see what we're going to do with it. But if we set it aside, it doesn't get pulled out to be spent someplace else. It was something we had talked about. I talked about 2 years ago, that all of these different areas of our city have to work together. They can't compete. So we need to be very careful about what we do. But we've already spent a lot of money in the Lantern District. It's time now to focus on Doheny Village. We built that out. We got to keep the development going, keep recovering our investment there. But now we need to look forward to where we're going next. And in my opinion, that's Doheny Village. I'd like to set the money aside in an account now to make sure that it's protected and that it doesn't come out for something else unless the council says it needs to go somewhere else. But that's going to take a 3/5 vote to do that. And it's not really, it's not so much that I'm concerned about this council doing anything with it, but it may be 4 or 5 years before it gets spent on a large project. I mean, we may be doing some beautification projects down there. We have money set aside to do that then. But for a large project, a new council coming in, anyway, they could change it anyway if they wanted to, but it's a little bit more difficult once it's been set aside to say, you know what, we're going to pull it out of there for a project somewhere else in the city. So I'm just trying to protect the investment we've started to make down there, and where we're continuing to going. It's going to be an important part of our city, and we need to start planning for it now.
Yeah, I specifically didn't speak about any Doheny Village or Capo Beach Commercial District projects in the previous item because I think it is so important. It's worth setting aside, and I think this is a forcing function. We are close, and we need to continue the momentum we have down there and setting the money aside, earmarking it. At least some amount says we're ready to go, and the staff knows we're serious, and the residents and the business owners and the landowners know we're serious, and I think it's important to do.
Thank you. Well, thank you for clarifying that it's not going to be tied. That was my first concern. I think Doheny Village is a top, if not the top priority. When listening to FM3, one of the reasons I asked about could we have a breakdown of all of these figures by districts is because I think the safety factor in Doheny Village, when you look at those numbers, it would be very different if you're just looking at that area, and we need to do something about that. And I think that's great. We put money in and we use that immediately to do something about that. But what I don't want to see is us just throwing some money at it, doing something, and then coming back in a couple of months and going, oh, we shouldn't have done that, we should have done this. But yeah, I absolutely agree with everybody. This is our top priority. I have no problem setting this money aside as long as these impact fees weren't earmarked when they came in. Were they supposed to be used for something in Lantern, or?
No, the way I understand it works is because we've spent the money ahead of time, we made the investment, the DIF is actually paying us back. It goes back into the general fund, and then because it's repaying the investment we made.
Okay. So we came up with the 700 and some odd thousand just because that's the money we're getting in.
That's what we've collected.
Okay. Well, I feel better about that. Thank you.
I'll move the recommended action.
I still want to make sure I understand.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Okay, sorry. The reason why, so what you said is a little bit different than why I read the item on here. So I want to make sure that, and by that I mean generally if you set up a reserve, it's something that you need to accumulate money in over time because you can't fund the whole thing at once, right? So if you're going to do major, if we were deciding, for example, that we wanted to construct a parking garage, heaven forbid, but 727 is not going to then you would say, okay, I need to set up a reserve to do that, and every year we will start to earmark money and move it in there until you've accumulated enough money to do this. This look like a sort of an arbitrary amount moved in once to do something now with. And I do think we want to do some things now. So if we believe that we're going to have to accumulate significant money to do work down there as a city, and this is the first money moved into an account with an attempt to accumulate a significant amount of money to do capital improvements down there once we decide what they will be. That looks different than what I read in the document. I don't know. why we, you know, I don't know that moving the impact fee or any other number in is the right number, but you know, you got to start somewhere, I guess.
Right, that was kind of my idea, that we just got that back in, that's a sum of money that we can start with.
Well, I don't have any disagreement with earmarking money to start to figure out how we take, you know, and do the things that need to happen in Doheny Village. We've been trying to figure that out a little bit longer than most of our residents have patience with us trying to figure it out. So we probably should go ahead and do something then.
All right, well, I'll call the vote then. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 18, resolution to amend the membership duties and responsibilities of the city's financial review committee. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is responsive to the council's request to agendize this from the last meeting, and we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Federico?
I really don't have any questions or comments, any issues with the staff report or proposal.
Councilmember Lewis?
No.
Councilmember White? Oh, I'm
Is it-
sorry, excuse me,
No
I'm
question.
so used to.
No question.
Sorry. I'm used to go with the pro tem on the other side. Okay, Ms. Pro Tem.
Okay, so this is my comments on item number 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have some.
We'll get there.
I have some definite concerns on this that I want to make sure I sort of drill down on as we get there.
Sorry.
Pardon?
Sorry, I misread the agenda. So I'll repeat that.
Okay. So one of the things that addressed in the proposal was we have a membership supporting document that we put in committee, and it addresses in section this is supporting document C, section 2.06.030 on that document, which is page 12 in the thing. So that sections that said qualifications, basically about in the middle of it, it says no member of any board or commission shall be a city employee. But the city manager is designated as part, so that seems to be an issue that we have to sort through. So anyway, that was an item. I'm assuming, and I'll ask this from our city attorney, whether or not city council members are considered city employees as set in this policy.
So if you look on page 4, section 2, it says the city council hereby repeals all resolutions related to the financial review committee that are in conflict with this resolution. Does that take care of that?
These are the kinds of questions I love to get in advance.
I'm sorry. I should have brought it to you in advance. I apologize.
So I don't think that there's an issue as between the municipal code and the policy. It's just a language issue. I mean, technically, council members are employees when you're looking at true employment type issues. Although you're not it's semantics at some level. You guys don't think of yourselves as employees. I don't think the intent of this is to apply to you. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense if that were the case. Right. The city manager clearly is an employee, so wordsmithing like except as set forth herein or something like that. If you needed to make some clarification, but. I'm reading the municipal code and the policy at the same time and haven't really had a chance to really digest it through. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of a matter of wordsmithing it to make sure that if the structure that you want on the Financial Review Committee is just what it is. It's not. It doesn't have to be a commission. You can make an exception to the other rule. I mean, you have the flexibility to do whatever you want. Is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay, well, it was brought up as the underlying document to support changes. So I thought when I read through it to make sure I understand what it was, and it clearly looked like it didn't support the
Right,
things.
yeah,
That was
so-
the reason for that question. Okay. So I'm a little bit find it a little bit unusual in the makeup as to why a standing committee would made up of two council members working with the city manager is appropriate structure for putting this together. I mean, we have subcommittees that can set up to look like that. Two council members can meet with the city manager anytime they want on a standing basis, and if they want to do that too. I just wasn't sure why we would need a standing committee, under such standing Brown Act committee essentially to allow two council members and the city manager to do that. So that's one of the things that didn't actually seem to make. Now we have a subcommittee set up that can do that. For example, I sat on a committee with some city employees on water quality, right? And other things, but they're set up as in different structures than this. So I'm not sure. The cost of a standing committee is fairly high, basically we're again I'm struggling with why we put two council members and the city manager together to take council input to advise the council. It seems like that would just be a normal function of council members working with the city manager and bringing something back to the agenda. So I didn't see it as a structure that would accomplish what I think, which is financial expertise, independently of people who really understood finance and spent time thinking about our financial budget and policy and brought ideas back to get to the table and raised issues. It seems more like a task force that goes out and does tasks on an as-asked basis and brings the result back to the council than it does like a committee. It's a very odd charter and structure to me, and I'm questioning the value of it based on the cost. I mean, standing committees are expensive. We've reduced the expense here by saying it only meets 4 times a year generally. So that not only that, but in reducing the expense by having very few meetings, we also reduce the value that it brings. So I didn't find it to be a valuable proposal in how to get things done here, and that was my concern. I think an FRC is something where we need, but I didn't think this hit the mark in my view.
Ms. Lewis, if you don't mind, I'm going to take public comments, and we'll come back. All right, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Okay, we have first Carol Kelly, then Barbara Wilson, and then Buck Hill. And since we only have 4, Nancy Leonard will be last.
You're up.
My name is Carol Kelly. I'm in the Lantern District. I'm a Dana Point homeowner, and I live on Santa Clara Avenue. Item 18, please vote no to amend the membership, duties, and responsibilities of the city's Financial Review Committee. The Financial Review Committee was created in 2017 to advise, review, work with the city staff, and bring financial issues to the city council. There were 5 voting members who were appointed by each of the 5 members of the city council. All members were highly qualified and experienced people who volunteered their time to study, advise, and research financial issues in the city of Dana Point. These people were on the Financial Review Committee, which functioned very well in its first year of existence while working with the city's financial staff. One of their successful issues was to increase user fees for developers. User fees had not been increased for 19 years, which cost the city at a loss of $2 million in revenue over time. The Financial Review Committee recommended an increase in this fee. It was passed by the City Council by a 3-2 vote. Visoric and Mueller were in the minority and voted against this. Item 18 proposes to appoint the current mayor, Mueller, the city manager, Mark Denny, another member of the City Council, and 2 members of the public to this committee. This potentially leaves large portions of Dana Point without representation on the Financial Review Committee. The Financial Review Committee's strength was each council person had an advocate on the committee, thus ensuring that all areas of the city were represented on the Financial Review Committee. Today, with the new districting, issues are moving fast and evolving. We need to give each council member a chance to appoint a member from his or her own district to ensure equal representation in Dana Point. Each district should have a voice on the Financial Review Committee. To have council members on this committee is absurd, since they cannot credibly oversee themselves. We need people to have financial backgrounds and will have the time to research and analyze the issues. If the goal is to control costs and increase revenues, let the experts do this job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Barbara Wilson.
I feel very much like Mr. Wyatt and Carol Kelly. I'm concerned about the formation of the Financial Review Committee that you have proposed. On the surface, the mission statement seems like it would be an asset to the city. Ensure long-term fiscal viability of the city by providing financial information, helping with decisions for allocating limited resources, warning of financial risks, and protecting our reserves. The breakdown comes within whose hands is this task to be put. The mayor, a council member, and 2 representatives they choose, and a city manager, they're actually advising themselves. What happened to the independence guaranteed by the former FRC composition? 1 representative from each council member. Now that we are in districts, wouldn't it be better that 1 representative from each district be chosen? To have effective advisory committee, there must be freedom to represent ideas without pressure from councilmen or staff. Given the liberty to study, discuss, and debate issues, their expertise would be very useful to council. And after all, the role is only to provide guidance. Council would still maintain their power to adopt or decline policy changes that would be recommended. There were many suggestions for financial changes for the city by the last FRC. Most were ignored, such as rebidding contracts that were over 5 years, and particularly the costly city attorney contract that hadn't been reviewed in 15. I fear the council in disbanding the past FRC was an attempt to shoot the messenger. My hope is we will develop a framework to make a real use of a valuable resource and not a rubber stamp for business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Buck Hill.
Thank you, Buck Hill, Capo Beach. I've just given you a sheet. I think one of the main objectives of the FRC, as we originally had it when I served on it, was to read the financial reports, try and make them more understandable, and comment on any actions that might be needed to improve the efficiency of the city. And unfortunately, I think a lot of the financial data you make decisions from, namely the budgets, are just terribly inaccurate. This top form I've given you takes total government funds and it compares the budget with the actual. And it's not the initial budget. It gets amended typically in the fall, about October, again in the spring, and at other times. The last budget was amended 3 different times. And the amended budget for the last one was finished in April, and then the year ended in June. And the miss from planned surplus was $8.5 million. That's $8.5 million out of roughly 40, so it's a 20% miss. You made decisions during that year thinking we were going to have a $5 million deficit last year. And you decided to spend this money, don't spend that money. It's crazy to base your plans and forecasts on a budget that is so inaccurate, it's useless. What happens is the income is always understated in the budget, and then we get more. The expenses are always overstated, and the capital spending, which is in this budget, this is total government funds, so it includes all the capital projects. It's always estimated that as soon as we approve something, we're going to spend 100% of it. In capital project last year, we spent less than half. In the facilities fund, we spent 1/3. So we planned as if all that money was going out the door. Instead, it's still here. Good news, it's still here. But to make intelligent decisions, you guys need good, accurate budgets. They also become a terrific management tool for the city to use. I think an FRC that consists of financial experts can really help improve the budgeting process dramatically, and then improve the reporting process so it's much more timely. Just now, in mid-January, you're getting the results for the year that ended last June. It's ridiculous. And notice the column here on FY19. There's no budget for what should have happened in the first half of the year. How can you say you're ahead, you're behind? I don't know. It wouldn't be hard at all to make that budget. I volunteered to do it in 2 weeks when I was on the FRC. We have, property tax comes in this month, this tax comes in that. You can predict those lumpy ones as to which quarter they'll fall in and know whether you're ahead or behind. I gave that early example about spending on
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that we correct the record because Mr. Hill has made a false and misleading statement to the public, and he should know better given his service on the Financial Review Committee, but unfortunately, he didn't learn anything from that service. If I can point your attention to page 3, supporting document A of item 11, as well as page 4, supporting document B of item 11. This city received a clean audit opinion on its comprehensive annual financial report, and that by definition means your budget is not inaccurate. And I think it's important for the community, the residents, the businesses to know that that is a factually inaccurate statement and it needs to be corrected on the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. All right.
Could I comment on that?
No. Your 3 minutes are up. I'm sorry. Ms. Leonard?
Good evening, Nancy Leonard, Dana Point. While I agree with some previous comments on the composition of the Financial Review Committee, for me personally, it really begs the question of why do we need a Financial Review Committee? I don't believe we do. And I don't believe we did previously as well under the old committee. as I read through the staff report, the draft resolution that you might be voting on this evening, the second paragraph of the mission statement and the last two paragraphs of the scope of responsibilities really indicates to me everything that the city should be and is doing now. If you trust Mr. Killebrew and Mr. Denny and their staff to be doing their job, which I believe you do, otherwise they wouldn't be sitting here, we don't need a financial review committee. And I really want you to think about that, because in a way it's an embarrassment and an insult to me as a resident of this city to think that we need somebody to do these things which our staff is doing now and is probably doing very well. So all this about the membership of the committee, which I agree, I believe if you were to have some type of a committee, it should be equal representation. It should not involve a council member, should not involve a city staff, except maybe as an advisory, as a resource. But that aside, it really still begs the question to me, why do we need a financial review committee? Is there a gap? Is there a deficit? Is there an inadequacy upon staff? Is there a problem that needs to be addressed by having a financial review committee? Frankly, I don't believe there is. I believe our staff is doing a job. I believe our city manager is doing their job. And I think you believe they're doing their job, or else they wouldn't be sitting here. So I think we need to step back and kind of look at that, because I really don't believe we need one. And we shouldn't need one, frankly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. I'll bring it back to council. I'll start with Ms. Councilmember Lewis because she didn't get a chance to speak the first time.
Thank you. Yes, I apologize. I was looking at item 19. Well, I'm going to agree with Mr. Wyatt and some of these other speakers that this FRC resolution really creates nothing more than a council subcommittee authorizing 2 council members and the city manager to advise themselves on financial decisions that they themselves are making. Now, the mayor has appointed himself to be on this committee. It's a financial review committee if we have this committee. So to me, the criteria needs to be people with financial expertise, of which I don't believe, you know, with the exception possibly of Mr. Wyatt, I know speaking for myself, I don't have that expertise. I don't think the mayor has that expertise. And even if he had that expertise, at this point, he is on the TCA, the Parking and Circulation Subcommittee, president of OCFA, Age Well Seniors, ACCOC, City Select Committee, League of Cities Revenue and Taxation Committee, alternate to the Orange County Council of Governments. He's on South Orange County Association of Mayors, OCTA, and an alternate to Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly. I think you're busy. I don't think that you have the time that it would take to do the kind of in-depth work that a financial committee member would have to do. There's no requirement that the other city council member nor the 2 members of the public have any expertise either. When the Financial Review Committee was initially brought to the council, it was intended to create a truly independent citizen oversight committee made up of people with financial expertise and experience necessary to provide recommendations, facts, and allow us as a council to intelligently assess financial decisions. The proposal that's before us provides none of these critical elements. And I also noticed, as Mr. Wyatt did, Code Section 2.060030, saying that no member of any board or commission shall be a city employee. And then the charter also states that, okay, they'll meet once a year, they'll go over the investment policies, and then they will meet as needed to go over financial policies as directed by the council. So we're going to have the council say to 2 members of the council, oh, and the city manager who's already involved in this, okay, here's what I want us to look at so I can advise us on this. It just doesn't make any sense. It's far afield from where we started. So, I'm going to be in agreement. We either get rid of this thing altogether and decide we don't need it, or we need to revamp it to be the independent oversight committee that it was originally intended to be. But this attempt to revamp it into something that just makes no sense, it's not worth the staff time, it's not worth the council time, and I don't believe that it's going to yield anything that's going to be of value. So I strongly oppose this resolution, and if this is where we're going with it, I'd rather just see it completely disbanded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember.
Calls on.
Well, we're going to start going around because the first time he said he didn't have anything on it. So.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Mrs. Leonard that we don't need a financial review committee in the stripe that we may remember it from the recent past. We've got an auditor who goes through our books and says that our books are, quite frankly, fantastic when it comes to government accepted accounting practices. If I think we think of the Financial Review Committee as an oversight committee or consultants on how we're going to spend our money, I don't think that that's what the vision of this is, and we should almost have called it an investment review committee or something different to change the perspective, the lens through which people look at this. And Mr. Killebrew, quick question for you: would this, as written, be helpful to you in looking as written at financial policies? And I have an example. In our recent audit, it said one of the small findings was that we actually had too much money in savings in a specific account, the local agency investment fund. And the accepted practice is to not have more than 50% of your savings in there. We were 57% of something like that of our savings. And so if this committee could help inform that decision where to move that money. Should we move it to a different type of investment? Should we pay down some pension liability, or should we spend it somewhere else? I think, is that what the vision is for this, and is that helpful to you?
Well, back on the local agency investment fund, we did not violate policy. We were allowed to actually exceed the 50% threshold for a period of time, and the city manager has the authority to allow for that. The recommendation was that since we have an investment advisory committee in the form of the FRC, the Financial Review Committee, that we engage the Financial Review Committee to talk about amending the policy to allow for exceeding that 50% threshold of one of the safest investments we can make. In regards to the proposed construct of the committee as it's shown here tonight, I wasn't looking, I'm not looking right now to expand on the types of investments we make. The city's been making has had the same investment strategy for decades, with a slight tweak, which was from a former investment review committee member recommendation in regards to how we ladder our treasury notes, but not to get distracted by that. What I look for is, in regards to benefit from the way this is structured, is really the quarterly meetings where we go over the quarterly financial reports and also talk about the city council's newly adopted financial policies and how we're complying with those and how they're working, and really have a little sounding board working group to talk about maybe bringing changes or tweaks to the financial policies going forward, but also having others involved in looking at the details of the finances and getting up to speed, and really a financial review committee member that doesn't do what I do. It truly does take time to get a feel for the moving parts in the city's finances. And, having some seasoned professionals that have some tenure on that committee, I look forward, to building those relationships and having a sounding board talk about what we're looking at in our long-term financial projections. How does that fit in with our financial policies? And really coming back to council with some, from input from that group of folks.
Thank you, and that certainly wasn't an accusation on the LAIF. I understand, I completely get it, and it was very quickly addressed and fixed, and policy is the sort of thing that can get discussed by this group, however it's called. And I think that two council members working on a subcommittee and hammering out some of the sausage and taking some things there and bringing recommendations back to the full council seems to work perfectly well for the CIP ad hoc committee that we just discussed in agenda item a couple hours ago. And I think that this would be very beneficial to us to have a quarterly meeting where some people sit down and look at our policies and in rhythm with our quarterly reports and see how we're doing. So I think there's benefit to this.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, I'm going to go back around. We'll get to everybody again.
Yeah, kind of that was my point. If you want a subcommittee, that's, let's make it a subcommittee of 2 council members. But it's not a financial review committee in the sense that it was intended to be a committee of financial experts who would be someone who could provide independent information, distill things, and make suggestions to the council. If you're looking for a subcommittee, then make a subcommittee, but without financial expertise, I'm not sure the value of 2 people sitting down with the city chief financial officer and then coming back to council and trying to explain to us what they didn't really understand because they don't have the expertise. You might as well just have Mr. Killebrew sitting here talking to all of us so we can digest what he's saying at an open council meeting. I just don't see the value of what is being suggested here. It's not like the subcommittee for the CIP where you have a lot of items that have to be culled down. This is somebody with expertise who is trying to explain to us and give us the information to make decisions, and we don't need to put a layer between the expert and ourselves that consists of 2 people who are not experts. I think that's just going to wind up confusing and not being helpful. So I'm opposed to this. Thanks.
Councilmember McSort.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilman Federico said it very well, but I'll try to tack a few things onto it. When I first came on this council 4 years ago, we had something called the Investment Review Committee. And its functions were basically, has already been talked about by Mr. Killebrew, but basically looking at the investments of the city. Were all our treasury notes coming due at the same time? Should we ladder them? That sort of thing. There was a look at how the city was investing and basically to make sure that we were investing the way we should be and with certain priorities. And Mr. Killebrew can lay these out, I'm sure, by memory. But basically, there's certain responsibilities of the city, and one is to make sure your investments are safe and that we're not being too risky with the investments, those types of things. And when I asked Mr. Killebrew a question, he can go through the rest of those things. But that was one thing that the Investment Review Committee was looking at. They also, as has been mentioned, I think we're there to look at things like our reserves and what our reserve policy was. We have too much in reserve. We don't have enough in reserve. What should the right percentage be that we have in our reserves? Those kind of recommendations. And that was the Investment Review Committee when I first came on. This, and I've said this before, so it's, this is the same position I've taken in the past. I've advocated returning to that IRC. Now, when I look at what this does, I'm not sure it does exactly that. I do have one issue with the composition. It might not be the same issues that have been raised, but the IRC consisted of the mayor pro tem, the city manager, and 2 appointed members of the public. One was appointed by the city council, the other was appointed by the city manager. And I think one of the things that's been talked about with the FRC, and just for the history, the FRC, the IRC, the Investment Review Committee, was renamed to the FRC before the scope of its duties was amended. So I sort of talk about those interchangeably. But basically, there's been some concerns that it can be or did become too politicized. So is it a good idea to have the city council appoint 2 of the members? You know, I'm not sure that it is. And I was not on the city council when the original IRC was composed, but you know, the city manager is not is independent, not political. He's supposed to be non-political. So he should be looking for those qualities and someone that can look into the things that I first spoke about, what the IRC does. Now, you know, the city council, I think, should also be looking at that for our one representative as well, but you know, that remains to be seen. I don't know why, you know, we can say one council member, but I like the idea of the mayor and the mayor pro tem. That's the leadership of the city that we've elected, and acting as a subcommittee has been talked about. They can come back and report to us what has been discussed. I thought the last speaker, Mrs. Leonard, made some very good points. We do have financial expertise that we can go to when we need it. Which of course, you know, brings up the question: is this required? I think I know the answer, but just to confirm, Mr. City Manager, is this a legal requirement that we have an IRC or an FRC? Or I should ask the city attorney.
It's more of a best practice, particularly with respect to review of the investment policy, the financial policies.
Okay. And as far as from a legal perspective, Mr. City Attorney, is it a requirement?
It is not a legal requirement.
Okay. So it really becomes our decision whether we want to even do this or not. I think we should discuss whether this is a needed committee or subcommittee. Now, the question I guess was asked, and if I'm interpreting this right, and I'll ask the question just to be sure I am. From what I heard the answer from Mr. Killebrew, it would provide some added value to him. But don't let me misstate what you said. Let me just ask that question, Mr. Killebrew. What are your views on that?
I do see value in having a focus group, if you will, that I can communicate what I'm seeing and can challenge my assumptions and just be a separate set of eyes.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, I guess, you know, based on that, that's where it is a return to the original IRC. And again, I guess it's not set in stone. If we find that that's not working, we're always at liberty to revisit that decision and decide if we want to abolish it. So I think at this point, before we take the step of abolishing it, I would prefer to go back to the original IRC, but with the makeup of the original IRC, which I don't believe I ever heard an objection to, at least not in my first 2 years, that there was ever an objection to the makeup of the IRC at that point, or that it was not helpful, or that it became overly political. So I'm willing to give that a try. So I think that's clear enough. If I'm going to support this, I would like to see a change in the membership to the mayor and the mayor pro tem, as well as having one of the members of the public appointed by the city manager. So those are my thoughts on this topic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
So I'm in agreement with Mr. Vigzoik that we have proposed at the time we were debating this on going back to an earlier structure. And again, it always comes back to the purpose, right? I mean, why do we have it? I also happen to agree. And even when we had the, the FRC that we recently basically put into hiatus and are rechartering, I don't believe the purpose of it was that we didn't trust the people who are running our city's finances. But digging in and having other eyes looking at the books, coming from different backgrounds and different perspectives, might find things that we didn't find. When they bring those to our attention, I mean, I will have to say that I have people who care a lot about our finances as a city, who bring financial issues that they've noticed that concern them up all the time, and I think that's a big benefit to me, because I dig through the financials a lot, but other people digging through them from different backgrounds and perspectives uncover things all the time that I wouldn't have noticed in it. So it's really helpful to do that. So I think one of the issues we're dealing with is, we now have an FRC that has had a few different charters, and we have and in our own minds we have very different purposes of why it existed, and therefore when you look at the makeup, why it exists is super critical to who's on it. So if it rechartered back, I mean, I think at the time we were discussing disbanding it before, there was a suggestion that we return it to its earlier structure, and we thought, I think it may have came from you, Councilmember Victoria, and we agreed that that was an okay thing. I mean, it had a different purpose. So if the real intent here is basically, I mean, we've named two intents tonight, in my view. One is the standard review of our investment policy, and to get a different set of somebody, which is a recommended action, and the other is to review the quarterly financial reports with Mr. Killebrew and others in the city, to just do a deep dig into them and see what more eyes. I mean, simply more eyes and more discussion might uncover from them. I mean, those are both useful things. They're very different than what we had been doing in the most recent times with a financial review committee. So the makeup of doing that is different. And I guess that's why quarterly meetings might make sense, because if you're really digging a lot, quarterly meetings don't help us. But if you're reviewing a quarterly produced document, I guess you can get there. I have one question for you, Mayor Miller, which has to do with the parking. I don't know what it's named. Is it a subcommittee? Is it a committee? I mean, and how is it chartered exactly? Do you know? We have a number of different types of structures here. I'm trying to understand.
Are you talking about the Parking Mobility Task Force?
Yes. Oh, okay. So there you go. It's a task force.
It's a task force.
Okay. And the task force is okay. So the task force allows it to have a completely different charter than a committee. I'm just trying to look at the various things we put together in terms of just value for what we're doing. The standing committees have some rules and some expenses that go along with them. I'm just trying to make sure whether, when you look at it, whether that's the structure that we should use versus a subcommittee or a task force, and the charter we have. So what is the advantage of making it a basically standing committee and dealing with that? I don't know if that, I'll come back to you first, Mayor Miller, but that might be ultimately back to some of our staff.
So I think it goes back to what Mr. Killebrew was talking about. I'm not sure if we have another vehicle to appoint 2 members of the community on it, if it's not a committee. I don't know. Or a task force by definition, states that you have a problem you're trying to solve, you're going to come up with your work plan, and once it's done, it's over. And then the task force disbands. So with a standing committee, that gives us an ability to meet when we need to. We quarterly right now is how it's set up. It was annually previously, but it gives us the ability to add those members of the public to it. I mean, we could set up an ad hoc that, I guess, is a ad hoc a public meeting typically? No, it's not. So we'd have to set it up another way, and this is the way to do that, to get the two public members on it and sit down and have a standing meeting to talk about our financial policies. That's my position or view of it.
And back to our manager accounts, is there any advantage or disadvantage in a committee versus a subcommittee? I mean, I'm on the, for example, I'm on the water quality subcommittee, which does have public members on it and city staff on it, et cetera. So I don't know how those trade off against each other, if they do, or they're just different. So
I mean, I can share what my experience is on it, and I think it's really a symbolic gesture by the council as to the significance that it places to any or upon any given body. So the Planning Commission is something that's established by statute, and it has this ring to it, commission. So it's not uncommon for cities to want to elevate different functions to that same sort of status, just to kind of show the level of importance that the council is placing on something. So we only have a handful of commissions in the city, and I had a chance actually, after you asked the question earlier, to kind of go back and look, and what's being proposed is a committee. It's neither a board nor a commission, so that one provision wouldn't apply, but you could easily make it that if you wanted it to be. Once you have certain compositions, you're going to have Brown Act implications, the public meetings. It doesn't matter what label you put on it, whether it's a committee, a commission, an ad hoc, it really doesn't matter. I think it's really just a label that conveys status. The Financial Review Committee, I'm sorry, what was it called? The Investment Review Committee, rather, existed for years and years and years as a committee. When you changed it to the Financial Review Committee, you changed the name, you changed the structure a little bit, but it was still viewed to be a committee. There's really not a tremendous difference between calling it a committee or a commission, except that my observation is things that are commissions, this city council or city historically has typically had interviews for, like, how we do interviews for the planning commissioners. That's not something that we tend to do for committees. Those tend to be appointed positions. I'm just pointing out the differences I see, but at the end of the day, it's really just a label.
And a subcommittee versus a committee really is just another label?
Well, yeah, a subcommittee sort of implies that there is a committee, and that committee wants to study something unique, and so they create a subcommittee. It's a smaller group of their committee to look into something and bring it back to them.
Okay. Okay. The reason I ask is we have subcommittees that clearly don't report up to a committee, so I was just trying to understand why those are different, right?
I mean, you guys make up the names and apply them.
I plead guilty there. I'm trying to sort through all that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any more. I'm just trying to sort through where we left off here with all of the recommendations.
Okay, well, I haven't spoken yet, so Mr. Victor hit on a lot of what I was talking about. I did not try to appoint myself. I was appointing the mayor's office to the seat. I really was kicking around the idea, should it be the mayor and the mayor pro tem like it was? I was kind of leaning that way, but I also thought, well, you know, you don't always absolutely have a chance to be the mayor or the mayor pro tem. You may or may not ever have the privilege of sitting in these seats. So it would give the other members of the council an opportunity to sit on this committee. But again, the way the FRC was structured previously this year or last year, it wasn't acting as an independent body. It was very political. They were supposed to be advisory to the council. If the council didn't like their advice and didn't take it, it became a social media campaign against us. And that's not what that committee was supposed to be. And so I think it's best to go back to the Investment Review Committee. We do have very competent financial experts on our staff, but it is good to have meetings and discuss policy and sit down and just run it by other sets of eyes to make sure that, when you get so close to it, sometimes you can't see what you're actually working on. And you need an outside set of eyes to say, hey, well, what about this? This policy says something else. And I think you should interpret it this way. And some people might get, you know what, you're right. Anyway, but I think it should go back to basically what the IRC was. I mean, that's what my vision was for this. We can call it the Financial Review Committee. We can call it the Investment Review Committee. But to stop the politicalization of it, I really do believe the city manager needs to make an appointment. We need to stop what happened with this committee last year. And so, I agree with Councilmember Vic-Sork. I would like to see this go back to the FRC or IRC charter with the mayor pro tem being the appointees, the city manager gets to appoint, and then the council will appoint a resident at large. So that's going to be my recommendation. I'm going to actually move that and see if I have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Councilmember Lewis.
So now I'm confused. What is the scope? The original IRC looked at investments, right?
And financial policies.
And financial policies. So I'm not sure what the scope is now of this committee. Are you still saying this charter that you've set out here is that the original charter of the Investment Review Committee?
It's close. It's not the original charter. There's a couple changes, like we just mentioned, about the makeup. But I still think as if we call it the IRC or the FRC, whatever we call it, the council should have the ability to say, we want you to look at something. As the council body said, go down there and check this. So that, I can't remember if that was in the original charter or not.
By practice, it did happen that way.
Yeah, but
the community facilities district that was set up with the Headlands back in early 2000s, the actual financing portion of that went through the FRC, and then a few initial financial policies the IRC, I should say, was asked to come up with those. And then roll forward to a couple years ago, the community facilities district that was contemplated for the Zephyr project went through there.
Right.
One of the things that did transpire, I'm guessing it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, was in discussions with particularly the public members of the then IRC, was taking a look at the city's financials in regards to the policies. And that was kind of the backroom discussions with the change to the title from IRC to FRC to kind of broaden the feel of it. And it gave me an opportunity, again, to have a body to present the financials in detail and talk about policies. And that was my big support for this 2 years ago in creating the change to the charter of the FRC, was to dig more into the policies and get more into best practices. And some benefit did come out of that, even though a lot of the details of the new financial policies came from myself and Shane Kavanaugh from the Government Finance Officers Association. I did get to bounce them off other people and get some tweaks and changes to them, and that's what we brought to the council. So again, it's just an outside set of folks that I could work with and get educated enough to, is I'm not going to claim to know everything, and it's nice to have a outsider perspective on things. So, and I do want to point out that the original IRC charter did actually have 6 members on it, because it included the finance director was also a member of the committee. And in talking with Mark and putting this agenda report, we both agreed, we need to separate the two, that, they need staff support, but the actual recommendations coming from this separate body probably shouldn't include the same person presenting to the city council every time a finance issue comes up.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify your motion? Because I think what I heard you say is that you're recommending this original document with the exception of changes to the first paragraph of section 2 related to membership. Section 2 of Exhibit 1. It's the section 2, membership and scope of responsibilities.
Oh, okay.
So
there's
wait.
2 section 2s on here, by the way, on mine. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and there's actually a duplicate phrase in here. The first let's see, man. Well, it'll also say Mayor Pro Tem, not council member.
Right, but that was your change.
2 public representatives by the city council for the, yeah. 1 by the council, 1 by the city manager.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes.
Could I
Mayor Pro Tem White?
make a sub-motion, if you will, a motion to, now that we have a seconded, to in the second section 2, membership and scope of responsibilities, based on Mr. Killeber's input and I think clarifying intent, I would make a motion that paragraph read, the FRC shall meet quarterly to review the city's quarterly financials and also, and then strike out that beginning, assess the relevance and efficacy of city financial policies and provide recommendations for the city council's consideration. So make it specific that there was a quarterly meeting to review the quarterly financials and the financial policies in that third paragraph. This paragraph. So again, the FRC shall meet quarterly to review the city's quarterly financials and assess the relevance and efficacy of city financial policies and provide recommendations for the city council's consideration. I think that's what we said we wanted it as one of its primary responsibilities, if I'm accurate about that, Mr.
So you just want to basically add that it's going to meet quarterly.
And specifically to review our quarterly financials, right? I mean,
Section 3 has that under meetings, the quarterly.
Addition annual, yeah. Should meet quarterly to receive updates from city staff, city's financial
Section-
performance. It's the very next one's right up here.
Oh, section,
It's
section
under meetings.
3, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so those paragraphs sort of overlap one another, I
Right.
guess, yeah. So that third paragraph in the second section 2, if you will, just is a redundant paragraph in a way. We should. So maybe I will change my motion to simply strike that paragraph. It simply creates confusion in my mind, so.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Kilbert,
I think section 3, the second section 2, so I've already renumbered them.
Okay.
The Noonan section 3, but second section 2. The intent there is a little bit higher level in talking about the policies and the efficacy, but the section 3, the meetings, it has a basic level of content for the meetings. But that section that talks about efficacy is a little bit higher level, so it does provide a little broader scope, if you will, but the specifics, the minimum requirements would be the quarterly financials being presented and talking about adherence to financial policies. That's just and then that same section gives the council the authority it already has, but it's explicit saying other things could be forwarded to the committee for discussion and advising the council.
Yeah. Right. But that's included in the new section 4 also, right? I mean, that second paragraph in there says FRC meetings shall be scheduled as needed to address financial matters assigned to the FRC by the city council. So again,
we could clean it up either way, even if it's redundant. We could carve it down, take it out of one and put in the other or not.
Which one do you want to get rid of?
I would carve it out of
okay.
The new section 3, the renumbered section 3, the third paragraph, because it's more specific in section 4. It's clearer, and again, we're having a long discussion about it, but our future council members won't quite have this long discussion about what each of these things mean and how they kind of sort of overlap.
So are you making a substitute motion or a friendly amendment?
I'm making a friendly amendment to carve out. I agree with you to carve out that one paragraph as part of it.
All right. So I will accept that amendment.
Okay.
And who made the second? Was it?
I seconded it.
Are you okay with that?
And then just to clarify though, there's no members, there's no financial expertise or any sort of requirements for members to meet, to be on this committee. Is that what I'm hearing, other than?
Well, we can do that as we interview them. We'll decide if.
No, I'm talking about, we're putting on 2 city council members. Is it mayor, mayor pro tem, that's it? Okay.
So, Mr. Kilbert, what if we strike this, what will you not be able to do now?
You don't lose anything.
Yeah.
It's still, we've got the caveat in here also about the council can forward anything to the committee to look at.
All right, I'll continue to second the motion.
Okay. All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Okay, let's do a electronic vote then. I should have done that anyway. Okay, passes 4-1 with Councilmember Lewis in dissent. That brings us to item 19. Mr. City Manager, do you have staff reports?
No, sir, but we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any public comment on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, these are, this is the appointments, right? Yeah. Getting tired.
Yeah.
Did we have one? Okay, we're on 19. All right, so these are the appointments that the mayor gets to suggest, and this is what I've come up with. This time I did my best to meet people's requests. I'd like to go ahead and take these all in one vote. And I'll make the motion to accept these.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for, I think it's for our city clerk. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll start with that. So there's a committee that I sit on. I'm actually not sure it's a committee. There's an organization that I represent the city on, the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station Community Engagement Panel. That's not on this list. It hasn't, even though we have done it for years. It's, to my knowledge, it hasn't been on here. Is there a reason for that?
I'm not exactly sure. It's never been on there.
Okay. So I know that we have a seat and we are expected to represent the city there. So I think is it reasonable to add it?
I don't mind at all.
Okay. And then there is also the short-term rental subcommittee at this time, and Mr. ex-council member Tomlinson and I were the representatives on that subcommittee. I don't know if we will plan to do about that. So Kathy, I'm sorry.
Well, that one is an ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
It's not a subcommittee, which is different.
We'll have to agendize it.
Okay, so we can agendize it to change. Okay, I just want to make sure we left it, there's an opening there now and we have to decide what to do. I want to make sure we covered what to do about that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I put in my request to serve on 2 committees, one being CUSD, the school district, Capistrano Unified School District. I see I'm there. The second one was the TCA board. And I see that Mayor Muller is on the TCA San Joaquin and the TCA Foothill.
There was an amended list where Mr. Vixork is on the San Joaquin. I'm an alternate on that.
Okay, so you've just flipped. He
there
was an alternate, and now you're going to be the alternate.
Yeah, that's how it was always set up. I've been the alternate. He's been the primary.
Okay, so I have requested to be on the San Joaquin. And as I went through the litany of committees and subcommittees and task force, whatever, that the mayor is already on, this is something that's very important to Dana Point. Representation on the TCA is extremely important, and it requires somebody who can go to every meeting, devote the time necessary to review TCA plans, finances. TCA collects nearly $5,000 in fees from every home, $2,500 from every multifamily home, and $5.53 a square foot from every non-residential unit that's built in Dana Point. So we have money going to the TCA. TCA's financials show its operating expenses and outstanding bonds payable are increasing. It did not meet its obligation that it promised to us to rededicate the streets to the public in a timely fashion. And TCA's CEO makes over $400,000 a year, and there's 5 other executive board members that make multi-$100,000 a year. So I think we need somebody who can go to these meetings and devote the amount of time to make sure that our money is being well spent. And so I would ask again to be put on the San Joaquin Transportation Corridor in place of Mr. Miller, who is already on the, as I said, Parking and Circulation Subcommittee. He's going to be president of OCFA. Now he's on this Financial Review Committee, or IRC, whatever we're calling it. The ACCOC, the City Select Committee, the League of Cities Revenue and Taxation Committee, alternate to the Orange County Council of Government, South Orange County Association of Mayors, OCTA, and an alternate to Southern California Association of Governors General Assembly. I think you have a full plate. I have one thing that meets as needed, and this is something that I would like to do. So I am asking that I be the San Joaquin TCA representative in place of Mayor Muller. Thank you.
So which board are you talking about? The San Joaquin?
San Joaquin.
I'm not on San Joaquin. It's
It says Muller.
Councilmember Vic Sork. That's why I said there was an amended list that came out.
Okay, so you're on the,
I'm on the 241. I'm the alternate on San Joaquin.
okay,
I'm not. I'm the primary on Foothill Eastern.
okay, so, all right, well, I'd still like to be on the San Joaquin. That one is, I think, vital to Dana Point. They are looking at putting roads through San Clemente and possibly Dana Point. And I think we need somebody who has
So
the time. Mr. Vizorek also has several things that he's in. And as I said, the only thing I'm doing is something that's CUSD and it's as needed. So that is something I expressed my desire to serve on.
and I understand how when you start talking about putting roads through San Clemente, that's under the Foothill Eastern. San Joaquin has nothing to do with that. They won't vote on it. That's purely a Foothill Eastern project. The reason I looked at this and I left Councilmember Vic Sork in that position was that he's done a very good job over the last 2 years. He's moving into a leadership position. It's important, and I've been hearing a lot of talk about on the San Joaquin that they're looking at him for a vice chair position. Maybe not this year, but probably next year for sure. And it's important that Dana Point have these leadership roles in the county.
Okay, so it's the Foothill Eastern that's going through where they're talking about San Clemente?
Yes.
No, okay, then I will change to the Foothill Eastern.
Okay.
Instead of, now you're put
No.
as that one.
I am that one.
Okay, so for all those reasons that I've already said, I will simply switch to the Foothill Eastern.
Okay, and the reason that, and by the way, I understand how many things I'm on right now, but one of the reasons I'm not willing to give up Foothill Eastern is because of my OCTA appointment and the transportation impacts. The reason I was elected to OCTA was because of my role on TCA and trying to bring these two organizations together to start working more closely and have a more of a partnership role than an adversarial role, which seems to be what's going on. We have a transportation issue in South County, and those two agencies need to be working very closely together. It's important that I stay on it for at least another year. I may come off of it after that, but we have to get those two agencies working closely together. They offered me the chair this year. I turned it down because, quite frankly, I didn't have the time to do it. And so, but it's important that I'm there. We get these two agencies working together. And once that happens, I will be more than happy to walk away. But I need to stay on it for at least another year to affect that type of change.
Okay, well, then would you be willing to have me as the alternate?
I mean, I don't miss the meetings, but you could be. However, it makes sense that with Vic Sork and I on there, if either one of us has to miss, then they're already aware because they're at every meeting. And so it's basically, the boards meet simultaneously. We don't have separate board meetings. That's the only reason. I struggled with this one, quite frankly, because I know you're only on one thing. We had you on SCAG and OCOG. You said you didn't want those anymore. They're still available to you because I've already talked to Mr. Federico about it. But I knew you didn't want them because after last year, you said absolutely not. I don't want to be on those.
Still there.
And so, and that was kind of the thing. I gave up my Capital Unified position to Mr. Federico. He wanted that. And I don't know if you noticed, but you are an alternate on library now. So I try to give you something. It's just that one, because of where Dana Point is in the hierarchy of TCA and what we're trying to accomplish, I just wanted to keep them the same.
Well, I will be looking at it next year.
And as well you should. So if that's it, I'll take the vote. We'll do it electronically.
So you voted
For all of them.
We're voting for all of them. All right, I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, that's a 4-0-1 abstention with Ms. Lewis abstaining. All right, that brings us to item number 20. This is the FM3 districting survey, and this was put on by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a staff report?
I did have a staff report. I mean, it's really a fairly perfunctory. We had a 5-0 council vote. We did a districting survey last year. The draft came in last August, and I just wanted to make sure that we get that to the public, since the public paid $26,000 for it. So I have been talking with the city manager about it.
Mr. Denny, that's a public document, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can we go ahead and put that on the website?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, second.
So that was it.
All right. Go ahead.
Did we get a final on that report?
There were no changes to the draft.
Okay, so I know it came in as a draft, and at that point we didn't put it out because we were expecting a final. But
Their general approach is they put draft on everything, and if there's a typo or something, they'll change it. But generally, the results are the results, unless we find some anomaly that it's really more of a typo than anything else.
I wasn't sure whether it was still setting back because we hadn't received final or not. But okay, thank you.
I do have a question. Do we have when you go to the website, is there a place that says like surveys? Because we're getting multiple surveys now, so that people can easily, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think that's all we need. Is you
Yep.
okay with that?
Yeah.
So we don't need any other action, just go
No,
ahead and put that out.
that was it.
All right, that brings us to item number 21. Correct? Yes, the
Yes.
OCSD matrix study by 13 contract cities. Mr. City Manager, do we have city or staff report?
As I have reported to the council all along, the consultant is making progress. We got word from Dennis Wilberg, City Manager of Mission Vieja, who's been sort of the project manager on the project, last week, that they think they have what is a final draft. I still have not seen that. And I think their desire is to meet with Sheriff Barnes to review that final draft before putting on a final document.
And when,
So the report doesn't exist yet?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
when did we, was that last June of 2017 that we did that?
No.
No.
It was 2018.
It was June of 2018?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
It started earlier than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the estimate of when this is going to be finished?
Dennis said last week that he thought he would have the final draft to city managers sometime this week.
Okay.
But he also needs to meet with the sheriff. And frankly, the sheriff's availability has been one of the challenges for Matrix through the process. But now that we have a newly elected sheriff, I think the availability increases. And I think it's everyone's expectation that this get wrapped up.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I put this on there just so we can talk about where we are, because we're about to probably have the sheriff's contract coming up in a couple of months.
My expectation is the matrix study will be done before that.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to agendize it if that's the council's desire.
Yes, it is, please. Anything else? That was all I wanted, was basically a status report and make sure it got on the agenda before we have to do something with the sheriff's contract.
Okay, any other council members want to speak on it? All right, that'll move us on to item number 22, the Citizens Academy. Mr. City Manager, staff report.
Available for questions.
Okay, this was Councilmember Lewis's item, so, okay.
Yeah, so I have a staff report that I wrote, and I think Mr. Denny and I have had several conversations about a Citizens Academy, and my impression was that it was something that you seemed favorably disposed with, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
They're terrific.
Okay.
I've been an instructor at a couple of them in other cities, and yeah, they're great.
Great, and we have somebody who works for the city, Belinda Daines, right? Who has experience doing this very academy with Laguna when she worked for Laguna Beach.
Yes, but I will say that she is not necessarily available for additional projects outside the community development department, given the workload Matt has placed on her shoulders.
Okay, and I have
the hopes and dreams the residents and business owners of the Doheny Village have for her time this year.
So I have talked with Laguna Beach people, and they are willing to share their materials if we need materials. The point for me for putting this on there is there are so many people who live here who don't fully understand what our government does, how it works, the various moving parts and how they interact. And this is basically an academy. In Laguna Beach, it's once a week for 5 weeks, and each member commits to the full 5 weeks. And this is what they learn about, and a member of the staff, or I guess the appropriate person, will hold each workshop. And the idea is to encourage people to be engaged in city government, become volunteers, because now they see what opportunities there are and match their expertise with things that can be done in the government, such as like if we're looking for more VIPs, volunteers in police services, people might not even know these things exist. So this provides residents with the opportunity to become engaged in their citizen government, and hopefully one day, we'll get more people running for city council, especially now that we have districts where you have to live in a specific spot. It's going to be harder. So this will just get people involved and moving up into ultimately educated, engaged city council members, hopefully, who have a good working knowledge of what city government is all about. So that's what I was trying to do. I think it would be a great asset. As I said, I've been talking with city manager about it, and so I put it up here to have council discuss and see if they're behind this.
All right, I got a quick question. Mr. Denny, I remember, and I actually went back and found this on September 4th of last year. Our youth board, it's actually worked with Ms. Johnson, and they've initiated a leadership program to help Dana Point residents learn more about the city, and it's to be completed this year, correct? Yes. So we're already doing this, right?
Yeah, the youth board's program, if you will, and again, Rachel leads that for us, is essentially a version of what these leadership programs in other cities are, where they meet, they have speakers come to them. I think all of our department heads have been there. I think Lieutenant Sheehan's been there, describing what it is, the functions the departments do, and that sort of thing. And so when I was talking with Rachel about this year's youth board, I said, wouldn't it be great to have a project where that entity, that youth board, would go through that process, but then make a recommendation to the city about, hey, expand this beyond just the youth board to the community. And candidly, I've forgotten about it until you mentioned it. And so I've confirmed with Rachel that they are still working on that. And so, yeah, that, and depending on the council's desire, when their work is complete, we can then do some work in terms of what it would take to implement that program from a budget and personnel perspective, and then serve that up back to the council as a part of your budget considerations this year.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions about this? Mr. Federico? You are, Mr. Vixor? I'll get to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I think it's an intriguing idea. I like the idea that as leaders, we should be developing new leaders. And so, starting with that, I'm going to say this in the nicest possible way. I had a few questions, but the report we got was a bit thin. So hopefully I can get those questions answered. On figuring it out, and of course, with the discussions we're having of the budget, the first thing that comes up when it says we're hosting a free multi-week citizen awareness is really, how much is this going to cost? Now, maybe Mr. Denny already spoke to that issue that they're going to bring something back as part of the budget discussions to figure out just how much it might cost. But I was really hoping maybe there was a little more details of what you had in mind, so I'll just ask the questions, and if you want to address any of them, you can. I was wondering what the idea was. It's 5 consecutive weeks. It says the Academy will host a series of workshops in the evenings for a period of 5 consecutive weeks. I assume that means 5 days a week, and you don't have to answer these as we go along, but if you forget any of them, I'll say. Do you mean all 5 days a week for 5 weeks, or one night a week, or what do you mean by that?
Yeah, it was 1 night a week for 5 consecutive weeks.
Okay, so like a total of 5 classes.
And I mean, I'm kind of throwing this out based on, this is what Laguna Beach has been doing for many years. So I kind of just cribbed what they're doing, but of course we can tailor it to.
Well, I think it's worth the discussion why I'm asking the questions is, I think you just answered that one, and any idea how many students you have? Is it going to be limited or open to everybody? Because that may answer my next question.
Yeah, it is limited. I think it says enrollment is limited to ensure participants have adequate opportunity to interact with presenters and one another. I think Laguna Beach told me the council member told me that they limited to 30, 35 people.
Okay. And of course, I don't know how many people might actually apply, but if there's more than that, I think we would need to come up. What is the means for acceptance? The program. There's some details I think we need to fill in. Sort of asking as part of the discussion, and when staff, if they do bring it back, could answer them. And one of the other things I think I saw in here was. Cover various aspects of local government and feature presentations from local government leaders. What was the idea there? Is that the local government leader, the mayor, the city council, or who do you have in mind teaching? If there's 5 classes and it looks like it covers about 5 topics, am I right on that?
Yeah, approximately. Let's see, local government, public safety, city legal issues and constraints, public works, community services, community development, and cultural arts. So local government leaders would be those appropriate. So, city legal issues, I would think somebody from the city attorney's office. Public works, somebody from public works, community services, and so on. So, that would be up to staff to come up with the program and who they feel is most appropriate to speak to residents and give them this overview. But, it isn't detailed because this is basically just, at this point, conceptual.
Okay. And that's why we're here, I guess, have that discussion. And so if it does get brought back, those would be some of the questions I would want answered, and what because these are going to be in the evenings, so staff would be working evenings, and if the city attorney were here, I assume he'd be billing that time and things like that. So that's all going to go on the cost of if we're going to move forward with it. Those are my thoughts on it right now. That if we're going to explore, we need to. I need a few more details. And
Sure.
Thank you for answering those questions.
I just look at it as an investment in our city and our city residents to engage them, because we're always looking for people for commissions, for planning commission, all these boards that we want to fill, volunteers and police services. We're always looking for people, but they don't know that, and they don't necessarily know what these volunteer positions entail. And part of this academy is saying, okay, here's opportunities if you want to get involved. So it's kind of an investment in engaging the residents and and heightening our communication and our interaction with residents and their city government.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt?
Well, I may not know where the youth board is exactly, but I love the idea of engaging with them as part of this overall leadership programming. First of all, I always worry that our youth don't get as involved in understanding how government works as they should. So as they start to do that, and now allowing them to take a leadership position and actually help conduct classes and be part of the, putting it together, would be a real boost for them, not only to, be involved with youth, but to take leadership. I mean, actually be the leaders of stuff as we're coming along here. So if we can tie that project together, where, and then they can arrange it and schedule it and manage it. I mean, we can give them the lead, and then they will work with the city on how we fund what we need to fund, and if we need to provide resources or contacts to get resources in elsewhere, we can help them. But I think if we let them lead and we assist, we would have a great win there. So.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment I wanted to make on this, I think this is a good idea, and I've talked with Bev Jorgensen over the chamber, and I know when she was down in Carlsbad, this is something the chamber took on, and they offered these leadership programs. And when we start talking about the cost of this, maybe it's a good idea to speak with the chamber, and maybe they can sponsor this. Okay, they already have the business leaders in the community. They can draw on those and then do it at that level. I don't know if that's the right spot for it or not, but I know she's done it. And so it's something to think about as well, that maybe we can work together with those and not just do a civic leadership program, but also a civic/business leadership program.
Yeah,
so.
That's what they're aiming at.
Okay, all right. Thank you. What do we need on this? So we're going to bring this back. Yeah, let staff take a look at it so we can get some costing on it, answer some of Councilmember Vixork's questions. And
yeah, if that's the desire of the council, we'd be happy to do that. And we'd bring it at a future budget workshop.
Yeah, bring it to a budget workshop, and also in the meantime, work with the chamber to see what they're willing to do on it. I think Rachel's on this one. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, public comments. I'm getting a little tired. Thank you. All right, we have Nancy Leonard and Hoyen Ip. Thanks for sitting so patient.
So good ideas tend to mushroom, I think, and a lot of what I was going to say tonight has already been touched on by Councilmember Wyatt, and I think also Mr. Vixork. After my career in public administration, after about 20 some odd years, I got my California teaching credential, and at a really bad time, actually, in 2008. However, for the past 7 or 8 years, I've been tutoring second language learners at a nonprofit in Santa Ana. And what I've learned through my experience with these first generation, mainly Hispanic children, and I'm talking about middle school through high school. So when I say children, that's the age group I'm primarily looking at. And then also my experience in teaching long-term assignments and special assignments in the various school districts in Orange County, is that our children really know very, very little about their local and state government, and barely know anything about the Constitution. I know that the American Board of Trial Advocates, the Orange County chapter, has a program where they go into middle schools and at the invite of the middle schools, especially some of the ones in the more underrepresented districts like Santa Ana, some in Westminster, that type of thing, and they teach them about the Constitution, okay? That aside, I think this program is a very good idea for a lot of reasons, most of which were mentioned already, but it also has a trickle-down effect to their children. So the adults that attend this program come home and talk to their kids about what they've learned. In addition, if this is successful and the council feels it's successful, it might be something worth approaching the school district on and bringing this type of a program in some type of modified version into the schools, in the middle schools particularly, and then into maybe the first couple of years of high school. Because the first generation immigrant children particularly, their parents, some of them are here undocumented, even though, and some are documented obviously, but they know very, very little about our local government. And the ones that I've dealt with, I mean, there's always exceptions. And part of it's a language barrier, part of it is fear, part of it, whatever it may be. But these children particularly, if we want all of our children obviously, but if we want our minority children, regardless if they're Hispanic or Filipino or Chinese or Korean, to come and participate in our local government, they need to be taught. And it's not part of the curriculum in California. It is not part of our curriculum any longer. So it takes independent organizations, city councils, the League of California Cities might be a good resource. ICMA might be a good resource to look at ways you can get volunteers to come in and not only do your program, but eventually look into moving it into the middle schools. And I'm not going to even come up with a program right now, but the concept of teaching our children civics is sorely, it's an area that is absolutely not lacking, it's just absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ip.
Happy New Year. So I am now the columnist for our local paper. The name of my column is Community Sustainability Prosperity. The name of my column is not single-use plastics. So I think this is a great idea. So I Googled. A few neighboring cities did this stuff too, but from my Google results, they all focus just on the police department. So I love the fact that we have a variety of things intended to offer. When I talk to people out there, I hear a lot of complaints about the city. And I don't think you deserve all the blames. Part of it just lack of understanding and a lack of communication. So I think this will be a good way to get them here to understand this complex operation here. In return, they could contribute to better dialogues. They can give better ideas, more practical ideas, and they can be better messengers because we need a lot of public education done out there, right? So I think this is great. Well, needless to say, I'm RSVPing here. I still have time. So thank you for the 30th anniversary treat out there. It's all single-use plastics. It doesn't have to be, right? Maybe on the 60th year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ip. Don't leave. For everybody that sticks around to the end, everybody gets a 30th anniversary pin. Okay. All right. So that brings us back to the council on this leadership. Yeah, I moved that. I'm not sure we really need a motion on this, but let's bring this back to the next budget workshop and talk about the costs and get these questions answered. Everybody okay with that? All right, let's move on to item 23.
Mr. Mayor.
So we have actually hit 11 o'clock, and we have a policy that we stop at 11 o'clock unless it's 4/5 of the council agrees to keep going. We have 2 items left, and I know some people sat here all night, and I'm sure they'd like to get it done and not wait. So there's only 2 left. I think we can get through them relatively quickly. So I make the motion, we keep going.
I'll second.
So, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Unanimously, let's keep going. Okay. So we're at 23, limited street parking.
Yes.
That's Councilmember Lewis again.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis, before you start, having read the staff report, it struck me that I just need to ask, Are you proposing something that's just for the Lantern District, or is this a citywide program? I'm just concerned about potential conflict issues if it's something that's just focused for your own neighborhood area.
Yeah, my focus at this point are the areas that are really, I guess I would consider Mr. Wyatt and I still representing, because there's no district representative for them. So Lantern and Capo. Mostly Lantern, those are the people I met with.
So under the public generally rule, if you're proposing something that applies to the whole city equally, then I don't think there'd be a conflict. But if you're proposing something that doesn't apply citywide, where it could have a disproportionate impact in your own neighborhood, I think there's a potential that you have a conflict of interest on this issue.
Meaning what? I can't.
That you can't participate in the issue.
So if I'm the representative for Lantern, I can't talk about the issues that Lantern residents put as their top priority, which is parking?
It's not ridiculous, it's the law. And the law is that if you're talking about something that has the potential to have a financial impact on your property, and parking clearly can have a financial impact on your property, if it's something that applies on a citywide basis, then the public generally exception would apply. If you're talking about it for a specific neighborhood that happens to be your neighborhood, then it's a concern.
Okay.
I'm just telling you the concern.
Okay, I'll talk about it citywide. This is, everybody in the city has parking, but, so street parking, and, in an area where they have to park on the streets because either there's a lot of multi-unit buildings, or the garages, for whatever reason, aren't available for parking, wherever that is in the city. The issues that have been brought to me by numerous residents that I have met with is we have single drivers who have multiple cars on the street taking up parking, or we have cars that are not in everyday working order, that are sitting on the streets, taking up valuable parking spaces that are therefore not available for people who live in the houses and the units there, and what can we do about that? So I was wondering, can we, and I know I had a conversation with Mr. Wyatt about this in technology, and maybe he can talk more to that, but it seems to me if you have a single driver, they should have a single car and not 4 or 5 cars taking up street parking. And if you have cars that aren't working or aren't being used, they shouldn't be on streets, so that people who need to park can park. So that's why I'm bringing this to council, to see what we can do to mitigate the problems that our residents are having wherever they happen to live with trying to get street parking as their primary parking. Is that good? Okay.
We have public comments on this? Okay, let's go to public comments. Right back to the council. Thank you. Okay, and she's finally gets a chance to talk. Ms. Baez, come on up, and Hoya Nip is second.
My name is Robin Vyas, and I live in the Lantern Village part of Dana Point. I don't know whether to say good evening or good night, but thank you for extending it. I appreciate it. It is way past my bedtime. I am here representing the members of the Lantern Village Association. They are all residents or landowners in the Lantern Village. We have, over the 6 years I've been on the Lantern Village Board, we have had recurring discussions about parking in the Lantern Village, which is adjacent to the Lantern, which is part of the Lantern District and adjacent to Town Center. Parking problems do not occur on all streets in the Lantern Village, but there are some streets where it's a definite problem. The streets where it tends to be a huge problem are those streets where a fair number of properties were developed prior to the incorporation of Dana's Point and consequently were built without the setback codes that we now require, so that people they will have a garage, but they do not have enough driveway space between the front of their garage and the street to be able to park a car off the street if their garage is in violation of the city ordinance that does say your garage will be maintained for the purpose of parking your car. Many people use their garages for their treasured possessions, and consequently do not have room to park their cars in the garage, and the building doesn't provide for room to park it on a driveway. For those of us who do not need to park on the street is full, so that if we wanted to have company or family come visit us, we don't, because there is no place for a visitor to park, because the residents have taken up the parking spaces. One, because of a violation of the city ordinance about garages. They're filled with stuff instead of a car. Another parking problem that we have in the Lantern Village and is those vehicles that park on the curve of a street or a curb, an intersection. Another problem that we have, again, on certain streets, and it's usually the streets where there's not enough driveway and garage parking, is those who cross the sidewalk. And I know you extended for one other person. I want to compliment your city staff.
We'll extend for compliments.
Yeah. I'd like to truly, in this last year, I have found your city staff very responsive and cooperative as the Lantern Village Association has reached out to work with them. Mark Denny, Mike Killebrew, your new community development director, Matt Schneider, and Matt Sinacori, and our new police chief have been very helpful. And I have recently noticed much more ticketing. Thank you very much. In fact, your city staff have just approached me this week with a pilot that we want to try for addressing some of this garage parking problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valles. Ms. Sitt?
Hello again. My neighbors love me. The people that lived there before, they had 5 vehicles, and most of them were large vehicles and clunkers. So I think if we ask anybody to paint a painting about a Dana Point street, people probably will not paint a lot of cars in the painting. There will be people walking, biking. There will be a trolley. There will be a surfboard, maybe a dog, maybe an EV being charged. So that is the ideal. I think the city is really good at using the trash bill inserts. If we could come up with a picture, the ideal picture, and say, how can you help Dana Point to get there? And then send this out there with, this is just some random ideas. This is day one, right? So I think a lot of people understand that they need to get rid of stuff. The garage is really meant for the car. So this is probably their New Year resolution, make a car space, park inside there. So they need a little bit of motivation, inspiration, I guess. That will help. Another thing is those people, they have those clunkers. So if you get rid of 2 cars and you can get a used EV, and used EVs are really cheap because the range is a problem, right? But more and more cities are adding charging stations. So for little city, I think that will work here. That would be practical to get old EV with charging stations on the street. Trolley. I recently, a few months ago, I had an episode with a trolley. So Sunday afternoon, something happened to my car. And I was like, I can't take the trolley. But then I realized the season was just over. So I don't know if the city has a budget for that, but I mean, that's really cool. Another thing I have always been thinking about is the bike lane. We could be a little nicer to the cyclists, you know, give them a little more room, more path, something like that. So these are different elements we could do. So I just gave a bunch of ideas. And I welcome any ideas, any feedback from anybody from my column. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hipp. I'll bring it back to the council now. Mr. Federico?
There's certainly some action that's being taken already on this issue. We saw in police chief's report that citations have gone up significantly. She highlighted Lantern District today. And also in our agenda packet, Mr. City Manager, if I might ask Mr. Sinacori, we just striped or are going to stripe Selva for how many more parking spots over there?
60.
Good evening again. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Selva, but the bike lane shoved up right against the curb for most of it, and there's some restrictions on it. So the plan with the slurry seal project the council approved tonight would be to restripe that road and move the bike lane off the curb to open up approximately 60 parking spaces on the top of the Lantern Village to help relieve some of the pressure up there. So that was what was in there.
Anyway, clear to me that this is an issue that we're working on. It's still an issue that needs attention. And I might, I don't know how much discussion we need on this, but I might move to refer it to the Parking and Oversight Parking and Circulation Oversight Task Force to see if there's more we can do. Otherwise, I'm certainly we could all share our thoughts about it.
Councilmember Vick-Sork. I would have gone to Councilmember Lewis, but she already. I would have already gone to you, but you've already spoken.
Okay, well, thank you. I actually don't have much to add. I mean, it clearly is a problem that we should be addressing, and it sounds like we are addressing it. Again, Councilman Federico said it well. We should continue to work on the problem. We should rely on our parking task force and see what recommendations they come up with. If it's in addition, we've already added additional parking, which is an obvious solution. So thank you for your work on that. And you know, let's continue to work on it and see what other solutions come up. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt.
Well, I don't think there's an easy fix here. But I mean, that doesn't mean it's not worth working on. I do think it's not a Lantern Village. It's a city solution, and it's a city problem, and it just depends on events and times of days and other things. Because when I was campaigning and met with people, I got issues about parking all over town. High school events. I mean, it could be there are lots of causes. And if we do things right in the city and we attract visitors and whatever, they park in, and then our restaurants and stuff that are going to open up in the Lantern, in the town center and other parts of town will bring in their own cars and park in. So, so parking is always an issue. We had a consultant in who took a look at some of the parking in the city, and as you know, and basically he said, I mean, his short and sweet summary, which wasn't actually helpful in what to do, was you don't have a parking problem, you have a parking management problem. And by that he meant, I mean, his advice was just put parking meters everywhere, and then you control them by what you have to pay. But I'm not. I don't think we are. I don't think we would get much support for that, and I concur with that. However, as long as the street is operated essentially as free parking for a first come first served basis for anybody who wants to park there with no kinds of control on it, then it's very hard to differentiate. I mean, we can go and force them to park legally. We can ticket them or tow them when they park where the street sweepers go, but ultimately trying to determine what car belongs to what house and how many cars belong there and control that in terms of what park on the street is not a trivial process without actually putting a system in place that actually relates license plates to houses and other things now. So I guess my one comment here as we think about this problem, again, it comes back to, are we putting the infrastructure in place and thinking about systems? I mean, I'll give you an example. If you go to UCI and park in their housing development centers, the first thing the person you're visiting is going to ask you is, what's your license plate number? I need to get on my phone here and enter your license plate in this app, or you'll get a ticket in a few minutes for being parked on campus property, but I can allow you to park in front of my house and tell them that you're my visitor for some point in time. And my car's out there parked because that car is associated with my apartment, so I have it here. So there is technology similar that exists that would allow us to determine, much like you would our city, much like the campus does, that say you, as a resident here, you have certain rights to park a certain number of vehicles in certain spots, and you have a right to allow visitors to visit you and use certain spots for a limited period of time. But you can't use the street as your garage and your storage for your other vehicles and a variety of other things necessarily. We are going to have to address dealing with that at some point in time because the problem will not go away until we do. But we should start, as part of parking and circulation, just look at systems that allow you to know, whether or not we control the number of vehicles. And if your friend, Mr. Wiener, gets his view through where you can build high density housing without adding any parking by right, then we have an even bigger problem to deal with. So we should start to look at techniques. You can't do it by walking down the street and chalking tires and doing other things. That only keeps you from parking a limited amount of times, or it doesn't deal with who owns what and how you get permission to park and aren't allowed to use it as your storage facilities. I think we need to look at the picture from a broader point of view and start to think about realistically, we have to manage cars by owner in the city.
Thank you. Okay. So Councilmember Federico kind of hit on one. We had item number 13 on the agenda tonight. There's the slurry seal, and we're adding 60 more parking spaces. Item number 10 is our development update, and it actually talks about the parking and circulation task force. And our work plan is scheduled to be out in March. And so we're already working on this. They're already implementing some of our ideas about restriping, finding parking spaces in other places. We've talked about moving bike lanes off the curb to get parking in between. We've had some bigger discussions about that, but we just quite frankly don't have the money to create the curbing and stuff to protect those lanes yet. But so we do have a plan coming out, and I know this is something that's ongoing now. I don't think we're going to solve it in the next couple of months while this plan is being worked on. But I think we have our next meeting on the 30th. Is that correct? So yeah, so this is being worked on right now. So I don't really have anything other to say that it is a problem. We realize it. It's been discussed in depth in the parking circulation task force, it actually kind of created the same problem Ms. Lewis has, that a lot of our members live in that area. So we have to make a broader discussion about it. So anyway, we're working on it. You know, I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do with this. I think it's just a discussion, but I think it'd be worth to wait for that work product to come out and let the council take a look at it and see if we need to tweak it or add anything to it.
Yeah, and my last comment is, great, let's send it over to the task force, parking and
It's already there.
circulation. But my only point was I wanted to bring up these two issues that were brought up to me. So to make sure that that is part of what you're dealing with is drivers who have multiple cars and non-working cars that just sit there. So that was my point.
All right, thank you. We have one more item left tonight. We've all been sitting here for about 6.5 hours, and I think I'm going to take a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll come back. Council Policy 201, item on the agenda upon which Councilmember Miller wishes action. I didn't write that, by the way. The reason I put it on is 2018, we have 8 items on it. Yeah. Tonight we have 5. So it's just something I thought the council should have a chance to talk about. I mean, it was very strange. It's never happened before. It's the first time it's happened in the history of the city. And it was just, it kind of struck me as strange. Since it's never happened, maybe the council wants to discuss how that happened. If Mr. Julian or Mr. Joshua's not here, I purposely did not answer his question about what I wanted to talk about, because this is part of it. It's now 11:30 or after hours. So I'm going to take public comments first before we get going. So Carol Wilson, Carol Kelly, and Tony Nelson by Barbara. I want to do both at the same time.
Huh?
That's Carol.
I'm Carol Wilson. I'm just talking for myself. Not talking for anybody else. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the scope of everything you're trying to do here, but I think for this council to be open and transparent, to put any kind of a limit on any council member being able to bring something to council without somebody else giving approval, I think is discriminatory. And you've already got a lot of discrimination going on here every time we come to council because of one of the council members is at odds with a lot of the other ones, and that's okay. Because it goes on, you already have a majority of a 3-2 vote in almost any kind of a conflict already. I don't think you need to quash future ideas. And I don't want to see Dana Point turn into the U.S. Senate where Mitch McConnell is putting a quash on anything that anybody wants to bring up and no one moves forward unless he says it's okay. So I would like to have us avoid that. I don't think this, you said it happened once. It's not like it happens every meeting. So please be generous. Please listen to your constituents like me in Capitol Beach for 41 years that's been trying to get representation that still can't get it after the districting that just went on. Please give us a chance. I mean, you guys have already got the majority. You can vote down anything you want. So would you just let people express their opinions and don't discriminate? Thank you.
Carol Kelly.
Mr. Mayor, I thought this item was very important, and I'm exhausted, but I was willing to stay at 11:30 at night because I think it's very important for any council member to be able to put items on the agenda. We have people that are at home right now that are listening to the television, even though the storm is letting them watch half of it. But that's how people get our information, and that's your job. I mean, if your job is to stay here till midnight, you were elected to do that, and that's your job, to stay here and to research the issues and to work on it. It's very important. People need to they need to be able to see it on the agenda. They need to be, the public can watch television or attend the meetings or read about the item in the newspaper, but it needs to be out there. And I think it's very, very important. We've had this policy for 29 years. It's worked. Keep it that way. There doesn't need to be a discussion about it. Don't reinvent the wheel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tony Nelson by Barbara Wilson. I'm assuming you're going to read a statement.
I am. Tony couldn't be here tonight,
Okay.
so she asked if I'd read this letter. It is ironic that on the same night that Dana Point celebrates 30 years of incorporation, our newly elected mayor, Joe Mueller, is seeking to discuss a change to Policy 201, citing the fact that council members have not an increasing number of, or now have an increasing number of items on the agenda over the past 2 years. It is unclear why this would be perceived as a problem. Isn't council first and most important duty to represent the interests of citizens? Are we not as citizens entitled to a public hearing of our concerns, even if council majority does not agree with the requests? Mayor Mueller further states it is appropriate for the council to consider existing city council policies from time to time given changing circumstances in membership on the council. I'm worried that this reference seems aimed at the changing circumstances of districting, which you must know is greatly unpopular and has left many, if not most citizens feeling disenfranchised and disempowered. Why would council want to further this condition by silencing minority council members? The reference to membership of the council, along with citing activity during the past 2 years, suggests that Councilwoman Deborah Lewis is being targeted, the lone woman on the council and a person who is well loved in Dana Point as a fearless champion of residents. We have a new public smoking policy because of her initiative. The same goes for the FRC, although it's clear that the council regretted approving that particular form of transparency. Council always has the power to say no to any measure brought to the public forum and has done so frequently. Cutting off any discussion at all suggests a desire to mute opposition that is frankly un-American and unworthy of our council. Policy 201 was guaranteed for the past 30 years that regardless of who holds the majority, every member of Dana Point Council has the opportunity to place an item on the agenda that he or she thinks is important to their constituents. This is a fundamental element of democracy. Every citizen, every district, every council member should have a voice in our city. I strongly oppose any change to this policy. It is vital that minority members in particular have the unrestricted right to bring citizen concerns to council for public discussion. I urge council to preserve democracy in Dana Point and reject any change to policy 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard?
I echo, in the essence of time, will not repeat everything that's been said, but I echo what has been said. And when I first saw this on the agenda, I read it twice, and then I read it 3 times, and I thought, are they kidding me? I mean, what is this all about? I mean, what is this truly all about? It is, without very much information, it appears on the surface that it's a way to stifle conversation. And it's a way to stifle conversation about items that you may not agree with. I mean, let's face it, there is a 3-2 majority on here, and it's fine. Things like that happen, right? But that doesn't mean that you stifle the, quote, opposition. I mean, that flies in the face of democracy. I mean, that's not what this country was made on. This is not how we operate. It may seem that way in Washington. It may even seem that way in Sacramento. But for goodness sakes, don't let it start here. It's almost shameful that we're even discussing this. It's almost an embarrassment. And quite frankly, it becomes very emotional for me because I love this country. I love the ability to come up here and disagree, respectfully bring you ideas. But when something like this comes up and you're saying you're not worthy, no, I don't agree with you and it's not fair. No, I don't want to hear anything about it. And not only our citizens, our council members coming to you with ideas that they may have, but their constituents are writing you, they're telephoning you. They want you to know what concerns them. And of course, then you as individuals make the decision, do I want to bring this to council? Do I want to bring this to the city manager? How do I deal with this? And especially now with districting, you're going to be getting more and more people coming up here talking to you about items and calling you about items of concern in their district because they feel you represent them. Well, represent them, but also represent the entire city because ultimately issues that face in one district or another district ultimately face us all. So please do not stifle the minority. Please don't stifle ideas that you may disagree with. That is just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. I'll bring it back to council now. Councilmember Federico.
That is me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm maybe not surprised. I'm amazed at the assumptions being made because we want to discuss something, and to turn the tables around on that. I personally am vehemently opposed to the idea of having everyone in the Lantern District pop their garages open and we have a garage inspection day. And I could argue or make the case that Councilmember Lewis's earlier agenda item was a veiled attempt to try to get the city to do that. I'm not saying that, Councilmember Lewis, I'm not saying that is.
Please, we're in the middle of a meeting.
So to say that the fact that we want to discuss something means that we absolutely have some predetermined agenda, I find offensive. I think it's important to discuss things. I also think that Policy 201 requires that a report be written so that council members can make an informed decision. That's what it says, basically. What it allows, I think, I don't know if it was intended or not, what it allows is agenda items to come up without any discussion with city staff, other council members, or anyone else. And while that is okay sometimes, and sometimes a necessity, especially for an item that might be very far on the fringes of popularity, I think it should be the exception and not the rule. And this is not about time, it's about efficiency. And I'll use one quick example. One of the staff members who happens to work for Mr. Snyder was mentioned as one of the ways we were going to get something done tonight. And she is the lead on the Doheny Village land use planning. She's also on the parking and circulation oversight task force. And when we bring things without talking to the staff or the city council, we run the risk of missing whether or not the staff actually has the capacity to do something. Or missing whether or not we have an agenda that's like some very important issues tonight. We were supposed to workshop capital improvements tonight, and some of us, all of us, I think, were less prepared to do that than we should have been because we had a very, very long agenda to look at. So I don't think it's wrong to look at this. I think it's okay to look at other councils, other boards, and other agencies and see how they might put items on their agenda and see if we have the best practice. And it's our job not just to bring things here, but it's our job to work with the city manager and the staff and make the most efficient and effective use of the limited resources we have in human capacity, capability, and time. So I'm not opposed to looking at this. I don't know that it needs to be changed, but I think it's a misconception that if there are any changes, that issues won't get brought up to this council that need to be. I think every single person up here, regardless of political stripe, wants to do what's best by the citizens and will bring issues here if they're important. And I'll speak to the point of council district elections. I had a resident from my district talk to me about this, contact me. He submitted a letter to the city. Concerned that if there were any changes, I might not be able to bring issues relevant to District 3 up here if I couldn't get, who knows what I needed, right? I will tell that constituent and all of the residents of Dana Point, I have no concerns based on each and every individual up here and the city staff that we will get important issues up here to the council or into the city staff at the right time and at the right place in city government and make sure that issues are always heard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Federico. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you. I'd like to address some of the erroneous and somewhat inflammatory statements by Mr. Federico. The garage, I don't even know where that came from. Totally not even on my radar. And, you know, if we're talking about time, let's talk about where our time was spent today. 4 items were taken off of the consent calendar and discussed. We had presentations, we had cake. The community survey results, that was a presentation. Long-term financial planning, established Doheny Village, resolution to amend membership duties, FRC. I mean, we had 4 or 5 people talking 3 minutes each. That's 15, 20 minutes. Most of the time of this meeting was taken up with the business of this city. I put on districting survey, that took 5 minutes. OCSD matrix study, that took another 5 minutes. The leadership for Dana Point, that maybe took 15. And the street parking people came to me and said, this is important to me. I want this to be discussed. My job is to represent people. So if we're not going to represent people here, if I'm just going to sit up here and go, you know, yes, no, then frankly, there's no point. I'm here because people have problems, and my job is to help solve them, and I take that job very seriously. If it means I'm sitting here another 15, 20 minutes tonight, then so be it. But let's not pretend that this meeting was long because of the few paltry items that I put on there, so that people who are asking me to help can get some help. This meeting was long because there was a lot of things. We didn't meet twice this month. We had to shove it all into one meeting. We didn't meet twice in December. So, you know, if the agendas are long, it's because we're not meeting twice a month. So let's meet twice a month. But to silence somebody, that to me is not only bad policy, that is the antithesis of democracy and citizen government. And the ironic thing is that your agenda item, Mr. Mayor, was put on here by you because Council Policy 201 allows you to put an item on the agenda and talk about not having a report. You didn't even tell people what you wanted to do other than discuss the policy. So if we're talking about thin reports, this is about as thin as it gets. So let's not pretend that my few items are the reason we're sitting here, and silencing me or anybody who wants to bring something to this council, I think is an absolutely wrong-headed policy.
Councilmember Vixorek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll tell you what I thought. When I saw this on the agenda, and I always read the recommended action, it said to discuss policy 201, so I went ahead and I read it, and I, of course, interpreted, I think, as much as everyone else is interpreting it, as it's really a question of how things are put onto our agenda for city council meetings. How do things get onto the agenda, ultimately, that we're going to talk about? So I read over the policy, and I have to be honest, it never explicitly says how things get on the agenda. I certainly think that it's implied, if not stated outright, that any council member can put something on the agenda. And that's certainly the way we've been operating, at least since I've been on the council. And the effective date of this policy 201 was June 13th, 1990, and it was amended on July 23rd, 1996. So it's been around for quite some time, but when I read it, you know, I don't know what was going on with the council back then or why they made this policy the way it is. But this, it seems to be more about written materials need to be provided when a council member does put something on. It specifically states that so that, well, I won't quote it, but that so the council members can make a more informed decision over what it is that they want to decide on. And again, pure speculation. I don't know what was going on back then if council members were just putting things on without any support and They decided it wasn't an effective use of time of the meeting because they didn't know what they were looking at before they came in. So anyways, I don't see it specifically stated, but of course, I will say we've operated on that any council member can put something on. So I had some thoughts, and I don't know if anybody else did this. Maybe it's just because I'm coming off my year as mayor, but we have another council policy that seems to be in conflict with that provision, and it's policy number 208, and it's not a long policy. So I'll just read it. It says, "It shall be the responsibility of the mayor to set an agenda for each meeting scheduled by the city council." And the effective date of that policy is February 13th, 1990. So even before the first effective date of policy 201. So it goes back a long way. So I think since the city has been incorporated almost, you've basically had two policies, which I view as being in conflict. So I'm bringing it up now to let, as part of the discussion, since the recommended action was discuss policy 201, I see an inherent conflict there. If the mayor is setting the agenda, then the mayor sets the agenda. If any council member can put something on the agenda, then the mayor he's not setting the agenda. He's basically rubber stamping whatever is put before him, whether it's by a council member or by staff. It simply is that the policy 208 is not being followed. So, I put some thought into it. I was thinking we need to somehow reconcile these because I think they are in conflict. And I came up with some ideas and probably might not be popular with anybody, quite frankly. But before I get into those, I just want to see, I'm going to turn it over to what the rest of my council members have to say, because if they don't see an inherent conflict in this, I'd like to get the views of my other council members if they think this needs to be reconciled, and there's no need for me to go into the thought I put into it if that's not the case. So if we can come back to it, if there's some kind of agreement that we should reconcile these two things, then I think we can have some further discussion on it. But for now, I'll leave it at that and hear what my other council members have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, council meetings are the only time we can meet, right? We, by definition, as the council wants to meet and discuss anything, we have to do it in public. That's for the sake of transparency and Brown Act. So these meetings are meetings among the five of us. That's the reason they exist. We cannot conduct business any other way. I can't imagine when we have ideas that we want to bring up and vet with our other council members that we would be restricted from bringing any of those ideas up. I think when people ask me what the most difficult thing about getting used to being on the city council and getting things done, it's that the Brown Act limits our ability to, get together and hold a meeting and discuss topics. So, and therefore we don't meet as often as we would if we were a business and trying to, come up with ideas and work through issues and get things done. So when we meet, we have to have that opportunity to get all the things on the table. I mean, the meetings are expensive to put the staff and all the other things together. So when we meet, whatever issues that we have that we want to surface and find out, and bring up to our other council members, this is our only opportunity to do that. So I can't imagine that we want to restrict that. And in fact, my guess, if we could hold more meetings if we wanted to make them shorter, but that simply raises the overhead of each meeting, because the overhead of setup and tear down, if you will, or the reports and so forth is so high. So generally, if we have a conflict of policy between who sets the agenda, we could clarify it. I think any council member should have the right to put anything on the agenda. I also think, as it's brought up here already, that districting even makes that more critical, because what may be an issue in one district may not be an issue everywhere in the city. And so that council member needs to be able to come and represent the issue of their district and get, the other council members, to, engaged and see where they want it to go. So, Councilmember Victoric brings up an issue that if we do think that it's vague, we should just clarify that, that the agenda order and so forth and sequence may be set by the mayor, but the items on the agenda can be put on by any council member. So anyway, I don't really know exactly where we wanted to go with this, but I definitely think we need to be able to freely put items on the agenda. After a brief discussion, they'll go somewhere or not go somewhere. But I can't imagine any other way that we should operate.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. Mr. Federico, you have anything else? Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else?
I would like to say to Mr. Federico as well, I have talked with staff before putting in these things. The district survey had several discussions, the leadership, Citizens Academy, several discussions. So it's not like I'm just, out of the blue going, oh, what I feel like putting this on. These are questions that people have. These are things that I want to know about, and I want the public to know that we're doing these things. This is our job. And in terms of the report, I do a report. I do my own staff report each time. So, the one that says the recommended action of the OCSD matrix study, the recommended action is that Dana Point receive a copy of the OCSD study by Matrix no later than 1/28/19, and that the item be placed on the agenda for the first council meeting in February to discuss or hear why the report is not available. I think that's pretty clear what I want. I give a background, I give a fiscal impact, I use the form that I was given by the city. So I do that for each item that I put on here. So, if you don't like them, tell me what's missing. But I use the form they give me, and I put the items on.
Mr. Mayor, if I may very briefly.
Sure.
Councilmember Lewis, I understand you very well may have done all those things, and I said any one of us can bring an item. And this is not directed towards you. My comments were not directed towards your items tonight. I used one as an example, but any one of us can bring any items without looking at the bigger perspective or scope of what's going on. That was the point of my comments.
Councilmember Victor.
I guess I'm still looking for some kind of consensus if we need to harmonize these policies or not, or everyone understands them in their own way. Because I will admit, I do see a conflict there. I haven't heard anything from my other council. Well, perhaps Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt alluded to it a bit, but I'm not sure there's a consensus for harmonizing these or not. But I'm not sure I can figure out how they work hand in hand without my own interpretation of it. So I'll still like to hear if anyone else wants to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Representative White, anything else?
No, I'm in agreement with Mr. Victoric here. I guess I think Policy 201, which we brought up to discuss, clearly states that any council member can put something on the agenda. I don't think it's vague about that. The other policy, 208, is that what it was? That says the mayor sets the agenda. I guess the interesting word is set. So does set mean organize, that is sequence and so forth, or does set mean he gets to determine if anything, what's on it? Because we already have a policy about what's on it. So I would take it the way it's been in practice, which is setting the agenda decides, you know, the sequence of events that will take, you know, the sequence that the items on the agenda will be put in, but not determining what all the items are. So, you know, but that's an interpretation. I mean, we could decide that we wanted to make it clearer if that would be happy, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, well, I wanted to hear discussion with the council. I'm shocked about the words that were put in my mouth over this. I mean, nobody called me to ask me what I was thinking. Social media blast went out and I got all these emails trying to silence people. The reason I put this on was pure and simple. We had a big agenda tonight. I knew it was going to be long. All you have to do is call the mayor. It's not me personally, it's any mayor. That's what we've always done in the past. We call the mayor, say, hey, we'd like to put this on. 95% of the time it gets on, and when it doesn't, it's usually because there's a big agenda. And it's more the conversation because, quite frankly, nobody else knows how big the agenda is except the mayor and the city manager. And so you call and you say, hey, you know, Mayor Miller or Mayor Vicsoric or Lewis or whoever it happens to be, why, if it happens next year, you know, I would like to talk about this and put it on the agenda. Okay, well, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's put it on. All right, and then I can do it. Once that happens and the mayor puts an agenda on, the staff writes the staff report. We don't have to worry about staff reports coming from council members that quite frankly are an argument that they want to make. It doesn't mean there's a lot of fact behind it or there's a different viewpoint, and it's just, you know, a nonpartisan staff report. The staff writes it. But more importantly is the call's been made to the mayor, hey, who's supposed to be setting the agenda, we would like to put this on. Out of respect for my colleague, I can't speak for everybody. I'm going to put it on if I can. Okay, that's what we're here to do, is have these discussions. You know, and it was even a little bit deeper than that for me. You know, you heard it tonight from multiple speakers. We're a divided council. It's 3-2. It's not always 3-2. A lot of time it's 4-1. Sometimes it's even 5-0. Believe it or not, we do have those votes. But it was more of, if we can't even pick the phone up and talk to each other about an agenda item and try to get it on for discussion, how are we ever going to work together? That was what I was really trying to get to. But instead of that, you have all the conspiracy theorists out there, oh, we're trying to silence council members. In no way was I trying to do that. All I wanted was somebody to reach out and say, hey, let's start working together. I don't know that these things are being put on until right at the end, and I have to say, okay, well, I guess we're going to put them on. We don't have a lot of detail behind it, but because of Policy 201, we have to do that. If the call comes in ahead of time, we can say, you know what? We may not be able to get it on this agenda, but let's put it on the next one, okay? Because that's where it's going to fit. There's a bigger discussion going on about that in a month. Let's talk about it then. It makes more sense to have it on that agenda. That's what the mayor does. And that's, you know, a mayor is a single council person. I'm no different than any other council person other than in my year when I was appointed by this body to set the agenda and run the meetings. You know, why not call me and let me do that? And I'll work with you on that. I'll work with any member on that. You know, if there is a point where if it ever happens, I mean, 201 doesn't provide for it, but there could be a time where a mayor just flat out says, no, I don't agree with it. I don't want it on the agenda. Well, then we do need to have another avenue to get that on there. And so I don't know if 201 is the right way to do it, because quite frankly, it's not been happening. My first 4 years on, if somebody wanted something on the agenda, they called the mayor. Except I think I did it one time with Miss Lewis where I put something on, and that was my fault. I should have called. But it's always worked that way. You ask the mayor. That's what they're here to do. And so that's all I was here to talk about tonight. It had nothing to do with silencing people. It's after midnight. I knew it was going to be a long night. That's why when Mr. Joshua asked me that, I knew what was going to happen tonight. I knew we weren't going to get done with the majority of the agenda to get to Ms. Lewis's items until close to 11 o'clock. And I was right. And so we took most of her stuff after. And so, you know, we're here, it's midnight. It's about respect for the public. You guys sat here thank you for doing that. But you guys sat here, we didn't have to do that. We could have put this on another one. Not one of these items was pressing. And quite frankly, if you call in, we would have talked about Matrix. It's not available yet. As soon as it's available, we're going to put it on the agenda. We're going to talk about it. All of these things could have been discussed. Quite frankly, you could have called the city manager and he could have explained it to you. But it was your right to put it on. We accept it and we put it out there. But when we got 5 in one meeting, if it were 1, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I'm like, okay, we can probably get that in there. But when you put 5 on an already large agenda, that creates a problem. And I think we need to have a discussion about that. If nothing else, to talk about if we're ever going to work together, you need to be willing to pick the phone up and ask to do something like this, and know that I'm going to respect you as an elected. I'm going to respect you as an elected, or anybody saying, I want to talk about this. Fine, then we'll talk about it. Now, there's been a lot of discussions. We looked at a lot of other cities. There's been issues about, one person can't put it on, it takes a minority. 2. For us, it would be 2. If it's a 7-member board, it takes 3. But for us, we're a 5-member board, so it would take a sponsor and a co-sponsor. Maybe that's what we do. I don't know. But that would solve part of this problem. And, the reality is if you can't get one other council member to co-sponsor your bill, maybe it's not worth putting it on because it's not going to go anywhere. So I don't know if that's the right solution or not. I don't know if we need to change what we have today. But I wanted to have the conversation that this is how it needs to happen if we're all going to work together. If it's just everybody throwing on whatever they want, the reality is we got five items from Ms. Lewis tonight. If Mr. Vixork puts 5 on and Mr. White puts 5 and Mr. Federico puts 5, we're never getting through it. And then we could do that at every meeting. So what is the right answer to this? I don't know. But we have to be able to manage it somehow, and that policy makes it unmanageable. And I didn't even realize this, but when Councilmember Vixork brought up Policy 208, I didn't even think about looking at that. But he's absolutely right. There is an inherent conflict between those two. And so I think we need to have that discussion. Who is going to set the agenda? Who's going to write it? Or do we just say, okay, we've had the conversation. Let's just try it and see if we can make it work the way it is. I don't know. But that's what I wanted to talk about tonight. It shocked me, but I guess it shouldn't have, that there's a group out there that no matter what I do, there's always a huge conspiracy and we're trying to shut somebody up. So that's not what it was about. I just wanted to have a conversation. So
I do have something more to add. Yes, I'm glad you acknowledged that because I was the mayor for a year. Nobody ever called me. And in fact, when I was meeting with the city manager, that's when I found out that you had put something on. And I didn't even know about that policy because what I had been told through the grapevine was that it took 2 people to get something on the agenda. So when the city manager said, oh, Mr. Mueller's putting something on the agenda, I said, well, can he do that? And that's when he emailed me the policy and said, yes, any member of the council can put something on the agenda. So nobody ever called me in a year. Things went on the agenda and it's fine. I respected that policy. And I mean, if we're going to talk about communication, nobody called me and said, hey, we're going to have this long meeting. Do you mind if we put some of your items on the next meeting? Would have been open to that. Nobody called me. So this is the policy that I have been operating under since I have been on this council and since I have been mayor, and people have put things on the agenda without my permission. This was the policy I was operating under. And in terms of 208, well, 208 predates 201. So if they're in conflict, 201 came later. And so it would supersede to say, if there's any conflict at all, then, okay, we made this policy later so that anybody can put something on the agenda. So, communication needs to work both ways then. I'm certainly amenable to having items, moved over to another night as well. But, I just try to get things heard, and this is the only way I know how to do it. And this is the policy that I have always operated under, and no one has told me anything differently, and this is how the other council members have operated.
Mr. Federico, anything to add?
I hope that we have more communication going forward and that whatever discussions we have tonight don't limit communication, because ultimately communication is what will help smooth a lot of this stuff out. We have to have as much communication as the Brown Act allows us to have. And I understand Mr. Wyatt saying that we have to meet in public, but it doesn't mean we can't speak with each other, and I think that's really important.
Zork, anything else?
Sure, I guess so. Are we leaving it with, we're leaving both of these policies in effect, that if someone besides the mayor wants to put something on, because the mayor shall still have the responsibility to set the agenda, that person is calling the mayor to ask the mayor to put it on the agenda? And if so, does that member still have to write a report? Or once it's discussed and the mayor sets it on the agenda, then it's, the staff has to write a report? I still got some, we don't have to finish this discussion tonight, but I guess I'm not exactly clear if I've already stated a couple times, I think these are in conflict. If we're leaving them there as is, nothing's been resolved for me, but, I'm not the mayor needing to set the agenda anymore. So those are my thoughts on it. And we can continue to try it as is and see if communication improves, which I think is a good thing. Everyone, I think, would agree to that.
Okay.
Or not, but those are my thoughts.
Mr. White?
Yes, so Policy 201 doesn't involve the mayor in the setting of adding something to the agenda, good, bad, or indifferent. It involves the city clerk as the person who it goes to place an item on the agenda. There is a point when there's been a lot of items put out there, and somebody's now got to go through and decide, about overall agenda and how to manage it. I think the mayor has that responsibility. I think that's what the policy is about, and follow up that says maybe we could combine things, maybe we could push them into another meeting because of something coming up. I think that in terms of reviewing the items and setting them on the agenda and deciding if there's a better way we could get something done and talking through it is that responsibility. I don't actually find them in conflict. I think, I think that the policy is worked. I think, yes, your somewhat exaggerated example of each of us putting 5 extra ones on was, made its point. If it happened, we'd just have to figure out how to, sort through the agenda and push things around and get them all on some point. However, I don't think that's a likely scenario, but we're going to have, occasionally things that come up where the meetings get long and that, this is the work we came to do, and this is the only way we can meet. So, sometimes we just meet, and spend our 7 hours at it. We'll spend our 7 hours at it. But I think they're solid as they are. I don't see any reason to change them.
Okay. I guess they are in conflict. And so we need to decide how this is going to work. There could be a time where you do come, we could easily change it, because one of the hardest parts about this is writing the staff report. And we could use a little bit more robust staff reports. Nothing against what you've done. You've done what you're required to do. But, when the staff goes out, they're going to pull from other areas, and it would be nice to have that. So I guess what I'm thinking is, If you go through the mayor, we could change it to say if the mayor puts any item on, the staff writes the report. So if you ask the mayor to do it and they say yes, it goes on, the staff writes the report. You're no longer obligated to do that. Now, there could be times when we're trying to work the agenda that the mayor, it happens to be me right now, or in the future be whoever it is, can't say it's too long. We've got too much going on. We're going to respect the staff. We're going to respect the public, and we're going to respect the council that we're not going to stay till 1 o'clock in the morning. All right. We have a policy that says we're done at 11. The only reason I said let's extend it was because I thought we could do it in about a half hour. Now we're almost an hour and a half into it. So, those are the decisions a mayor should be able to make. Say, we're going to push you to the next agenda. Now, there's going to be times when a council member says, no, I want it on this one. Maybe we change it where it goes through the mayor. If he pushes you, you always have the ability to go to another council member and say, I want it on this agenda, and it goes on. But there are going to be times where there could be that type of conflict. We're not saying we're not putting it on. It's going to a different agenda for whatever reason, and for whatever reason, a council member wants it on the next agenda. And the issue is, a lot of times when these come in, they come in right before the agenda has to be approved. And so there's not even time to really look at it and say, does it fit? Where's this going to end up? You just have to approve it because we have to get it out. I guess we could change that policy and say, hey, we'll send it out 3-4 days or 72 hours in advance like we used to. We tried to get them out a week early so people had time to really digest it, and then make the requirement that you have to have it in a week ahead of time. I think that it's right now a week and a day, right? Is that what it is? But we put it out a week in advance, so we only have a day to really look at it. I think there needs to be some kind of clarification on it. And I think, I think even though the mayor is just like any other council member, they were appointed by this body to do this piece of the job and run the meeting, that there should be something in there to allow them to set this agenda and set the timing of it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't know. But if I don't have support for that, I don't have support for that.
Well, I think your item just said discuss, so we did that.
Councilmember Vixork, you have something?
All right, I've been hesitant because this, I know, is an unpopular idea, but I thought it through. I shouldn't say it's unpopular, but any good compromise, probably everybody has to give a little. And as I've already stated, I mean, my concern is trying to harmonize these two policies. I think I have one, at least support from one, saying that they're in conflict. I know I've heard from two others that maybe they're not, but I still think they are. And I tend to agree. The mayor, we've selected the mayor to set the agenda for the year. That's in conformance with policy 208. That's what we've had since the beginning of the city. Now, I mean, I can say this now. I'm not the mayor anymore, so I'm not trying to make it so that I can put anything I want on there. And at the same time, I'm just a council member. I don't want to give up my ability to put anything on the agenda. So to me, that's why these two things are in conflict. And I was trying to think how to harmonize them. And I'll propose a solution and see if it has any support. And that is to take the language as the plain language, and to set an agenda means what it says, that the mayor sets the agenda and puts things on the agenda. And we acknowledge that for the year, that the mayor has that ability. And we leave policy 208 there. Now, how do we address if another council member wants to put something on the agenda? Of course, that is, like I just said, I don't want to take that away from myself, but if we have the ability to put anything on, as I said, we're taking away the ability for the mayor to set that agenda. So I think it's been discussed that if you're not the mayor, you want to put something on, maybe it should take 2 members. And how would that work? Well, to me, that protects we've heard about the majority and the minority. That protects the rights of the minority. You don't need to get 3 people. You don't need to have a majority to put something on to be discussed. I'm thinking of analogies. I looked at the Supreme Court. Not every case where a petition for certiorari is sent up to the Supreme Court is heard by the Supreme Court. Why is that? It takes 4 votes out of the 9 justices. It doesn't take a majority you don't have to win the case to win the case. But it also takes more than just 1 justice to put it on there. And I thought about that and I thought, what's the reason for that rule? And I think it is because there are competing interests. We want to freely discuss everything. I don't know if you want to call it a right to a freedom of speech, or just the fact that this is the place to discuss all the issues, as Mayor Pro Tem Wyatt has brought up. So we want to preserve that. But there needs to be an acknowledgement that we are here to do the city's business, and it needs to be run in an orderly fashion. And, that is balanced. The ability to put something on the agenda, the free speech right, is of course balanced against us doing the city's business. And the other analogy I have is the public comment. Everybody has the right to stand up in public comment and say whatever they want about any topic they want. But we also have the ability to limit, as everyone knows, the limit is 3 minutes to speak. It's not unlimited. And why is that? Why is there a rule limiting you to 3 minutes? I mean, that's arguably the infringement of your right to speak and make your point for as long as you need to stand up there and speak. Well, it's because we have to balance that right against the ability to actually conduct the city's business. So in crafting this proposal, whether it has any support or not, I'm trying to balance those interests and say the minority, if there is one, has the right to put things on the agenda, but they need to have support from one other council member. Now, of course, we all have the right to speak to another council member, so that doesn't violate the Brown Act if you go and speak to someone about it and then put it on the agenda that way. And I think the point was made, there's also parliamentary procedure, which, we sometimes follow and perhaps don't always follow. But in order for any motion or any action to be taken, you need a second on that motion. So it's sort of the same thing. I mean, if you already know you're going to have a second for your motion, it's not just one thing that's going to be talked about that may have no support. We're going to discuss it, and when the time comes to act on it, there might be a motion made, and if there's no second, then we've just spent a lot of time discussing things that 4/5 of the council doesn't think is worth discussing. So I was trying to balance those 2 things, and I also thought, again, saying everybody's going to be unhappy. I don't like the policy that says the individual initiating the action has to write a staff report. In my opinion, I think I said in some of my earlier comments, I don't know what was going on back when they drafted this. I can only speculate that it was meant as a deterrent for people putting things on. In other words, you can't just put it on. You're going to have to put some written material on and do some work. And if you want to put something on without putting a staff report on, you can do it, but you got to do it under council comments. That's what's in the policy. So, I think if you can convince one other person, obviously if the mayor puts something on, he's dealing with city manager and the staff, and there's going to be a staff report on it. If a council member wants to put something on, they're going to either discuss it with one other council member, if it's not the mayor, and I think it's already been indicated, you simply ask the mayor, and I don't want to put a number on it, but 9 times out of 10, he's going to put it on there. But we still need more than just, an argument for why the thing should pass. We need a more balanced, that's what the staff does. They give you a staff report. They're meant to give you facts so that we can have the discussion and have some of those unbiased facts, which I think what ends up happening, it's just a natural thing. If I put something on there, I'm going to want it to go forward. I'm going to write my staff report to try to convince everyone else that this is the thing that should be done. So my policy, or my recommendation is to have the mayor set the agenda. If any other council member wants to put something on, it only takes one other member, and they don't have to write the staff report. The staff will write that report, and we'll have an organized meeting addressing issues that we know at least want to be discussed by a minority of the council. So open that up for discussion. Or that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Vixoric. Anybody have anything to say about that?
Well, I guess in terms of my response to that, we had when Councilmember Vixoric was sitting in the mayor's chair at the moment in that position, he suggested that when things were on the agenda, that first there needed to be a motion and a second for the recommended action before we would hold a discussion. I never agreed with that. I thought that we should be able to discuss things and bring them up, and then decide at some point whether there was actually a motion and action or it was just a discussion. But with that in mind, I was always willing to provide a second because I wanted to hold the discussion. I thought we owed the council member who brought it up the right to the discussion. So it was a moot point anyway. I mean, and today, if it come to that, I would always provide a second so we could hold the discussion. And in the same comment, if somebody wants something on the agenda, I firmly believe they should put it on there. So if they came to me and asked me to be their second, I would be their second, because I don't care if I totally disagree with it. If a council member, the council members have the right to bring something up and discuss and at least present it to their fellow council members in terms of being able to surface an idea for discussion. And so I would never, I would do what it would take to allow them to do that, because I think out of just pure respect for our council members, they have that right. And for our residents, they have the right to go to their council members and ask them to put something on there and have them put it on there. It doesn't have to be popular. I mean, we're not out here to bring only popular items up for discussion. And in fact, we might actually find some real nuggets in some of the ideas that sound really silly when they come up. So anyway, I don't think, I mean, from my perspective, asking a second I would be happy to provide that second if it came to that, because I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I think the right thing to do is exactly what this policy says, which is to allow any council member who wants to put something on the agenda to put it on there. The few times when you think that's gotten out of hand, I mean, it might get out of hand from time to time, but generally, I find that it hasn't killed the city in 30 years. It probably won't kill the city in the next 30 if we continue to let council members put things on the agenda.
Anything for Mr. Federico?
Like I said in my initial comments, I would really prefer to see some other options hear from some other options from some different bodies. I am anecdotally aware that some other agencies and other bodies do things differently. I do believe that these two policies, 201 and 208, are in conflict. 208 clearly says the mayor sets the agenda. In my mind, that means makes the agenda and decides which items go on there. And it says, in order to make efficient use of the time scheduled for the meetings. And we want to make sure things flow in a manner and are discussed with the due diligence that they deserve. I don't think that means to ever limit someone from putting something on an agenda. So I don't know. It's late. Yeah, and I don't think we should. I don't think we should short sight this. I also don't. I don't really want to push this out, but I mean, it's clearly very important. So
all right. This is what I'm going to recommend. I understand what Mr. McSork's proposing. I think it's not a bad option. We should look at other options. In the interim, let's just see how the communication thing goes. Now, maybe not wait till a week and a day if we're putting it out a week in advance. And I know you're going to put some stuff on it, but I also don't think the mayor should, and I don't think I can call every member of the council and say, what are you going to put on this week? I'm not sure I can do that. But so if you do have something that you would like to put on, I would like to just get the call to say, hey, I want to put this on, and we can talk about it, say, whoever it happens to be, Mr. Federico, we've got 20 items on already. It's going to be a long night. Can we push it? Do you mind if we push it? Because it looks like the next meeting's going to have maybe 15. And we can get it in there. And have that conversation. And then at the same time, what I would like to see, though, is if that happens, that the staff write the staff report. That we don't have to rely on the council member that says, I want this on there. Okay, well, you have to write the report. Well, if you go through the mayor for it, the mayor says, okay, we'll put this on. I go to staff, say, put it on, you got to write the report. I mean, that's all I'd like to see. That's all this conversation was supposed to be about. If that's working, then there's nothing to talk about. I mean, it still gives you an opportunity if, for whatever reason, your item doesn't get put on, and you see it, you're like, hey, I want it on, and you have an option to do that. But instead of having all this stuff happen at once, and again, I admit I did that, and I shouldn't have. I did it one time. And every other time I've always called mayor. I didn't put anything else on your agendas because I respected you as the mayor to set the agenda. Not that I always agreed with it, but it was your year. So, maybe we just go down that path. If it starts to become an issue, then we can revisit it. But in the interim, we can send staff off to take a look at what some of the other cities do. Is that okay with everybody?
So current action is to take no action.
Take no action right now.
Try to be
considerate council people to each other. And again, it was just to get us talking because, for a couple of years, we haven't always talked all that much. But it was more of let's come together and start trying to get some things done. Because quite frankly, everything that was on here was valid. She has a good point. We should be talking about it. Maybe it's just the timing wasn't right on it. So, and that's it. That was all.
I'm in agreement of being civil and respectful to each other.
Right.
And work together to try to get the goal. So, that's what we were supposed to be always doing. So, I don't have any reason not to agree with that.
Mayor
Well, I just, I'm not trying to prolong the meeting, but I know we might know what some of the other cities do, right? Do we have answers to that? I mean, what do some of the other cities do?
There's not a consistent approach there. Everyone's just a little bit different, and their documents are all a little bit different.
Okay. I'm actually looking for an example. Do some cities require a majority?
I've yet to see one that requires a majority.
Yeah. So, because that's obviously not something that I would support. And so, if we're just going to kick it down the road and say, let's see what other cities do, we're going to come back with it requires a majority to put things on. That's not what I'm going to support. So, if we're just, in my view, I think we need to agree what these mean. And if we walk out of here without doing anything, I think it means the mayor is not setting the agenda. It's anyone that wants to put anything on. The mayor is simply approving the agenda. And if that's what the council wants to do, then that's fine. Again, I'm a council member. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're doing when we walk out here.
I think that's good to be clear. I actually do think that set the agenda has a meaning, and it's different than makes the agenda. And I guess that's where a more clear statement would be useful.
Mr. Mayor, I agree to come to you with any agenda items I might have. And if there's an issue and you don't want to get them on until we may or may not resolve the language in these policies, I'm happy to then, if I need to, bring it up during council comments or some other time and get that item on the agenda some other way, or into the government and the staff at the appropriate place and time.
Okay. So, okay. Still not sure where we're falling on this. I mean, it sounds like we actually have a disagreement about what set means. And so, I think in almost every case, people would agree to what that means is the mayor's going to set the agenda, going to create it, order it. So, I mean, I think there is a conflict there. I'm not sure if we can resolve that tonight. It doesn't seem like we're going to. I mean, it's just, there's a conflict here. And, I mean, I'm just thinking out of the box. I don't know if I could even support this, but if you write it in such a way that if a council member wants to put something on the agenda, they go to the mayor. If the mayor denies it, it goes into council comments that same meeting, and they can ask for it to be agendized on the next one. That kind of takes care of this, I think. But I don't know. I mean, it's, it takes away the issue that you need to have two people do it. You can still do it on your own, but it just may not hit the agenda that you want it on. It may go to the next one. And again, I would say 95% of the time it's going on. I mean, it's going on because we want it on. And you have the right, but there's going to be times where there might be something, and you need a way, if we write something like that if a mayor does get out of control and say, no, I'm totally in control, you have to have a way to get your stuff on. And I agree with that because I'm only going to be mayor for a year, and I may have something next year I want to put on. So, I just think it needs to be resolved. I don't know if that's a bad solution. I don't know if 2 votes is the right solution. It still gets you there. It just may take you 2 weeks longer to get it. But it resolves some of the conflict. And it actually says, hey, let's talk to each other, no matter who it is. And, if there's something crazy out there, maybe you got a crazy mayor that says yes. I don't know. But now that it's out there, I think we do need to resolve it. There's a problem between the two.
So I take it the attempted communication is already over.
No, I mean,
where we were before. Hey, we were going to cooperate. We were going to be communicative, but we're not going to try that first.
I think it's still there.
Okay. Well, that's where we had left it. Why don't we try that? Why don't we actually try to communicate and see how that works? Because I feel very optimistic we can do this.
And I'm okay with that. But we do need to resolve the conflict between the two policies. If we need to get rid of one or not the other, I don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is on it. And maybe that's what we can send staff out to do and try to figure out a way to resolve that conflict. I've got an attorney over there. You figure it out.
Well, if we're just dealing with attorneys, it says shall. Shall is a mandatory language. And actually it says they shall ask the city clerk. Doesn't even mention the mayor. So if we're going to talk about the language, shall this procedure shall be followed, and the council member initiating the action shall ask the city clerk to place it on the agenda. So why don't we just try to communicate? I think it will work, and let's see how that goes.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like we basically have a consensus to do that. Okay, all right. It's resolved. Okay. I think I'm too tired to hit it. Okay, okay, so that brings us to the end of the meeting. When's our next meeting? February 5th? Oh, we gotta do staff reports, that's right. What'd I do with mine? Okay. That's the end of that. Mayor, city manager, do you have any staff report?
You may be surprised to hear this.
No.
But tonight was the first night we used YouTube Live, and it was a good thing because Granicus was not working. And there are still 6 people watching tonight.
Wow, all right.
Your audience hasn't beat by 1.
Hey, you six people, you also get pins. 30th anniversary pins. All you got to do is
waiting at the counter in the city clerk's office.
Exactly. We'll leave them at the city clerk's office for you. So thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you have any reports?
I was going to give you a summary of all the new statutes adopted by the legislature in the 2018 session, but we'll wait on that for next time.
All right. Okay, that brings us to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be February 5th, 2018 at 5 p.m. in the City Council chamber. We're adjourned.